ready for work. I mean, readying young people, for work, entrepreneurship. I've known him for a very long time, so I know that he's very passionate about the topic. And I like the fact that this is tied towards that cause of, helping about 100 people get education, get, upskilling opportunities with his platform. So I support his platform. I encourage anybody else who's out there to support the platform as well. And I'll say congrats to him. I know we've won it already. He's waiting for the party. So congrats, Tom.
I have been watching Tom-Chris conquer this Guinness World Record from the beginning. The energy has been there. The interviews have been so extremely engaging and powerful. It's been a breath of information. So much has been covered. And there was a time where I was like, is he gonna make it? I don't know what's happening over there. And he said, I'm alive, I'm awake. Impressive. What'd you say? Can you repeat that question one more time? And it was beautiful just to see the rallying of people behind him, trying to encourage him to just keep it going. And then it felt like someone's called it a divine encounter. And I think they were right. Because I was like, is this the same person? Total shift in the energy and the eyes. And he was just there and awake. And it was so inspiring to see that happen. And so I wasn't sure if my interview would happen. I wasn't sure if I would be here today. And I am, and I'm grateful. I am in awe and shocked that 85 hours in and he's still going. So the setup here is incredible. Walking in felt like a celebration of this achievement and this award. I'm honored to have been part of it. Tom-Chris, I am amazed at you and your ability right now. And so, yeah, this has been an honor.
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system. The bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic SFAN events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy career pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
Hi everyone, my name is Delight, brand manager here at Stars from All Nations SFAN.
Hi, I'm Justice, CTO and software engineer at SFAN.
This month we are celebrating 12 years of SFAN, 12 years of inspiring young Africans to do big things, 12 years of hard work. I officially joined SFAN about a year ago during the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, the first Guinness World Record attempt. And I must say it has been an inspiring journey full of learning and growth.
Working here has been an incredible journey, the one that has challenged me to grow, innovate, and think beyond code. At SFAN, we are passionate about unlocking Africa's youth potential, and that's exactly what we are doing with Ready for Work, our platform that helps young people gain skills, opportunities in order to grow in today's job market.
On a daily, my work cuts across design, photography, videography, animation, you name it, and it all ties to one goal: shaping how people feel and experience SFAN. I've had the opportunity to refresh SFAN's identity, represented the brand at high-profile events, and also capture inspiring moments. Of course, it hasn't been all smooth. There are moments that I feel frustrated, moments that I had to give excuses, but one thing, my boss doesn't take excuses. Always, I need to get the work done. And those moments have shaped me. I've built upon my resilience level, my discipline level, also personally and professionally.
Seeing our work directly impact lives across Africa has been deeply fulfilling.
As we prepare towards the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week for this year, the second Guinness World Record attempt, for me, it's not about the record. It's about the experience. Inspiring young Africans to do big things, things that feel impossible, things that, breaking the limit, right? For all these 12 years, that's what we've been doing. Talk of our platform that has helped young Africans to launch their careers ready for work, and also our inspiring and strategic events partnership.
12 years in, SFAN's mission feels more alive than ever, and I'm proud to be part of that story.
SFAN continues to prove that with vision, with ambition, and with the right skill, young people can change the world. And that's what we're doing. Here's to 12 years of impact, 12 years of growth, and 12 years of doing big things.
So my name is Kedam Kokufiajo. I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm happy to be here on this platform, being on the platform with Tom-Chris, a person I've known for a very long time, doing amazing work with SFAN, with Ready for Work. Readying young people, for work, entrepreneurship. I've known him for a very long time, so I know that he's very passionate about the topic, and I like the fact that this is tied towards that cause of, helping about 100 people get education, get upskilling opportunities with his platform. So I support his platform. I encourage anybody else who's out there to support the platform as well. And I'll say congrats to him. I know we've won it already. He's waiting for the party. So congrats, Tom.
I have been watching Tom-Chris conquer this Guinness World Record from the beginning. The energy has been there. The interviews have been so extremely engaging and powerful. It's been a breath of information. So much has been covered. And there was a time where I was like, is he gonna make it? I don't know what's happening over there. And he said, I'm alive, I'm awake. Impressive. Would you say, can you repeat that question one more time? And it was beautiful just to see the rallying of people behind him, trying to encourage him to just keep it going. And then it felt like someone's called it a divine encounter. And I think they were right. Because I was like, is this the same person? Total shift in the energy and the eyes, and he was just there and awake, and it was so inspiring to see that happen. And so I wasn't sure if my interview would happen. I wasn't sure if I would be here today, and I am. And I'm grateful. I am in awe and shocked that 85 hours in, and he's still going. So the setup here is incredible. Walking in felt like a celebration of this achievement and this award. I'm honored to have been part of it. Tom-Chris, I am amazed at you and your ability right now. And so, yeah, this has been an honor.
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system, the bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress, is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic SFAN events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy career pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
Hi everyone, my name is Delight, brand manager here at Stars from All Nations SFAN.
Hi, I'm Justice, CTO and software engineer at SFAN.
This month we are celebrating 12 years of SFAN, 12 years of inspiring young Africans to do big things, 12 years of hard work. I officially joined SFAN about a year ago during the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, the first Guinness World Record attempt. And I must say it has been an inspiring journey full of learning and growth.
Working here has been an incredible journey, the one that has challenged me to grow, innovate, and think beyond code. At SFAN, we are passionate about unlocking Africa's youth's potential, and that's exactly what we are doing with Ready for Work, our platform that helps young people gain skills, opportunities in order to grow in today's job market.
On a daily, my work cuts across design, photography, videography, animation, you name it, and it all ties to one goal: shaping how people feel and experience SFAN. I've had the opportunity to refresh SFAN's identity, represented the brand at high-profile events, and also capture inspiring moments. Of course, it hasn't been all smooth. There are moments that I feel frustrated, moments that I had to give excuses, but one thing, my boss doesn't take excuses. Always, I need to get the work done. And those moments have shaped me. I've built upon my resilience level, my discipline level, also personally and professionally.
Seeing our work directly impact lives across Africa has been deeply fulfilling.
As we prepare towards the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week for this year, the second Guinness World Record attempt, for me, it's not about the record. It's about the experience. Inspiring young Africans to do big things, things that feel impossible, things that, breaking the limit, right? For all these 12 years, that's what we've been doing. Talk of our platform that has helped young Africans to launch their careers ready for work, and also our inspiring and strategic events partnership.
12 years in, SFAN's mission feels more alive than ever, and I'm proud to be part of that story.
SFAN continues to prove that with vision, with ambition, and with the right skill, young people can change the world. And that's what we're doing. Here's to 12 years of impact, 12 years of growth, and 12 years of doing big things.
So my name is Kedam Kokufiajo. I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm happy to be here on this platform, being on the platform with Tom-Chris, a person I've known for a very long time, doing amazing work with SFAN, with Ready for Work. I mean, readying young people, for work, entrepreneurship. I've known him for a very long time, so I know that he's very passionate about the topic. And I like the fact that this is tied towards that cause of, helping about 100 people get education, get, upskilling opportunities with his platform. So I support his platform. I encourage anybody else who's out there to support the platform as well. And I'll say congrats to him. I know we've won it already. He's waiting for the party. So congrats, Tom.
I have been watching Tom-Chris conquer this Guinness World Record from the beginning. The energy has been there. The interviews have been so extremely engaging and powerful. It's been a breath of information. So much has been covered. And there was a time where I was like, is he gonna make it? I don't know what's happening over there. And he said, I'm alive, I'm awake. Impressive. Would you say, can you repeat that question one more time? And it was beautiful just to see the rallying of people behind him, trying to encourage him to just keep it going. And then it felt like someone's called it a divine encounter. And I think they were right. Because I was like, is this the same person? Total shift in the energy and the eyes. And he was just there and awake. And it was so inspiring to see that happen. And so I wasn't sure if my interview would happen. I wasn't sure if I would be here today. And I am. And I'm grateful. I am in awe and shock that 85 hours in and he's still going. So the setup here is incredible. Walking in felt like a celebration of this achievement and this award. I'm honored to have been part of it. Tom-Chris, I am amazed at you and your ability right now. And so, yeah, this has been an honor.
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system. The bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic SFAN events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy career pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
Hi everyone, my name is Delight, brand manager here at Stars from All Nations SFAN.
Hi, I'm Justice, CTO and software engineer at SFAN.
This month we are celebrating 12 years of SFAN, 12 years of inspiring young Africans to do big things, 12 years of hard work. I officially joined SFAN about a year ago during the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, the first Guinness World Record attempt. And I must say it has been an inspiring journey full of learning and growth.
Working here has been an incredible journey, the one that has challenged me to grow, innovate, and think beyond code. At SFAN, we are passionate about unlocking Africa's youth's potential, and that's exactly what we are doing with Ready for Work, our platform that helps young people gain skills, opportunities in order to grow in today's job market.
On a daily, my work cuts across design, photography, videography, animation, you name it, and it all ties to one goal: shaping how people feel and experience SFAN. I've had the opportunity to refresh SFAN's identity, represented the brand at high-profile events, and also capture inspiring moments. Of course, it hasn't been all smooth. There are moments that I feel frustrated, moments that I had to give excuses, but one thing, my boss doesn't take excuses. Always, I need to get the work done. And those moments have shaped me. I've built upon my resilience level, my discipline level, also personally and professionally.
Seeing our work directly impact lives across Africa has been deeply fulfilling.
As we prepare towards the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week for this year, the second Guinness World Record attempt, for me, it's not about the record. It's about the experience. Inspiring young Africans to do big things, things that feel impossible, things that, breaking the limit, right? For all these 12 years, that's what we've been doing. Talk of our platform that has helped young Africans to launch their careers ready for work, and also our inspiring and strategic events partnership.
12 years in, SFAN's mission feels more alive than ever, and I'm proud to be part of that story.
SFAN continues to prove that with vision, with ambition, and with the right skill, young people can change the world. And that's what we're doing. Here's to 12 years of impact, 12 years of growth, and 12 years of doing big things.
So my name is Kedam Kokufiajo. I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm happy to be here on this platform, being on the platform with Tom-Chris, a person I've known for a very long time, doing amazing work with SFAN, with Ready for Work. Readying young people, for work, entrepreneurship. I've known him for a very long time, so I know that he's very passionate about the topic, and I like the fact that this is tied towards that cause of, helping about 100 people get education, get upskilling opportunities with his platform. So I support his platform. I encourage anybody else who's out there to support the platform as well. And I'll say congrats to him. I know we've won it already. He's waiting for the party, so congrats, Tom.
I have been watching Tom-Chris conquer this Guinness World Record from the beginning. The energy has been there. The interviews have been so extremely engaging and powerful. It's been a breath of information. So much has been covered. And there was a time where I was like, is he gonna make it? I don't know what's happening over there. And he said, I'm alive, I'm awake. Impressive. Would you say, can you repeat that question one more time? And it was beautiful just to see the rallying of people behind him, trying to encourage him to just keep it going. And then it felt like someone's called it a divine encounter. And I think they were right. Because I was like, is this the same person? Total shift in the energy and the eyes, and he was just there and awake, and it was so inspiring to see that happen. And so I wasn't sure if my interview would happen. I wasn't sure if I would be here today And I am. And I'm grateful. I am in awe and shocked that 85 hours in and he's still going. So the setup here is incredible. Walking in felt like a celebration of this achievement and this award. I'm honored to have been part of it. Tom-Chris, like, I am amazed at you and your ability right now. And so, yeah, this has been an honor.
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system. The bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic SFAN events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy career pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
Hi everyone, my name is Delight, brand manager here at Stars from All Nations SFAN.
Hi, I'm Justice, CTO and software engineer at SFAN.
This month we are celebrating 12 years of SFAN, 12 years of inspiring young Africans to do big things, 12 years of hard work. I officially joined SFAN about a year ago during the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, the first Guinness World Record attempt. And I must say it has been an inspiring journey full of learning and growth.
Working here has been an incredible journey, the one that has challenged me to grow, innovate, and think beyond code. At SFAN, we are passionate about unlocking Africa's youth's potential, and that's exactly what we are doing with Ready for Work, our platform that helps young people gain skills, opportunities in order to grow in today's job market.
On a daily, my work cuts across design, photography, videography, animation, you name it. And it all ties to one goal, shaping how people feel and experience SFAN. I've had the opportunity to refresh SFAN's identity, represented the brand at high-profile events, and also capture inspiring moments. Of course, it hasn't been all smooth. There were moments that I feel frustrated, moments that I had to give excuses, but one thing, my boss doesn't take excuses. Always, I need to get the work done. And those moments have shaped me. I've built upon my resilience level, my discipline level, also personally and professionally.
Seeing our work directly impact lives across Africa has been deeply fulfilling.
As we prepare towards the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week for this year, the second Guinness World Record attempt, for me, it's not about the record. It's about the experience. Inspiring young Africans to do big things, things that feel impossible, things that, breaking the limit, right? for all these 12 years, that's what we've been doing. Talk of our platform that has helped young Africans to launch their careers ready for work, and also our inspiring and strategic events partnership.
12 years in, SFAN's mission feels more alive than ever, and I'm proud to be part of that story.
SFAN continues to prove that with vision, with ambition, and with the right skill, young people can change the world. And that's what we're doing. Here's to 12 years of impact, 12 years of growth, and 12 years of doing big things.
So my name is Kedam Kokufiajo. I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm happy to be here on this platform, being on the platform with Tom-Chris, a person I've known for a very long time, doing amazing work with SFAN, with Ready for Work. I mean, readying young people, for work, entrepreneurship. I've known him for a very long time, so I know that he's very passionate about the topic. And I like the fact that this is tied towards that cause of, helping about 100 people get education, get, upskilling opportunities with his platform. So I support his platform. I encourage anybody else who's out there to support the platform as well. And I'll say congrats to him. I know we've won it already. He's waiting for the party. So congrats, Tom.
I have been watching Tom-Chris conquer this Guinness World Record from the beginning. The energy has been there. The interviews have been so extremely engaging and powerful. It's been a breath of information. So much has been covered. And there was a time where I was like, is he gonna make it? I don't know what's happening over there. And he said, I'm alive, I'm awake. Impressive. Would you say, can you repeat that question one more time? And it was beautiful just to see the rallying of people behind him, trying to encourage him to just keep it going. And then it felt like someone's called it a divine encounter. And I think they were right. Because I was like, is this the same person? Total shift in the energy and the eyes, and he was just there and awake, and it was so inspiring to see that happen. And so I wasn't sure if my interview would happen. I wasn't sure if I would be here today, and I am. And I'm grateful. I am in awe and shocked that 85 hours in, and he's still going. So the setup here is incredible. Walking in felt like a celebration of this achievement and this award. I'm honored to have been part of it. Tom-Chris, I am amazed at you and your ability right now. And so, yeah, this has been an honor.
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system, the bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress, is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic SFAN events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy career pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
Hi everyone, my name is Delight, brand manager here at Stars from All Nations SFAN.
Hi, I'm Justice, CTO and software engineer at SFAN.
This month we are celebrating 12 years of SFAN, 12 years of inspiring young Africans to do big things, 12 years of hard work. I officially joined SFAN about a year ago during the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, the first Guinness World Record attempt. And I must say it has been an inspiring journey full of learning and growth.
Working here has been an incredible journey, the one that has challenged me to grow, innovate, and think beyond code. At SFAN, we are passionate about unlocking Africa's youth potential, and that's exactly what we are doing with Ready for Work, our platform that helps young people gain skills, opportunities in order to grow in today's job market.
On a daily, my work cuts across design, photography, videography, animation, you name it, and it all ties to one goal: shaping how people feel and experience SFAN. I've had the opportunity to refresh SFAN's identity, represented the brand at high-profile events, and also capture inspiring moments. Of course, it hasn't been all smooth. There are moments that I feel frustrated, moments that I had to give excuses, but one thing, my boss doesn't take excuses. Always, I need to get the work done. And those moments have shaped me. I've built upon my resilience level, my discipline level, also personally and professionally.
Seeing our work directly impact lives across Africa has been deeply fulfilling.
As we prepare towards the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week for this year, the second Guinness World Record attempt, for me, it's not about the record. It's about the experience. Inspiring young Africans to do big things, things that feel impossible, things that, breaking the limit, right? For all these 12 years, that's what we've been doing. Talk of our platform that has helped young Africans to launch their careers ready for work, and also our inspiring and strategic events partnership.
12 years in, SFAN's mission feels more alive than ever, and I'm proud to be part of that story.
SFAN continues to prove that with vision, with ambition, and with the right skill, young people can change the world. And that's what we're doing. Here's to 12 years of impact, 12 years of growth, and 12 years of doing big things.
So my name is Kedam Kokufiajo. I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm happy to be here on this platform, being on the platform with Tom-Chris, a person I've known for a very long time, doing amazing work with SFAN, with Ready for Work. Readying young people, for work, entrepreneurship. I've known him for a very long time, so I know that he's very passionate about the topic. And I like the fact that this is tied towards that cause of, helping about 100 people get education, get, upskilling opportunities with his platform. So I support his platform. I encourage anybody else who's out there to support the platform as well. And I'll say congrats to him. I know we've won it already. He's waiting for the party. So congrats, Tom.
I have been watching Tom-Chris conquer this Guinness World Record from the beginning. The energy has been there. The interviews have been so extremely engaging and powerful. It's been a breath of information. So much has been covered. And there was a time where I was like, is he gonna make it? I don't know what's happening over there. And he said, I'm alive, I'm awake. Impressive. Would you say, can you repeat that question one more time? And it was beautiful just to see the rallying of people behind him, trying to encourage him to just keep it going. And then it felt like someone's called it a divine encounter. And I think they were right. because I was like, is this the same person? Total shift in the energy and the eyes, and he was just there and awake, and it was so inspiring to see that happen. And so I wasn't sure if my interview would happen. I wasn't sure if I would be here today. And I am, and I'm grateful. I am in awe and shock that 85 hours in, and he's still going. So the setup here is incredible. Walking in felt like a celebration of this achievement and this award. I'm honored to have been part of it. Tom-Chris, I am amazed at you and your ability right now. And so, yeah, this has been an honor.
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system. The bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic SFAN events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy career pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
Hi everyone, my name is Delight, brand manager here at Stars from All Nations SFAN.
Hi, I'm Justice, CTO and software engineer at SFAN.
This month we are celebrating 12 years of SFAN, 12 years of inspiring young Africans to do big things, 12 years of hard work. I officially joined SFAN about a year ago during the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, the first Guinness World Record attempt. And I must say it has been an inspiring journey full of learning and growth.
Working here has been an incredible journey, the one that has challenged me to grow, innovate, and think beyond code. At SFAN, we are passionate about unlocking Africa's youth's potential, and that's exactly what we are doing with Ready for Work, our platform that helps young people gain skills, opportunities in order to grow in today's job market.
On a daily, my work cuts across design, photography, videography, animation, you name it, and it all ties to one goal: shaping how people feel and experience SFAN. I've had the opportunity to refresh SFAN's identity, represented the brand at high-profile events, and also capture inspiring moments. Of course, it hasn't been all smooth. There are moments that I feel frustrated, moments that I had to give excuses, but one thing, my boss doesn't take excuses. Always, I need to get the work done. And those moments have shaped me. I've built upon my resilience level, my discipline level, also personally and professionally.
Seeing our work directly impact lives across Africa has been deeply fulfilling.
as we prepare towards the Global Student Entrepreneurship Week for this year, the second Guinness World Record attempt, for me, it's not about the record. It's about the experience. I mean, inspiring young Africans to do big things, things that feel impossible, things that, breaking the limit, right? For all these 12 years, that's what we've been doing. Talk of our platform that has helped young Africans to launch their careers ready for work, and also our inspiring and strategic events partnership.
12 years in, SFAN's mission feels more alive than ever, and I'm proud to be part of that story.
SFAN continues to prove that with vision, with ambition, and with the right skill, young people can change the world. And that's what we're doing. Here's to 12 years of impact, 12 years of growth, and 12 years of doing big things.
So my name is Kedam Kokufiajo. I'm a tech entrepreneur. I'm happy to be here on this platform, being on the platform with Tom-Chris, a person I've known for a very long time, doing amazing work with SFAN, with Ready for Work. I mean, readying young people, for work, entrepreneurship. I've known him for a very long time, so I know that he's very passionate about the topic. And I like the fact that this is tied towards that cause of, helping about 100 people get education, get, upskilling opportunities with his platform. So I support his platform. I encourage anybody else who's out there to support the platform as well. And I'll say congrats to him. I know we've won it already. He's waiting for the party. So congrats, Tom.
I have been watching Tom-Chris conquer this Guinness World Record from the beginning. The energy has been there. The interviews have been so extremely engaging and powerful. It's been a breath of information. So much has been covered. And there was a time where I was like, is he gonna make it? I don't know what's happening over there. And he said, I'm alive, I'm awake. Impressive. Would you say, can you repeat that question one more time? And it was beautiful just to see the rallying of people behind him, trying to encourage him to just keep it going. And then it felt like someone's called it a divine encounter. And I think they were right. Because I was like, is this the same person? Total shift in the energy and the eyes. And he was just there and awake. And it was so inspiring to see that happen. And so I wasn't sure if my interview would happen. I wasn't sure if I would be here today. And I am. And I'm grateful. I am in awe.
Hi, Chris.
Sorry for keeping you.
No, it's okay. It's fine.
All right.
I must say you're doing extremely amazing.
Thanks.
That's super.
All right. Okay, so let's kick off the conversation. I'm going to ask you to share your previously assigned session with Victory. Victory had some transport hiccup. So if it wouldn't be a problem.
Well, that's great. That's fine.
Okay. Wonderful. All right, let's start with introductions. Before we zoom into the topic fully, please introduce yourself to our global audience and help them understand what they need to know about yourself and your work before getting into the topic. Yeah.
I am Treasure Igbe, and I am based in Ireland, but I'm a Nigerian. I'm a pastor, and I'm privileged to be the president of Life Givers International, the ministry that I pastor over. I am also quality risk and mental health act administrator for Bloomfield Hospital. And I also have some individual personal businesses that I also co-found with some people. I have special interest in working with people that have addiction challenges, working with people that are having rough marriages, as well as trying ministry the unconventional way. Yeah. So, and that has actually been my niche.
Wow.
So, and yeah.
That's amazing. How long have you been on this journey? I remember the last time we met each other, you were still in Nigeria.
Yes. Okay, for the ministry, it actually started 2020, 2019, 2020, precisely. And but before then, we've been having workforce training before we really picked off. We've been having coaching and workforce training behind the scene. And I pastored the church in Nigeria for about 2 years. By 2022, I went to Ireland, and I've been shuttling Ireland and Nigeria. I came into Nigeria on Saturday because we have Peacefulness Conference here that started on Friday. So I came into Nigeria and we'll finish with that. We're also going to have another one, Table for Two, which is actually for couples. And as soon as that is finished, I should also go back to Dublin. So I've been shuttling Ireland and Nigeria precisely because of these two works. But, due to the privilege to work with some great minds, they made it easy for me. And we also have a system in place that makes it easy for me to really pastor from afar.
Wow. That's interesting. Congrats.
Thank you very much.
All right. So what about addiction and business that, gives you excitement to work with people in that space where they are facing challenges?
Okay. Addiction is, it depends. Maybe most of my points will be Bible days. Like I mentioned before, I'm a pastor, and it may be, my point may be more of biblical than secular. Those facing addiction challenge, I really see them as those that sincerely needs help. We are in a world where it's very easy to condemn people until maybe you find yourself in their shoes. I have battled and conquered a kind of addiction. And, while I was battling it, I know that some people think I'm not taking life serious. I'm not serious with my life. I don't want to change. But they don't know that I desire that change more than they do for myself.
That's right.
But addiction brings you to a point where you become powerless. The scripture talked about this man that, he was cutting himself with stone. He was crying, yet he was still cutting himself with stone. It was hurting him, but he couldn't stop. So that is what addiction does to you. You don't like what you're doing. I have a lot of friends that I work with. I call them my friends. Some of them, maybe they are into drugs. They don't like what they are doing. They are selling off their property. They are going bankrupt. They really don't like it, but they can't help it. And if maybe you don't understand that, you think that these guys are junkies and they don't really want to take their life serious, and you find yourself in that position, you find out these people are really helpless and they need every help that they can get. Addiction, I think addiction starts with exposure. And that is why I always preach, limit your exposure. The hardest one to do is the first one. The subsequent ones are easier. The very first step is the hardest one. So it's better you don't do it at all.
What is, yeah?
There are some things that may not really be an issue with you because you're not exposed to it. It won't be a temptation to you because you've not had the exposure to that. It can be a temptation to another person. But for example, I'm still using drugs as an example. You might not even know how it looks like. You may not know the difference between drugs and maybe other items because you're not exposed to it. So exposure is the entry point of addiction. And I always encourage, especially teenagers, don't be so curious that you want to try out a lot of new things. You might get trapped in them, and that is actually the addiction. The stronghold is.
Interesting. Okay. Marriage.
Marriage. Marriage, I personally became interested in marriage because unfortunately in our world, marriage is made to look as if it's a death trap. And in our ministry, we have 2 seasons exclusive for marriage. We target table for 2. We have it March and November just for couple. And we discuss the real things that people face in marriages. Marriage actually can destroy people's life. It can also make people's life. If the only thing someone was able to get is to marry right or to create a right marriage, even while married, the person will have a fair, good life. I believe so.
This generation.
This is why. You say?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So And this is why, as regards marriage, I think it should be given attention. It may not look spiritual, it may not look economical, but it is really, it plays a lot of role in the society, because marriage leads to parenting, and parenting determines the kind of people in the society. And, I'll go back to the scripture, because that I believe the Bible is a complete book that teaches all wisdom, both business, life, and anything. The scripture has given us the ultimate formula for marriage, regardless of who you marry. Some will say they made the mistake, they married the wrong person. He gave us the ultimate formula that can correct whatever that is wrong in marriage. And it is very, very simple. It is two-way submission. The man submitting in a way called love, and the woman submitting in a way called respect, but it's a two-way submission. And, the major question that is yet unanswered, or that has multiple answers, is the question about divorce. What is God's view about divorce? What is the right thing to do about divorce? Divorce is not a sin, but maybe it's not the best. It's not the best for married couple. Nobody actually go into a business to fail, the same way nobody actually go into marriage just to get divorced the next moment. So why do people really divorce? Because of what is done in marriage, not just because of that. According to the scripture, Jesus said, it is because of the hardness of people's heart. Hardness of people's hearts. If you ask people what some of the people that are divorced, if you ask them what broke their marriages, you find out that the story they share is not common, is not peculiar to them. It is, you can still see some other marriages that survive the same story. But the hardness of their hearts is a two-way thing. Their hearts can be hidden, that they don't want to change. Spouse have refused to change, or their hearts can to forgive. And these are the two things that actually leads to divorce. When a spouse is resistant to change, adamant to change, and when a spouse cannot forgive, wouldn't let go what happened. So it is all about heart issues. And one of the things I try to say to people in marriage is there is an ultimate rule, which is do unto others, including your spouse, what you want them to do to you. So regarding marriage, we've done this table for two for about 3 years now. And each event, we have couple book in for their tables. Actually, the booking is free, but they have to book in for their tables, register, so that we will know how many people we're expecting. And when we come, we don't really quote words. We say it the way it is, and practical issues, what happen in marriages. And it always yield healing, refreshing moment. People learn from each other's method or mistakes, and couple unites, they go back healed, because it's really not the problem. It is how the problem is managed, the damage control system, that determines if marriage will last or not, because offenses will come. So I think that's that.
Yeah, very interesting. Okay. Ministry and business.
I can't really hear you. think you're mute.
Yeah, I was saying now we go to ministry and business.
Okay, ministry. Yeah, when I felt I have God's call on my life, one of my biggest fears is that I really don't want to do it. I've served some pastors and I've stayed closer to some pastors. And first of all, I'll make it clear that I'm a Christian. I think I mentioned that I'm a pastor, but let me say I'm a Christian. So as such, this discussion is already faith-based. So some pastors, in the bid to succeed ministry-wise, sometimes lose their faith. And it gave me concern. In the bid to get the work going, sponsor the work, grow the membership, they began to do some things that they wouldn't have done before they became pastors. And I was like, this is not actually the way God wants it. So I began to try some things new. It's not very popular, and as such, it's not yielding a popular result. I was interested in finding the best way to do this ministry without really bending rules or suffering what many people suffered. I found out that one of the challenges to ministry is venue. When I was in Oka as a student, we were doing some small campus fellowship, and venue kept on destabilizing us. After the growth, the landlord will tell us, "Please, can you leave?" And what I'm saying is that people to any business. Can you leave? And 2 years, some people can't follow you to the new venue because they are constrained maybe by transport or something. We kind of say, okay, now the issue of venue should be addressed. We began to think about getting a property and consolidating there, as well as doing ministry online. That you mustn't have to have a physical location, as much as we do have. But I encourage ministers not to let venue, physical location, limit them. And, artificial pressures that ministers put on themselves. Why I call it artificial pressure is because these are things that they can really do without and still get the desired result. Some people, because they are pastors, they don't take other businesses, they don't try to push career, they don't even try to travel. They think that means walking out of God's calling. I lived under that assumption until I carefully searched the scriptures, and as well, became practical with reality. I found out that it's really not true. It doesn't really mean walking out of God's calling. And church actually is really not even supposed to be a place to go to. It's supposed to be saints carrying God. So the location is just a training ground where we sharpen each other. And as such, I shouldn't come and become a liability to those I pastor, making me preach things I don't want to preach because I want them to maybe sort my housing, sort my wardrobe, or, children's school fees or standard of living. Whereas God has given me ideas, skills, and maybe resources that I can actually multiply. So I began to talk to contemporary, especially people of my generation, that what worked for our fathers might have changed now. during our fathers, when people actually do nothing but, they said they are pastors and they are ministers. Now, the work God has given to us may not really be that time consuming. You can still be very impactful while you do other things. And I cited example to some of our fathers of faith who are doing very well globally and still doing very well in business. But because they are known as ministers, we may not know that there are other things that they do, which is business, that sponsors the ministry. And that is why they can preach boldly and even help those that they are pastoring. They are not really trying to manipulate. So ministry-wise, I hold that view, and it's been helping me for a while.
I'm just wondering whether somebody will be thinking, this guy, he's been captured by the love of money and he's trying to rationalize it with some scriptures. What do you say to such a thought?
Okay. That's beautiful. I think you should be the other way around, because if I'm captured by the love of money, Paul said, let him that steal no more. Rather, let him work with his hands, that which is good. And Paul is a good role model there. And what is it that I should have been doing as a pastor if I'm not working that I'm not doing? That is the big question. I am still pastoring to the grassroots. I still follow up. I still read reports. I still do trainings. So I found out that I would not say laziness, but I would say it is tradition, because there is no. Let me use our big man of God, Pastor Chris Bishop Oyedepo, Pastor Adeboye. This commission are doing businesses at their big levels. There is landmark private jet rentals going on. These things are good businesses, honest businesses that can sponsor missions, that can make them not to become a burden on the members, that whomever that wants to even give to the work, we have to give liberally. I know that, at maybe my level, if I am very myopic, I wouldn't see that as business. So at my level, there is still something I can do that can give me good money. It's not love of money. Now I am enabled to help more, to sponsor the work, to sponsor the people, to do more charity. And, Jesus said, you cannot serve God and mammon. So the biggest challenge in ministry, to be honest, is mammon. And that mammon is what makes people to profile. They will lie. Is what makes people to center their message on, whatever happens, they will have to drag their message to, you have to give me to take my anointing, all those stuff, because of love of money. Love of money is what makes people, they can't really correct. They can't really rebuke, because this guy is the lifeline of the ministry. I beg, leave him to be like that. That is love of money. But when you don't have that love of money, Paul said something. He told his people that I have been with you and I have not been a burden. If Paul was not, stocked wealth-wise, all his trip, he would have been burdensome to his members. He said, I have not been a burden to you. In fact, sometimes I even give to you as a church. And, I had to ask myself, what kind of minister do you want to be? You want to be a minister that the church will have to contribute to pay the child's school fees, contribute to get a car for, when, contribute to build a house or buy or pay house rent? Is that the kind of minister you want to be? Or do you want to be at the table giving to them instead of receiving? And I decided, I chose where I want to be. So, and I think every minister as well, without really falling short in your service ministerially, you can actually fulfill life. You can fulfill life, you can explore life while you are pastoring good and giving time to the ministry.
Interesting. Okay, as we transition to victory, is there any thoughts you think people need to grasp about these 4 separate units of your topic: addiction, marriage, ministry, and business, as a capstone to help them?
Okay. Like I said something, and I want to just say that again about addiction, that we should be more accommodating to those battling with addiction. They are not enjoying it as we presume. Those guys battling with sexual addiction, drug, and whatever it is, they are not really, they are more frustrated than you think. That is why some of them, at the point, they think about taking their life, because they felt, I am helpless and the world don't really understand that I don't like what I'm doing. So, and as regards ministry, I want to tell us that, especially people of my generation, that some of the things that worked for the past generation may not work for us. The rod of Moses may not be useful to Joshua. It is important we know that, because sometimes we copy our fathers that we don't even know when time and seasons has changed. Bishop Oyedepo said that every son is an improvement of the father. So right. Our fathers of faith who have gone ahead of us, we are supposed to stand on their shoulders and improve on what they have already done. Okay. And I want to leave it at that. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Treasurer. And thank you for joining. Right. Thank you for joining this marathon. And I hope you get to tune in again to follow the sequence as we evolve.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You did so well.
Thank you so much. So now we come back to Accra, Ghana, and we have Victory, who is a time management expert in the house. Time management expert, you came late.
Waiting for you to say that.
Yes. You know, I was going to say it.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to say that.
Okay. All right. I know it wasn't your fault. So please introduce yourself to the audience.
Okay. So my name is Victory Chinidum, and I'm a time mastery coach. Actually, we mistake it for time management. I'm a time mastery coach, and I've also had the privilege of being the executive director for the CAST Academy, where we coordinate coaching programs, regards to time mastery and all. And yeah, that's basically what I do. And the goal for me is to get to the point where we have time mastery coaching and trainings incorporated in the educational curriculum as much as we can. So every single step we are taking, or I am taking, is towards that particular goal. And so far the journey has been amazing. We've had numerous cohorts organized with regards to the coaching program. We've had the Maiden Time Mastery Conference that was in July. And yes, basically that's all about the coaching program. And then we're also trying to evolve and push forward more research with regards to time mastery, temporal intelligence. So at the academy, we do not just coach, we also do lots of research, and we work with lots of researchers across the globe to further this particular field. So I can see.
Okay, wonderful. So what's the difference
between time management and time mastery?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so first of all, I don't want us to think that time management is maybe is lower. Let me use the word lower. I don't want us to start off with that, thinking that time management is of a lower status than time mastery. It's just like working in a hospital. where there's a doctor, there's a pharmacist, and there is a lab technician. We do not see this is more important than the other. They are all working together for a common good. So basically, time management and time mastery, the only difference is that time mastery is more about the brain work that comes with how to use your time. Usually I explain this using the concept of, when you're asked your age, for instance, it could be like, I'm 50 years. 50 years is indicating the amount of time you've spent on earth. And you could even break that down. Mathematicians could break down the 50 years to months, to weeks, down to seconds. So it means that life is all about how we use our time. And so with regards to time mastery, it's about, first of all, understanding this principle and being able to relate time with your life and how you manage your time synchronous to how you manage your life. And so having that first, intentionality about yourself, putting in the brain work and being conscious about your mindsets, your motivation level, your methods, then that channels you more towards time mastery. On the other hand, time management is more about principles on how to use time. So for instance, you hear of the Pareto's principle, 80-20, you hear of the Eisenhower matrix. These particular principles are just trying to tell you what to do per time. It's more of like reactive. It's reactive. But time mastery is more of long-term and more, proactive. So these are the few basic differences.
Are those your concepts or they are things you found out?
So this is a question I get a lot. People think I sat in my room and cooked the term time mastery, but actually that's not the case.
Okay.
Yeah. So the thing about time mastery is that it's been in system. Scientifically, we call it temporal intelligence. Time mastery is the behavior that comes as a result of something that goes on in the brain. That is called temporal intelligence. Just like being a student, you have to have a level of cognitive intelligence to be able to pass your exams. So in this case, passing exams is the behavior. Cognitive intelligence, what happens in the brain. So with regards to time mastery, temporal intelligence, we have so many research that has been done on it. But the issue is that it was archived it has been archived for a very long time. Even one of the most recent research that was done on temporal intelligence was in the 1999. And so it's more about going back to those periods and trying to read through what our ancestors put together and trying to put meaning to it in our current world as it is now. And at that time, it was very difficult for them to differentiate between time mastery and time management. But when you do the literature reviews, the meta-analysis, and you put these things together, it starts making lots of sense. And we get to see how important it can be in our future and even for us today, basically. So I didn't cook the term. No, I just did extra reading.
Okay.
Yeah.
The difference between time mastery and time management.
Yeah.
So I think this is vital for me because I'm doing a project that requires that I master and manage every second of this 4.5 days.
Yeah.
So what do you usually tell your audiences about these differences and similarities and concepts?
Okay. So I think I usually say and I usually tell them that the first thing is, the first thing about living is that what motivates us to get up from our beds each day and start the day is because there is something we want to achieve. So it means that life is all about, finding meaning by achieving our goals. So what I usually say is that time mastery is important to be able to achieve your goals, basically. It's the first basic thing you must know. And just like I said, time management is the basis for time mastery because let's take an example. You have a goal you want to achieve. To be able to achieve that goal, it means there has to be daily actionable steps you have to put in to achieve the goal. So speaking about this particular event, I'm sure it didn't just happen in a day. It took a lot of period, even starting from last year. There was something you were doing continuously daily that led to what we see today. So it means that at that point...
Daily, let me think. Sleeping.
That's one of them.
Eating.
That's one of them. Because without those, you have energy.
Let me see. What again?
The planning.
Planning for this event, not daily. I wasn't planning for this daily since last year. Yeah, I guess sleeping and eating.
Yeah, that's part of the planning, because
Okay.
without sleeping and eating, you won't have the energy to even be here. So even though you don't have to be so conscious about it, I'm sleeping today because I want to do this event in October next year, but you were unconsciously building the blocks to get to this point.
Yeah.
So that's one way you have to look at it as well. And so I think I was speaking about the fact that your ability to stay motivated to continue these daily actions, these daily actionable steps, is very important to be able to achieve your goals. And that is where time mastery comes in. And I was going to give an example. For instance, even though you're not planning every single day, you got to a point where you need to, sit down and put some things together, I believe. And that involved you making a decision prior to that.
Yeah.
So to give an example, you probably, one time you decided to do something and then you sat down to do it. You've planned, you've applied time management, you've applied Eisenhower matrix to know your priorities, you've applied the Pareto's principle to know what to involve yourself more in.
I like to get behind some of the big words. What is the priorities principles?
Okay, so I think that's more of time management, but
did I get the word?
Pareto,
okay.
Pareto.
Okay.
Pareto's principle, also called the 80-20 principle. Yeah. And the Eisenhower matrix. The 80-20 principle is all about.
And the what matrix?
The Eisenhower.
Eisenhower.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eisenhower.
Okay.
So you applied all this to know what to put your priorities in.
For the sake of clarity, what did they say?
Yeah, I'm about to explain them. So you probably applied all these principles to identify your priorities, what to do first. So talk about the Pareto's principle, for instance. It tells you that you should be able to identify the things you should do in a day that contributes to 80% of, what you want for yourself.
Okay, so let's see. 80% of 20% that constitute 80% success for this event in terms of, okay, I would say the venue is already here. So probably the gadgets.
Okay.
The gadgets, the human establishment, the digital technical speakers, the website, what else? Those guys, they're looking at me. Yeah. Okay, they form part of the human establishment.
Yeah.
What else? Oh, no. We start from Guinness World Record themselves.
Yeah.
The approval.
Yeah.
The registration.
Yeah.
Okay. First we get their registration approval. Then we get the gadgets, the technical. Then we get the speakers. Then we get the human assets. What else? Oh, then we get me being healthy. So eating healthy. Maybe I should also, me eating healthy should form part of the human establishment, because every other person, if one person falls sick, then it would have been short of. Okay, yeah, got it.
Yeah, so we now have this, then we schedule everything, we do the planning, right? That is us managing time to make this work. That's time management bits, that's the business.
Okay.
But however, your ability to be able to, sit right now, listen to me, and the human establishment, they are like on their toes. It goes beyond time management. Something has happened in the mind.
Right.
And then you also factoring, your breaks, your sleep.
Yeah.
That is you attempting to maximize your mind so that it tallies with what you've managed your time for. So that is what we call time mastery. So time management is just focusing on the do's, the plans, the scheduling.
Okay. Then the mastery is
the mastery comes in
the delivery.
Exactly. The moment you're trying to put your mind to it.
Yeah. So like inconsistencies between maybe speaker running late and when they are supposed to appear. Somebody dropping off due to another schedule.
Exactly. Your ability to handle your emotions at the peak of that moment.
Right.
Just to be able to stick to what you've managed your time for. Then we say time mastery has come in.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Like scheduling 1 hour rest and then realizing that things have shifted, then you need to borrow another 1 hour to join. Okay.
So
impressive.
To make it easy and simple, I usually say time mastery is equal to.
So let's use another case study. A person preparing for exam.
My favorite.
Okay.
So a person preparing for exam, for instance, it means you tell yourself, okay, you're preparing for exam because you want to definitely pass the exam, right? So that's the goal. Set the goal first. So what's the daily actionable steps you can take towards this? You know that preparing for that exam.
So first, getting reading materials.
Yes.
Then scheduling reading sessions.
Yes.
And then
maybe group studies.
Group studies.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, part of reading sessions. And then venue management. And then what else? What else?
I think that's basically all for now.
That's it.
But yeah, so that's perfect. So now, based on what you've listed out, it means that you have to come in to think of scheduling, you know, when you should schedule your session.
By the way, materials. Did we say materials? Like technology, if they need to monitor their blood flow, if the person has any pre-existing condition.
I'm yet to see a student who's preparing for an exam and has a wristwatch.
Okay. So I'm going
so
to
let's be a bit more realistic.
Okay.
Yeah, let's be a bit more realistic. So you have all that planned out. You've listed everything out. You're trying to use your time to a particular extent. Now you realize that you've done everything. You've planned your study session, and it's time for the study session, and you're sitting to study. But looking at the book or looking at whatever you're reading, it's either your mind is zoning out, or you feel too tired to study.
Reading comprehension strategy.
Exactly. Or uncertainties. For instance, you start getting calls from home that maybe you need to attend to. You realize that time management didn't save you at that point, because you managed the time, you planned and everything. It's just time to do the thing, but something else is coming into play, your mind. And in this case, you need to know how to manage your interruptions, how to handle that call that you didn't expect. Your mind is zoning out. How do I call my mind back? You know, you feel tired. Okay, what should I have done prior to this so I don't feel tired now? So sleeping comes in, eating, and every other thing that has to do with well-being. So you see that at this moment, it's not just about time management. You have to bring in a bit of mind management, energy management, and even a bit of motivation to be able to achieve that particular task. And so that is where time mastery comes in. How then do I, incorporate energy management, mind management to the time management I think I have already to get what I want? Because time management is not just enough.
Impressive.
Yeah.
So for people who think this is time management, what is this? It's obsolete. Everybody should know it by now. Why is it still relevant in 2025 and going forward?
Time management.
Because it seems everything you've been doing since I know you has been around this topic.
Yes.
Why are you anchoring your career or your ID on this subject?
Yeah, so I think I always say that this is the craziest decision I've ever made, because when I started out on this journey and I tried speaking to people, they kept saying, Victory, this thing won't work. In Africa, people don't care about this. If you want to do this, then go abroad, that kind of thing. And so it was, and I agree with them too, because this is something we do not really care much about. It's not something that, especially here in Africa, we are really, interested in. But I would say that one thing that has kept me going, or one that keeps anchoring, is because day by day, I see the amazing opportunities that this could bring. Imagine that particular student who is studying, but still doesn't know why he or she is not able to perform in the examination day. Imagine him or her coming across to this particular concept. That's a lifesaver. You just see the student. And I think day by day, I keep my faith in this particular thing keeps growing, because I see testimonials.
It has gotten to faith angle.
Yeah, faith. Yeah, that's the point.
Wow.
And that's going to faith, because
is that serious?
It's that serious. It's that serious.
So is this what you want to be known for?
Yeah, this is what I want to be known for. So all my efforts, like I said, I'm putting into this, making this work, making this. So, like I said, the main motivation for me is not the money now, because, like I said, it's not something people are very much interested in.
But will it pay?
I think when people get to see the benefits, it could. So we need to get to that point first.
Okay, what are your signposts?
Signposts.
I know I'm getting towards my destination if. What are those?
Okay. So I know I'm getting towards my destination if I get to that point where I see that in educational curriculums in schools, principals, headmistresses, and everybody that's in charge of academics have got to the point where they've agreed to incorporate time mastery coaching to what they deliver to the students alongside the academic curriculum. That is where I know that I've gotten there and I've reached there. So that is my signpost, basically.
Okay, but then what would you see on the road to change course?
So I think that's where lots of research has to come in.
Okay.
We have to do lots of coaching programs and then demonstrate to people that the students that are taking this are having the 3 basic objectives that we are targeting. And so when we're able to establish that published article, so even next year, 2026, we are having a tour at Tamale where we're going to numerous high schools to take them through this particular thing. It's something we are working on and it's going to work. So
who else does this?
Pardon?
Who else does what you do?
So far in Africa, I've not seen anyone.
In Africa?
Time mastery, I've not seen anyone.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 5, where do you need to be for time mastery to be able to feed you reliably?
So Tom-Chris, why are you so interested in the money aspect of it?
Yeah, because I care for you to be able to eat from your craft.
I have my dad. You pay all my bills.
No, I want you to be able to feed yourself from this thing that you seem to like it a lot.
Yeah, I do.
And I want it to be sustainable.
Yeah.
In this thing. So one of my strong suits is being able to help people gain clarity of purpose, clarity of direction, and convert their passion into something that could potentially bring them income.
Okay.
Or know when it's time for them to, find something that can objectively help them eat in the night while this one becomes. So if this is not the macro, then you need a macro that should be able to help you eat well, sleep well, while you do this as part of your service to humanity. So I just want to, as you serve the people who are listening to you, it seems you are very passionate about this. So I'm also giving you my service to you, helping you to create a checklist of, I know I'm fulfilling my objective in this, if this happens. And the only way for you to reliably say that you are getting to your closer destination is when somebody says, okay, Victory, we are going to be hiring you for XYZ number of period to consult for our institution on time mastery.
Yeah.
So that's my objective here now.
Yeah. So, but if you think about it, every macro thing you see today, they stay like me.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. But you've been on this for a while, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay.
About 2 years now. More than 2 years. And I think
in these 2 years, what has been the recurring theme that you see as a response from the people that you've engaged with?
All right. So I work with students. Students basically. And one thing we keep seeing is this increment in their results.
Okay.
Comparison. So
does that increment translate to you being able to buy a new ice cream cone when you leave that session?
For them?
For you, of course.
Of course. But for now, the Guys Academy is a non-profit organization. So it's not very much on a profit yet because it's something we are building gradually. So
if your business is not your product, then what is your product?
So, okay, speaking about the product, our product is a planner.
Okay.
So we have this proprietary planner where it's like I try to convert the principles to something that is practical.
How compelling is it for people to pay for that planner that ChatGPT or any other LLM cannot do?
So that is what makes us different.
Yes.
Every other planner is going to focus on time management principles alone. But for the time mastery planner, it's bringing in some brain hacks, things that makes you stimulate, your brain for a particular point. Like I explained,
Right.
time mastery is about brain work. So it's been incorporated to give that stimulating effect, and that's what separates our planner from. Yes, incorporated.
So meaning the canvas is your intellectual property.
Exactly. 100%.
So have you registered it?
So we are still in the process. So first of all, we tested the product this year. We tested it 2 months ago, and we were able to get the responses, did some updates, and we are launching the final upgrade in December. So we are working towards that.
All right, so let me help you.
All right.
Now, here is what I'll need you to do.
Okay.
It seems like time mastery coaching is not the product yet. Now, it could be what gives you access.
Okay.
Access to data, access to people, access to institutions, access to potential clients.
Yeah.
Now, your product, which I see, could be the planner. And the planner can only have utility value that is commensurate for exchange in terms of cash when there is clear differentiation between what you provide and what anybody else can objectively obtain from not meeting you.
Okay.
Okay? So people pay for value.
Yeah.
What does your planner do for them that they can't do otherwise? So that's where you come to sit down, establish it. If you have strong case studies of that utility and someone has been able to give you money for it, then you know you have a product. But regardless of how much of value it has created, if no one has given you, exchange money to you for using this material, then you still don't have a strong product that could sell the business, which is the plan, the time management.
Okay, during the testing period, we sold copies of the planner.
Okay, if you've sold, it doesn't matter how much you've sold. Even if it's only one that you sold. Yeah, that's a case study that somebody wants to pay for it.
Yeah.
The sufficient and compelling reason for a business is a paying customer.
Yeah.
So the satisfaction of market opportunity is when somebody has been able to pay for it. So now you want to think about how many people will pay for it for you to make a living from doing that. Okay? So you have product number one.
Yeah.
The question is, can this product pay your rent? Can this product buy your clothes? Can this product, give you peace of mind? If it can't objectively satisfy these demands that you want to place of it, then you need to develop more products, okay, more tools. And of course, remember intellectual property, data, and
the design. The design itself.
Design is what makes it appealing to people.
Yeah.
But what you're selling is intellectual property.
Yeah.
Or data. So those are what you're selling. Okay?
Yeah.
All
Very
right.
much
So
noted.
Victory, when next we meet,
Okay.
I want to see traction on this.
On the planner.
On the planner, on the
Okay.
time mastery engagement.
No problem.
And I want to see that you've been able to harmonize all of this into one comprehensive unit. Okay? So for example, if we're discussing this, you should have your planner here. And
I
then
do.
you have it.
Yeah.
Let me see. Can somebody get her back?
Okay.
By the way, before you show it, if you haven't registered it, then don't show us. Okay? We don't want somebody to copy it online or elsewhere.
You wouldn't show the inner pages.
Okay.
So that's fine. So this is my copy. I've been using this for some months now.
Okay. So is that heavy?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have different variants of it.
Okay.
The one we sold so far is for the 30
Okay.
days
Now,
for 120.
okay. Now I see why you talk about design. So design will come in when for this, high schoolers will not find a problem with it.
Yeah.
So target audience determines also the extent
The
to which
design.
you can upgrade it. Yeah, but this is a starting point. It's a starting point. It's a starting point. Okay. Get more tools. The more tools you have, the more revenue streams that I can expect from you.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
Very much understood.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Wrapping up, we're going to Kwame very soon. Kwame is already on, so final thoughts.
Done. So I think the final thoughts I would say to this is that set your goals and achieve them. Basically, identify the when it comes to time mastery, we have 3 main frameworks. Look out your mindsets, your motivation, and your methods. Identify which particular one you are deficient in and work on it. And of course, you'll be able to achieve your goal, even the most impossible ones. So that's what I would like to conclude with.
Okay. Well done.
Thank you.
I like your consistency and your passion for this thing, and I want it to make you happy. And I want you to be able to say, yes, this thing is paying me, this time mastery thing.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Cheers for now.
All right.
Okay, so we're going straight to Kwame. Hi, Kwame.
Hi, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you. Yourself?
Very good. I'm doing well, thank you. Good to connect with you again.
Likewise, yeah. The last time I couldn't ask you all the questions I wanted because I saw that you have a lot to offer our audience. So I was always looking forward to the time that I'll get to interview you again. So thanks for jumping onto this one.
Welcome. You're welcome anytime.
Wonderful.
Very good. So
where are you now?
I'm in London, actually. I'm in London at the moment.
Wonderful.
I just left Ghana, but I'll be back soon.
Excellent. Okay. Yes. So sliding into the topic, driving Africa's clean energy transition. For individuals that might not have had time to explore your profile and your work online, what do they need to know about Kwame for an easy assimilation of the wonderful thoughts that you'll be sharing with us today?
Sure. I'll just briefly introduce myself. So Kwame Ben-Quinn, I've been in aviation for about 20 years now. That's my background. This is what I studied. I worked with Airbus, which is one of the largest aircraft manufacturers, for about 12 years. So that was between UK, I lived in France for 7 years, and then a couple of years in Dubai, and then Ghana, of course. And then I worked with GE, the aircraft leasing division of GE, for about 4 years. And then around the pandemic, I was in Ghana around the pandemic, sustainability, particularly in aviation, began to be a very big topic in the sector. Obviously, aircraft stopped operating and people started to see the impact on the clean air and the environment. But it's basically down to the whole industrialization coming to a pause. And then, of course, there was a lot of pressure on the sector. And in aviation, the industry body made a commitment to be net zero in carbon emissions by 2050. Now, ultimately, it's a very huge undertaking because unlike vehicles or cars or even ships, you can't easily electrify aircraft because you need that energy density to carry the 100, 200, 300 tons of weight into the air. So basically you need liquid hydrocarbons. That's really the only solution for aviation. But what I started working on is how to produce these liquid fuels in a sustainable manner. So basically moving away from the linear pattern of extracting fossil fuels or crude from the earth, combusting it and then burning it and releasing CO2 in the atmosphere. We started looking at means by which you could produce fuels from the CO2 that is already in the atmosphere. And that's what we mean by circular fuels. So I started working in that around 2021. I joined a company in the UK that was actually founded by Formula One executives. So I spent a lot of time working on that, Formula One concept of future fuels, not just for Formula One cars, but also for aviation, trains, ships, and the rest. And having seen the opportunity in Africa and the fact that, unfortunately, it feels to be like a region that is slowly becoming left behind in this sector that is going to be a huge multi-trillion-dollar sector, I decided early this year with my co-founder to launch AfriSurf, which is all about leveraging feedstock for the production of clean energy and sustainable projects. So maybe I'll stop there. That's a brief, introduction to myself, and then we can carry on the discussion from there.
Wonderful. You seem to travel a lot to spread this message. How has the reception been like?
Yeah, despite the, many people talk about the regime change and the Trump administration in the US having put a damper on sustainability, energy transition, and these kind of topics, there's a huge interest, globally speaking. I mean, China are going 100 miles an hour when it comes to electrification, clean energy, solar panels, wind farms, and clean fuels. The Middle East launched a strategy to hit the net zero by 2050 and shift from extraction of raw petrochemicals to the production of fuels using sustainable matters. And, all across the world, we're seeing this shift. Major sectors from shipping to mining, of course, aviation, have all committed to this target, which is, a very ambitious target. So, as I travel across the world, and, recently I've been to places as far as Australia that have invested billions into this sector, into companies that are looking to launch novel technologies that can produce clean energy in that space. Similarly, in the UAE, similarly in Japan. Japan has been very focused in this space, particularly since they see the opportunity in Africa as well. They're looking to partner African countries in this drive to decarbonization as well. Latin America have always been big, particularly Chile in the western part of Latin America. And you know what, in the US, states like Texas are huge producers of clean energy. Places like California is huge when it comes to clean fuels. And Canada, with their with the dams they have, actually, the hydro dams, where they're basically producing a surplus amount of electricity, so much that they don't actually know what to do with it. So basically, projects are looking to be set up in Canada to actually produce a liquid fuel from electricity, which is actually something that's possible.
Impressive.
So, I mean, all across the world, there's so many different projects. But again, in multitude.
Hello?
Yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, that's impressive. So from the reception that you get from these ministrations, so to say, what do you see that is grossly misunderstood about this subject? You did intimate or hint on the discussions around Trump's administration's moves to transition to different forms of energy, and not necessarily the centralization from the previous administration. So what do you see that is missing in this conversation that people need to understand?
Oh, no, that's a good question. I think firstly, what I would say is that technology is moving very fast, so technological change is happening at a drastic rate. And many times people don't see it. I mean, I'm an engineer by background. And when I look at what has happened in the space of engineering even when it comes to aircraft engineering in the past 20, 30 years, the fact that, aircraft are 70, 80, 90% more efficient than they were 20, 30 years ago, more safer, faster, they carry more passengers, is a sign that, in almost every sector, there's a shift happening.
Right.
When it came to solar panels, solar panels about 20, 30 years before they were popularized, actually people thought that solar panels would never be efficient. They would never be, in terms of the kilowatt hours that they produce based on the square meterage of the solar panel. Actually, solar technology, when it comes to comparing gas-powered electricity versus solar-powered electricity, about 20, 30 years ago, solar panels were 40 times more expensive to produce the equivalent amount of energy as it would be for gas, 40 times. But today, solar panels are probably the most efficient way to produce electricity. Just 10, 15 years ago, wind power was 11 times more expensive than fossil fuel-powered electricity, 11 times. But today, wind power is cheaper than fossil technology. So basically, if any country, entity, whatever, wanted to develop more energy infrastructure, and they were just looking at the money, the commercials, it would be much more efficient to go to renewable energy sources than it would be to go to fossil sources. And that's in part because there's been a lot of regulation support, regulatory support, government support, investments, and scale. Ultimately, as things scale with time, the cost comes down. That's what they call Moore's law or White's law, when it comes to computers or computer chips. As things scale with time, the cost comes down. So this new fuel that we're talking about, when it comes to biofuels or even ethanol or methanol or kerosene fuels for jet propulsion or gasoline, all of them can be produced from raw materials. And when I say raw materials, I'm talking about waste products, things that we see as waste today. So agricultural residue is a large form of feedstock that can produce energy today. At the moment, producing energy or petroleum from agricultural residue is about 3 times more expensive than producing it from fossil sources. But with time and with scale, this cost is drastically coming down. So basically, the message that I send to people is the residue that we throw away, the residue that our farms either after harvest or discard or just leave to decay, all carry a lot of value. And ultimately, what we are trying to do in our company is to aggregate and manage the logistics and put all this feedstock in a form whereby you can start producing clean energy. And for me, this is the biggest opportunity that Africa has. I mean, it's the largest population, 1.4 billion people. It's going to almost double in the next 25 years. It's the second largest landmass. When it comes to the amount of arable land available, or arable land not even being used, we have like 60% of the world's uncultivated land. So all of this speaks potential for energy. So, the future energy producers are not going to be those who can extract from one location, but it's going to be those who can aggregate from multiple locations and process into a given product at a specific location. Hope that answers it. Hope that's clear.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely it is. So with all these prospects that you've seen and the reception from the rooms that you've been in, why is it that there seems to still be some hesitancy in this agenda to transition fully to clean energy forms?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't get the question. Can you say that again? I think it cut briefly.
Yeah, the expression of your thoughts seems to suggest tremendous prospects of us transitioning as African continent, transitioning to better forms of energy. But for the most part, there hasn't been that widespread anticipation or adoption of these practices. So what do you think is the reason why some countries are not eagerly, building the systems and infrastructure to make it happen?
That's a good question. It's a good question. And, fundamentally it's down to cost. Cost and also the risk appetite.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, when it comes to major infrastructural projects, Africa is deemed to be or perceived to be high risk. So basically, when it comes to new technologies that are not at a high level of maturity, very rarely do these project developers go to Africa to actually test these programs. So basically, when it comes to clean energy or clean fuels from the agricultural production or ethanol, for example, sugarcane is a fantastic source of energy that can produce fuel. But where is the first commercial size sugarcane ethanol plant being produced today? It's been produced in Atlanta in US. Why is that? Because obviously in the US, cost of capital is good, access to expertise, close to Texas is good. They can access the right people. It's close to a farming community. They can access the ethanol they need. So ultimately, this project is going to de-risk the project for future plants. But what project developers and technology companies don't want to do is to start in a region where there's a perceived high risk, and I say perceived because obviously we know it's a perception.
Right.
But there's a perceived high risk, which means that the cost of the end product is going to be escalated. It's going to be very high. So this is one of the reasons why we don't hear of many projects at the moment happening in the continent, because it is relatively speaking, it's a very new sector. But for me and, what we're trying to do as Africa is to ensure that Africa isn't left behind, and that we could not only leapfrog, but we could, adopt this technology and be innovators who will make sure that we push it to the next frontier. That's what we're trying to do.
Talk more about that. AfriSAF, I've seen some of the posts that you've made. So what makes you uniquely qualified to be the driver of this movement?
Okay. Actually, I don't know if it's possible for me to share a couple of slides. Would that work?
Let's see.
If I want to share some slides?
Yeah, it should work.
Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Not yet, but you should be able to share your screen with us now.
Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can share my screen. I think it will be good just to share, just so that it's a bit more relatable, because I know it's a sector that many people wouldn't quite understand. So hopefully that's clear. Can you see that?
Correct. Yes.
Fantastic. Okay. I'm not going to go through all of this, but some of the things we say in AfriSAF. And firstly, this is a good example from Ghana. First of all, Ghana has for decades been an exporter of cocoa, the raw cocoa. This is something we've been exporting for decades. We've mastered it, but unfortunately, it leaves our shores at around $2,600 a ton, but comes back in the form of chocolate for $25,000, 10 times the cost. Yeah. So, there's a lot of value that we as Ghanaians and Africans are leaving on the table. I think this is something everyone knows. We all know this.
Yeah.
With gold as well. Ghana is now the largest producer of gold in Africa, right? But unfortunately, it leaves our shores and comes back in the form of jewelry, often at around 25 times the value. Yeah, so this is how much value we are leaving at the table. A similar commodity, actually more common in East Africa, coffee. Coffee produces about $3 a kilo, but it returns in these lattes and these capsules at 100 times the value. Yeah, this is the story of Africa, the resource challenge we have. I think we all know about it. And what we are trying to do when it comes to petrochemicals, when it comes to energy, is to make sure that this new technology that is able to take waste from agricultural residue, we're trying to make sure that when it comes back to Africa, in fact, we're even trying to make sure that it actually stays in Africa and that we actually produce the full value in the continent up until its end use. But basically, what we do today is going to shape the price that we pay in the next 10, 15 years when it is mandated that aircraft operating or vehicles operating have to use a sustainable fuel. So, you know, it's all about what can we do today. And unfortunately, when it comes to these plants, again, something I've been mentioning, there are no commercial plants in Africa at all. This is sustainable aviation fuel, but we can reflect this for commercial biofuel. We can reflect this for large scale, to some extent, biogas. There are no commercial plants, and this is something that needs to be addressed, okay? So ultimately what we are doing is we're converting waste, something we see as waste, to value. And let me just go on to the next slide, see if I can just go into a lot more detail. What happens to this, it's almost 500 million tons actually, we've rebased our figures. What happens to a lot of this feedstock in Africa is we just burn it off on the fields, we leave it on fields to decay, or we just discard it. But all of this product has value in energy. So what we are doing is we're building a feedstock management tool, which is like a platform that can enable anyone, a smallholder farmer, waste management producer, to list the type of residue that they're producing. And then basically on the other end, we have projects that can actually use that to convert it into clean energy. That in a nutshell is what we are trying to do.
Impressive.
And yeah, I guess your original question was what makes us stand out as people who can actually fulfill this. Well, I mean, you know, I'm also co-founder of GoForMe. GoForMe.com is one of the first crowd farming, commodity trading platforms in agriculture in Ghana. At the moment, we work with over 30,000 smallholder farmers in the country. So basically, I'm bringing the interest, the understanding, the passion that I've got in sectors like agriculture, that interest, the background I've got in aviation, and basically bringing the two together. And I mentioned my co-founder, Rabon, he's actually French originally, but he is invested in and operated the first clean energy projects in the country. On top of that, we've got a team of about 20 people at the moment. So our head of projects is ex-Shell. So he's a process engineer, chemist. He's actually supported and consulted for some of the leading sustainable fuel companies in the world, actually, many of them in Europe, but many in the world. And then we've got a team of developers, people who have spent decades with contractors like Petrovac, global giants that can set up plants all across the world, people who have a background in BP, people who have a background in major consulting firms like ERM, and then, of course, leaders in agriculture, because ultimately it's the feedstock that is going to drive this process. So what we've been doing the past year is bringing on board the right team members who have the skill set that understand how we can actually make this possible. So basically, that's what we're doing at the moment. Hope that answers the question.
Wonderful. What has success been like?
Success has been good. We have signed about 15 MOUs with major organizations, either in waste management, in petrochemicals, in energy, in oil, and we're looking to embark on a couple more very high-profile partnerships with, one of them is an oil and gas company, hopefully by December that will sign, and one of them is a major aircraft manufacturer as well. And then in Ghana, actually, we're looking to sign with major food processing companies as well. So all in all, building a consortium of the right members who can come together such that we can build a bankable project, and then engaging with the likes of the World Bank, IFC, GIZ, and others to support the project actually in its development format. So progress has been very good so far, I must say.
Awesome. Okay, so looking into the future, what's your vision for Africa, really? You know, with this kind of project, I suppose it introduces something that is not previously obtainable. So what's the vision here?
Right, that's a really good question. The ultimate vision is to see an Africa where the waste is not discarded, is not burnt, it's not just left to decay on the fields, which obviously has an impact on air quality, on CO2 effects, and releases biomethane and all these harmful toxins into the atmosphere. Is to see an Africa whereby we can valorize this to the maximum potential. Basically a zero waste philosophy. I know it's almost impossible to actually say zero waste. There are countries that are very close to that level. I mean, there's some countries in the West whereby you are not allowed to just discard of waste as you would just in any bin. It literally needs to be sorted to a very fine specification. Food waste, organic waste, cardboard waste, plastic waste, metal waste, battery waste, lithium waste. You know, there's so much sorting that can actually be done. And once you sort, you're able to valorize easily. You're able to create value. You're able to recycle. You're able to create clean energy from all of this production. So ultimately, an Africa whereby waste is seen as value is what I'm trying to create.
Okay, so let me read you this piece of news.
You know what? Just actually on that, something that came to mind. Actually, I want to add to that because
go for it.
You know, so I'm from the Eastern region. I'm from Eastern region in Ghana, from Ekwapim, the mountains, from Ekwapong, and my great grandmother died about just under 10 years ago. She was 105 years old when she passed away. 105, and she told me something that is stuck in my mind that almost drives me to this day in terms of what I do. She told me that when she was a child, back in those days, early 1900s, you know, colonialism, we know what was happening, and the British came in. She told me that her friends would literally pick up gold dust and gold nuggets, which back then, obviously, we know Ghana was the Gold Coast. And gold was available even, you know, in abundance. You could almost see it and pick it up on the ground. She told me that they used to play with this stuff as a child, you know, and, you know, as kids, they would play with this stuff. Obviously, the British came in, they bought their sugar and tea and clothes and textiles and all that kind of stuff in exchange for the gold. It was something that we didn't really value at all. You know, it was available to some extent, so freely, so readily, no one really cared. So what she told me, is she told me that she doesn't know what it is, but in Africa, there is something that we are overlooking. There's either a residue that we are not valorizing, that once we're able to get on top of that and extract the true value of whatever product that is, then that is going to be the turning point of the continent.
That's
and for me, honestly, when I see the things that we burn, when I see the waste that we produce, when I see the post-harvest loss, even when it comes to food, because, I mean, listen, agriculture, the priority is food. That's the number one priority. And then you've got feed, animal feed. And then after that, it's fuel. Anything that can't be used for food or feed can go to fuel. And that is what I see is the opportunity that Africa has, that we are ignoring today. So that's ultimately something that is led to the vision of AfriSAF today and what I do at the moment.
Impressive. Wow. Very impressive. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me read you this news. It's a 1-year-old article on The Guardian. The title is, "They Lied. Plastic Producers Deceived public about recycling, report reviews. So it says companies knew for decades recycling was not viable but promoted it regardless. Center for Climate Integrity study finds. So the portion of the article goes like this. Plastic producers have known for more than 30 years that recycling is not an economically or technologically feasible plastic waste management solution. That has not stopped them from promoting it, according to a new report. The companies lied, said Richard Wiles, president of Fossil Fuel Accountability Advocacy Group, the Center for Climate Integrity, CCI, which published the report. It's time to hold them accountable for the damage they've caused. Plastic, which is made from oil and gas, is notoriously difficult to recycle. Doing so requires meticulous sorting, since most of the thousands of chemically distinct varieties of plastic cannot be recycled together. That renders an already pricey process even more expensive. Another challenge, the material degrades each time it is reused, meaning it can generally not only be reused once or twice. What do you think about this?
That's a very good article. And I think, at the end of the day, when it comes to this sector, one of the things we need to be aware of is that there are definitely strong forces, there are strong lobbyists, I could say, people lobbying for certain products. And without a doubt, plastics are hydrocarbons. They come from fuel, they come from crude, yeah? So it's a product just as damaging to the earth as fuel to some extent. But to some extent, the carbon is sequestered inside the plastic. So ideally, it should not be, what can I say? There's some technology that can actually convert plastic into fuel.
Right.
That's not really seen as an ethical process to deal with plastic waste. I think the most ethical way to deal with plastic waste is either in construction. I think there's some companies who can convert plastic waste into bricks or into tiles that can be used for building. And I think that would be a lot more environmentally beneficial than concrete or cement, which is a huge emitter of CO2. But, recycling plastics is very costly. Without a doubt, it is. And fundamentally, plastics come from under the earth. It's a hydrocarbon, just like diesel or petroleum or whatever. Plastic is the same. It's just a longer chain length hydrocarbon, so it's a lot of fun. But one of the things we're trying to drive is that we need hydrocarbons in our day-to-day life. We need plastics. If we didn't have plastics, what would the alternative be? Is a big topic.
Right.
But it's how to treat the plastics once it's been used. Of course, single-use plastics are not great. Of course, we know that they end up on our shores, in our river bodies, and, leads to a much more degraded environments, particularly on lands and things like that. The question is how best to treat the recycling of the plastic. And again, I think it's probably going to be in the construction space, whereby you can displace cement and things like this is probably more effective. But, there's a means and a way to treat many different types of waste. Ultimately, it's just about finding what is the best, what is the most efficient, what is the most ethical way of doing so,
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Yes.
that answers it,
Yeah, you made a valid point. And there are also, political implications. Some people think the push to ban plastic has, marketing undertone on it because plastic is easy to acquire. And so banning it means people will have to depend on the alternatives which are not readily available from their regions, mostly in Africa. So, it's a long conversations. But do you get to engage government entities or stakeholders in the process of discussing this new product and solution that you're bringing?
In fact, it all starts with government. It all starts with policy and regulations. And in fact, incentivization. Incentivization kicks off everything. This is what gives you the momentum to build on anything.
Right.
In fact, if you want a sector to move fast, for example, if Ghana wanted to be the leading country for data centers, what the government needs to do is to incentivize that sector.
Right.
If Ghana wants to reduce, dependence on something, they tax. So these are the levers that probably been the most in Africa is Rwanda. I've been there like 40, 50 times, for business. So Rwanda, they banned plastics, I think over a decade ago. I don't know how long ago. But this was a mandate by the government. They banned plastics completely. In fact, if you're flying into Rwanda, they'll make an announcement on the aircraft that if you're carrying any plastics, it should not leave the airport, right? So basically, plastics are banned in the country. So what does that? That incentivizes those who can produce alternatives. So therefore, you've got a huge industry in Rwanda, sacks of other, basically, alternatives to plastic. And now the industry stands on its own. And what is available in more abundance is these biodegradable bags. Plastics are almost nowhere to be seen. So, it all starts with government.
Right.
Right? If the government wants something, they need it. And then upon incentivizing it and creating that enabling ground, be it a tax holiday, free zones, sort of educational capacity building. These are all the levers that the government has. They can pretty much shape any industry that they want. It's all in the government's hand. And this is one of the things that I'm always telling policymakers and governments, that they have the power in their hands.
Right.
Not to be in business, because for me, government is the worst player to actually be in business.
Yeah.
But to create the enabling framework for businesses and entrepreneurs to actually come in and to create those businesses. Yeah.
So that being the case, somebody will say you have effervescent passion for Africa and African government's future. You want to see things done well on the continent. So why isn't Ghana the headquarters of your operation?
So, okay, firstly to say Ghana is actually the head office of our operation in Africa.
Okay.
As AFRISA, as a company.
Right.
But it's a very good question. And I think this is also something that needs to boil to, you need to understand capital markets and how capital works. So at the moment, I'm based in London, and we are on an incubator in London, in the center of London.
Right.
This morning, I had a presentation, a pitch to a delegation from Saudi Arabia this morning.
Right.
Investors. I've got another presentation coming up. Coming up. I am funding an ultimate place where you can access funding, and you need to be in the room where global policy decisions are being taken. So this is not necessarily just about Africa. Yes, Africa is the heart of our operation. Ghana is where we have our headquarters, our physical location. We have a small office in London, but really just from a financial perspective, a capital markets perspective, and then also an energy perspective. So we engage quite a lot with parties both in the Middle East and in the UK as well. And actually our investors, our angel investors, are American. So basically our finance is coming from the West, but our operations are centered on Africa. And I think for me, it's an advantage being able to play the geographies against each other like that. Because I know if I was solely in Ghana if I was only reliant upon the funding and the expertise and the technology in Ghana, I would be limited.
Yeah.
You know, finance, energy is a global industry.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, you've got to be at the table. You know, someone said something to me, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And there are many meetings that have been very influential meetings that I know are going to have a huge impact on energy in Africa. But just because of my location, I've been sitting at the table and I've been able to be a voice for Africa.
Right.
If you see where I'm coming from.
Yeah, totally understood.
So you need people who can then wait for the decisions and the policies to come out at the detriment of Africa. 140 years ago, in fact, very interesting, I was at a conference in Berlin just a couple of months ago, an energy conference, and you had EU policymakers, delegates, politicians, technology makers. I was the only African in the room, and these guys were speaking about global policy. Africa's the second largest landmass. It's the largest population center. Every decision that is going to be made in Brussels or in the EU or in Germany has an impact. And it took me back to history, you know, the Bretton Woods or whatever, 140 years ago, when they took the map of Africa and they divided up the continent into the countries that we see today, which has led to the fact that some of the tensions we have on the border with people who are literally our brothers speaking different languages is a result of this meeting that happened in Berlin 140 years ago.
Yeah.
So for me, I've said, listen, I'm going to be in the room where the decisions are going to be made, and I'm going to make sure that these decisions are favoring Africa and not to our detriment. That's why I'm here, and at the moment, not in Ghana.
Yeah, well understood. And the argument is clear, which is one of the reasons why there hasn't been as much traction in this conversation on the continent. You know, you did highlight some of those limitations early on. High cost of implementation. The initial capital for renewable energy projects are very high, and unlocking such working capital on the continent proves to be a challenge. Financing and instruments are limited on the continent. Economic instability. You have, you know, the perennial issue of corruption and things like that. The grid system is weak. So it makes absolute sense that you are where you are. The only problem is for a continent that, you know, represents the future of humanity on this planet. I think also some of these shifts should be happening fast, because if we cannot fund the projects, if we cannot fund some of these projects here, you know, yesterday I was talking with one of the speakers who were talking about startup funding, and he said a time is coming when most African or Ghanaian startups will have majority of their owners not being Ghanaians or Africans, you know, because the funding is not available here and projects go where the money comes from. So I wonder how that can be turned around. I wonder how working capital can be made available for individuals that have this ambitious, humongous goal of resetting the system. I'm sure you've been in the room where, as I have been, where these discussions happen. What do you usually hear?
Yeah. And you know, it's also to some extent a mindset shift as well, because you know, again, I've spoken to many, spoken about what we do, spoken about the need that we have for funding. But very often, one of the things I see and I feel is the mentality, even when it comes to angel funding, for instance. Angel funding is very difficult. It's very difficult to secure angel funding from what I've experienced. in an African context. When I was living in Ghana, I lived there very recently at 6 years, but now I'm in between Ghana and UK. And I launched a number of businesses, very successful. I realized that it's, the only way we're going to do this is if we secure funding from outside, because even our own people don't want to support us.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, our own people. When we launched Grow For Me, which is going on to raise VC funding outside, and we're now working with AGRA and UN and many others. And in terms of top line revenue, almost $1 million every year now. Grow For Me, a Ghanaian-owned entity, 4 co-founders. We had this vision. We went to financiers. We went to VCs in the continent, but we were turned away. And literally all we needed was about $15,000 or something like that just to start.
Right.
In the end, we were able to secure that through a loan agreement. Actually, it was a loan that we had to basically muster up between ourselves. And then just through sweat equity and, just pushing and pushing, we were able to grow from there. Here's the case where I can be in US or, Europe or elsewhere, and I don't even have anything on the ground. I have nothing. I just have an idea, and I go to seek angel investment, and it comes. It's very straightforward.
Yeah.
In fact, in EU, in UK, there's this is also down to the government. There's a government initiative called SEIS and EIS. And that basically means that if any individual, a taxpayer in the UK, if they invest in a startup with their own capital, if that startup goes under, if it doesn't work, they get to reclaim from their tax almost 80% of the money they put in, which basically means that, if they invest whatever, $100,000, if it doesn't go well, they get back $80,000 or something like this. I believe that's the math.
Right.
So, in incentives like that mean that people are willing to invest or willing to take a bet on a startup, and that's actually one of the ways in which for AfriSAF, we were able to secure some money.
Right.
People knowing that, listen, they don't have much to lose, because even if it doesn't work out, they get money back from their tax from the government. But if it does work out, the multiples on the amount they invested will be worth so much more than that initial investment.
Yeah.
That is just a no-brainer.
Yeah, absolutely.
So again, government policy. How can they incentivize some of these rich Ghanaians, these rich Africans, to invest in startups? These are things we need to start thinking about, because, if not, you're just going to get people coming in from outside, and just a lack of access to funding means that many of these projects don't take off. And that's the biggest disappointment that I see in Ghana and in Africa,
Yeah. Yeah, well said. Okay, so I know AfriSAF is your baby right now, but is there anything else you're working on?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this is pretty much 100% of what I do. I mean, I'm involved in many other things. I've got, as I mentioned, Grow For Me. I'm a co-founder of Grow For Me, the agricultural commodity trading crowdfunding platform. I own a spa actually in Ghana as well, a Bear Skin Spa, Nyaho Clinic Road. But these are just all projects just on the side. My focus right now is AfriSAF.
Right.
And this is what I spend predominant amount of my time working on doing.
So when you advise individuals that want to invest on the continent, what do you usually tell them from your own personal experience?
I usually start with the fundamentals of Africa. The fact that it's an untapped market, it's probably the final frontier, as many people like to say. It's a market with a huge demographic advantage. I mean, average age of 19 years old speaks volume, because this is primarily you call it the Gen Zs, or those who are entering into their prime.
Yeah.
Once these 19-year-olds start working and start earning capital, this is the size of the market of Africa, the potential size of the market. So the demographics, the fact that Africa is more and more with time uniting, be it the African Continental Free Trade Area, be it SATAM, the Single Skies for Africa, be it the AU that is strengthening in its policy, and a lot more coordinated in terms of objectives with, I believe, the Africa 63, I believe it's 63 vision.
Agenda.
And there's a lot
Agenda
of
2063.
Yeah, there's a lot of So yeah, continue.
No, I was going to say it's Agenda 2063.
Agenda 2063, exactly. And the fact that we're seeing a lot more diplomatic, sort of less, I guess to some extent, when it comes to governance, we're seeing a lot of improvements across African countries now. This is something that is improving. We're seeing, of course, a lot of influence and interest coming from the East that has always been there, but that's growing, and many other regions. So I think just overall, it's a market that is set to expand, for not just the population, but also the resource that Africa has. There's just a lot of opportunity to just not include Africa in any business that, you are sort of looking at. That's what I tell people who are looking at Africa.
So for businesses like, recently Disney left, I said Disney, Netflix left Nigeria after a widely reported, ambition of catalyzing the content economy in Nigeria or in Africa. They left. So some individuals have said that, yes, the continent has all these prospects, but 1.3 billion people or so doesn't reflect 1.3 billion market opportunity. When you hear such rhetorics, what do you say, or how do you process it?
Yeah, to be honest, when I hear this, sometimes for me, it's often coming from people who don't quite understand the market.
Yeah.
And yes, it has its structural flaws there, infrastructural challenges. There's a lot of challenge when it comes to policy and things like this. And it needs that kind of patient capital, patience in approach as well, and understanding of cultural boundaries and barriers that exist. But at the end of the day, it's not just because, Netflix came and went, and I don't know, X or Twitter came and went, and others have come and gone. I mean, when you look at some of the early businesses like Blockbuster that, looked at the DVD or subscription business model or online business model that Netflix has, they saw it as a multi-billion-dollar industry, and they thought this is worthless, and they left. And in the end, at the end of the day, look at the size of Netflix today. So yeah, I mean, ultimately, one of the things I would say is that, yes, you've got to look at the numbers, and you've got to look at what is actually attainable from those numbers. But I think you can only truly understand the market once you've lived and breathed and understand the people, the majority, the people at the lower end and those who are coming up. The fact that this is a rapidly digitizing market, the fact that energy abundance and availability is increasing across the continent. AfriSAF, we are beginning to work with farmers in the smallholder sector. And one of the things we thought would be a major challenge would be the access to technology. we were surprised when we had a meeting with these guys that, you know, they all have smartphones.
Yeah.
Not all of them know how to understand or speak English or whatever, but they all have smartphones and they know how to operate it. You know, things like mobile money, MTN. I mean, we don't really appreciate the value of how important MTN is. You know, when you look at a global sphere, yes, we've got it in Ghana and across Africa, but in many other regions, there's nothing like a mobile money or M-Pesa. You know, it just doesn't work like that, you know? So I think for me, it's just understanding how to create how to create the local solutions for a global price, a product, and make it something that really addresses the needs of the local demographic. That is what is important.
Wonderful. For individuals looking to see what else they can obtain from you, what else do people reach out to you for?
What do people reach out to me for?
Yeah.
Obviously, I think, you know, more and more I'm becoming a bit more like a thought leader in this space of clean energy transition in Africa. So recently, that's one of the topics that I've been speaking a lot on quite heavily, not just through AfriSAF as a platform, but also through some of these global platforms. I mean, I regularly engage with global international bodies like ICAO, which is the International Civil Aviation Authority, and also those in other regions as well. And one of the things that I try to do is to bring perspective, ultimately, just bring perspective and understanding as to what is happening at the local level and how. So, you know, ultimately this.
Awesome. Okay. Closing comments as we transition to Madison.
Yeah, no, listen, it's been a fantastic discussion. Chris, thanks for your questions and also just for provoking, you know, some of the responses as well. It's always good to engage on this topic and just speak about the opportunities that lie and, you know, what could be. And I'm, you know, generally, as an innovator, I like to be someone who is before the curve and is able to anticipate what is coming so that we can best be prepared for that opportunity. And, you know, my hope, my wish, my desire is that this opportunity in the clean energy space particularly is one that Africa is going to adopt, is one that Africa is going to innovate in and fundamentally lead, because, you know, innately in the DNA of Africa and Africans is that term sustainability.
Right.
In fact, someone recently told me that in many African languages, there's actually not even a term for the word sustainability because it's just so ingrained in everything we do. You know, there's always a purpose for everything. So fundamentally, as we go into this industrial age, and I think as Africa just industrializes more and more, the cities grow, and obviously we see everything that's happening, is that we just grow with that philosophy of sustainable growth, which rolls out to all the different sectors that we have, and energy and transportation and the like. So that is what is critical.
Impressive. Where can people reach out to you?
Good. Available through social channels. LinkedIn. LinkedIn is probably the best means to reach out to me, or just through my company, through AfriSAF, and someone will reach out to them.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kwame. Your vision for the continent, the work you do,
thank you,
the prospects of what you could deliver for the next generation is quite clear, and I'm impressed to see how you have, you know, been able to ingrain this mindset of sustainability at every touch point. And I love the presentation that you started with. So I can only sit back and wish you all the best, and we'll be cheering you on as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Chris, and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
We'll catch up sometime.
Sure.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Hi, Madison.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Glad to be here.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here. You are one of the prominent voices in terms of disseminating information and opportunities online. So I've been looking forward to engaging with you.
Likewise. So thank you for reaching out, and I'm happy to be here and dive into the discussion today.
Wonderful. All right.
Okay, there we go.
Yes. So for individuals that want to get more clarity on who you are, why you do what you do, what is it they need to know about you?
Okay, well, I'll start with an introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is Madison Marks. I'm from the US, but actually currently sitting in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where I work. And my background has been focused on what I would say is convening and catalyzing ideas for impact at scale. That is the ethos by which I've had my career, and I've built opportunities, both in terms of how I spend my time professionally, how I spend my time volunteering. And my background has been a mix of philanthropy, a mix of venture funding, and support for entrepreneurs and social innovation globally. So a short background is I spent most of my career between US and Middle East, very passionate about supporting entrepreneurs and catalyzing funding for promising ventures. And so this has led me to work with a number of accelerators based out of Dubai, supporting the first women-led tech accelerator program in the Middle East, and then moving on to more tech-specific innovation. And then I took a pivot from being based in the Middle East and actually moved after COVID to the US to run a social innovation lab at Johns Hopkins University, which was really focused on building the city of Baltimore's talent for mission-driven ventures. And then after being in a local ecosystem, I moved to global at UNICEF Venture Fund, where I was for 3 years, supporting early stage companies that were building AI and blockchain solutions that have the potential to impact children. So my career has been quite diverse, and I'm happy to speak about some of the lessons learned from working with hundreds of companies across the globe. And I will say right now, I'm actually taking a bit of a pause from that space to consider what I want to do next. So one of the things I always say is we're all multi-talented. So I'm currently working on a UN project in Saudi Arabia, but continue to try to amplify opportunities for entrepreneurs, which is what you were talking about. I've been sharing opportunities all year, started in January and continuing to grow. And I love seeing people be able to take these opportunities, apply for them, whether it's a fellowship, whether it's funding, and be able to expand either their knowledge, their resources, or potential in general. Right.
So let's start with that need to provide access and democratize, so to say, these opportunities. Sure. What was it? Because I see that people who go out of their way to do what you do, like you do, have some underlying principle or maybe experience that makes it compelling for them to keep doing this, even when it's mostly a thankless job.
Of course, it is a volunteer initiative, which I'm usually just using tools to help amplify and speed up the process for scheduling. But just for everyone's context, I share a lot of opportunities on LinkedIn every day. I do it for a global audience, and the audience that I try to speak to are innovators, particularly social innovators, startups, and also those who are just interested in emerging tech, social impact. So I don't post jobs, I post more like funding and growth opportunities, like fellowships, learning exchanges, courses, and of course, funding opportunities, both on the venture side and philanthropic. And why I'm doing this, or why I decided to do it, is I've been in the door of working with what we call these ecosystem enablers. So incubators, accelerators, funds, and they serve an audience, which is usually their portfolio, which is great. But oftentimes entrepreneurs are constantly looking for the next way to secure funding, gain access, get new partnerships, find customers, scale to new markets. And being in a role that is very relationship driven with both investors and entrepreneurs, I saw a lot of the opportunities. And I have always wanted to share them with the right people. So I think sometimes it's literally just the gesture of saying, hey, this is available. If it matches what you're looking for, go ahead. If not, just ignore it.
Right.
And I've seen a lot of gatekeeping with opportunities. I don't think it's intentional. I think it's more so, people don't have time and resources to put a bunch of opportunities that are being passed on in one consolidated place. There are people who do this. There are great newsletters that are available. But honestly, after seeing opportunities and seeing the way that certain people choose to share some opportunities with others, I just decided to start sharing it in general. So this is the reason I've just done it directly from my own platform.
Wonderful.
And my assumption is, and I think this has been proven true, that it will reach the right people by the right person seeing it and then sharing it with their community. I don't want to be a gatekeeper. I just want to be able to sort of funnel opportunities and then let other people disseminate them to their networks. And that has been my ethos, because I've seen the gatekeeping that exists both intentionally and unintentionally. I think gatekeeping is good sometimes when you either have a referral system, so it creates a network of high quality talent. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, because sometimes you can be flooded with multiple applications that are not relevant. But my ethos, at least for what I've been doing for now almost 11 months, has just been to test what it would be like if I could just share opportunities directly, be very specific about who they're for, and then hope they're reaching the right audience. And so far, I have a lot of friends and colleagues that have told me that they distribute them to their network, and they are reaching the right people when they see relevant opportunities. So
impressive.
Right now I have a very global focus, particularly around emerging markets. It's the network I've been working with, and I just wanted to be able to help amplify opportunities freely.
Impressive. Okay, so before we go into the partnership topic of today, I wanted to understand, when you were starting your career, was working in venture capital one of the things that you were like, yeah, that's where I want to be?
When I was starting out in my career?
Correct.
No, it was not. My career was a little bit happenstance. I will say I had a thesis, and my thesis for my career was, I don't understand. I was growing up for reference, in a post 9/11 America, where there was a lot of misunderstanding about the Arab world and the Middle East. And I wanted to be able to understand for myself. So I chose Arabic and Middle East studies to learn more about history, culture, language, and just had an open book in terms of what could come out of studying and seeing what kinds of careers would be available. I knew the only careers I really knew were like diplomacy, business, military, or missionary. And I wanted to do none of the above. So for me, it was, an exploratory approach to studying an area of the world. And then when I finally got to come to the region, it was at a time when there was a lot of disaffected youth who had done everything right. They'd studied, they were trying to find jobs, and they just couldn't find opportunities. It was delaying their timeline in life. And so I wanted to be able to work with young people to be able to create opportunities not only for themselves, but also the communities where they work and they live. And that was my thesis of how I could have impact at scale, is by empowering the people who are working on the products and services that will impact millions. And so that was kind of how I stumbled into the entrepreneurship space. I initially was in language and cultural exchange. I did Arabic language and cultural exchange between the US and Arab world for 4 years. Used to run Arabic programs, taking Americans to study Arabic in Jordan. So it really was an intentional shift, but a lot of the skill sets I had in terms of project management, partnerships, communications, and strategy and implementation were able to be transferred, particularly to the accelerator space. So that's when I officially moved into the entrepreneurship space, as I would say, and then I moved more towards the funding side intentionally, because I believe there's a lot of you can add when you've worked significantly with entrepreneurs.
Okay, wonderful. That's impressive. I see maybe the languages paid off now. The languages seems to have paid off now that you're working in the Middle East.
Yes. So I spent 15 years back and forth. I've lived in Jordan, Lebanon, Qatar, UAE, and now Saudi Arabia. So I really enjoy the region. There's a lot of unfortunate headlines that talk about the region in terms of stability, unfortunately negative perceptions of culture sometimes. And I really wanted to be able to challenge that through my own career and the way that I bridge understanding through professional and personal life. And I love this region. It has a lot of potential, a lot of really kind, smart, ambitious young people. And this is why I've stuck around over the last several years.
Impressive. So this is Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, and you have worked in academia and extensively in startups. So what role, before we go into the partnership proper topic, what role do you see that academia plays in the startup space? Beyond, of course, knowledge profession. No, I was going to say beyond.
What role does entrepreneurship play in the startup space?
What role does academia, like universities, play in that space of preparing students to become business owners, successful operators in ventures, individuals that take leadership roles like yourself when you were starting out?
In a university, but in terms of the role of a university plays a great role both on catalyzing innovations that are coming out. So particularly in research and development, you've got a lot of research that has the potential to spin out into products and services. So universities are also incubating a lot of life-changing medicines or technologies that have immense potential. So there is that tech ventures or commercialization aspect that universities play in society, and having more research and development funding to be able to help those academics and those labs be able to spin out their product to something that can come to market is incredibly important. So that's one side of what universities do. The other side is they work on, training the next generation of people who are going to be running businesses, who are going to be going into the professional space, and in doing so, embedding a culture of entrepreneurial thinking and also the ability to pilot and test what it may be like to have experiences where you're either building a business or you're starting a project or taking ownership of something and really trying to validate the problem that you're trying to solve, and doing so in a way that is methodological. Today, this is where methodological,
right.
And really focused on evidence-based learning. I think this is one of the great things that universities can provide to students. So this is why a lot of universities have launched incubators. They've launched entrepreneurship platforms for their students, whether it's as simple as like a hackathon where they can solve challenges on campus, to actually launching businesses and getting funding for their ventures. So there's the side of universities that are really focused on like the faculty and the staff and research and development. And these, university linked programs also will have partnerships with government and private sector to help with that research and development. But then there's the side of also training with education, but also providing platforms for young people to test their ideas, build, and hopefully, if this is successful, spin out their company.
Impressive. Okay. Corporate startup partnership is always the glue for the next phase of growth for early stage ventures. So how does it happen? I know you may have received several proposals from startups that you wish they understood certain things that make that collaboration work. So what are the fundamentals? How do you get started? How do you execute it? And how do you keep the pipeline?
So for corporate startup engagement, I will say, I think in general, when you're approaching a program or an entity or an individual, there are certain things that startups should do. One, they should do their homework. So who is the entity? What do they stand for? Is there an alignment or potential alignment? And also looking at what they might have supported in the past. So either investments, programs, these types of things. So I do find a lot of people just do a lot of cold outreach, and the approach is very transactional. It's not tailored for the audience that you're trying to work with. So whether you're pitching for an audience, you know, in a pitch competition to get into a program or to get some sort of pilot or partnership, you always have to understand the audience that you're building your story for, and to the best of your ability, tailor it for them so the call to action is very clear. For example, in a room full of students that you're pitching to, you're not going to, I mean, maybe you'll ask for money, but usually you're not. You might ask for them to follow you on social media, right, to help you use or beta test your app. But it would be a very different audience than, you know, speaking in front of a CEO or a corporate. So when startups are coming to me in a situation where they're applying, knowing who, or doing your best to know who the entity is that you're seeking some type of support from is important, but also knowing how to tailor your language to that audience. And I think this is where it can get really challenging if you are trying to do so without any advisors, without any support. Thankfully, AI, I think, makes things a lot easier. But if you're talking to a very technical group, it's going to be very different than if you're talking to, you know, on story or impact. And so I would say the key pieces of knowing what problem you're solving, the solution, being able to talk about the market, being able to talk about who is your collaborators or competition, talking about your team, talking about your roadmap. So where have you come from? What traction have you had? When I say traction, this can be a range of things. It can be number of customers. It could be that you've spoken with a number of people. You've done some what we call customer discovery to get customer insight on the problem you're solving or the communities you're impacting. And then also the ask. I think the ask is where you can be very tailored to the audience you're looking for. So speaking to a corporate might be very different than speaking to a more traditional investor, which might be different from speaking to an accelerator lead. So I will say knowing and talking to other people who have done, done many applications and have been successful is helpful. Right. Or using AI to help you leverage or bounce ideas for how you can frame your language is important, because usually applications, especially for early stage companies, will involve something written. It could also be a pitch deck and a video, and you should be prepared to do at any point, given the startup hustle that happens, where you never know where you meet someone. So kind of knowing what your storyline is and then knowing how to tailor it will serve you well.
Impressive. So yeah, I've got a yes. Now, what's the next phase?
Okay, yeah, so you've got a next phase. Now it's about knowing what the program or the partnership or the offering is, and being very realistic about it. A lot of startup support programs will say we can offer mentorship, we can offer funding, we can offer these types of services, but the reality is only in most cases it's what you can make of it, and you can. I would always encourage entrepreneurs to ask questions and speak with people who have gone through the program previously to get a realistic sense of whether it's a good fit for them and what the value add might be. Because when you see these words of, oh, yes, we offer funding, yes, we offer mentorship, we offer access to resources, office space, there might be a catch with that, or there might be requirements that the corporate or the entity has in order to be able to unlock certain benefits. And that might be attending all of their sessions. This happens with accelerators. It might be you have to reach a certain threshold in terms of numbers and metrics that they're measuring before you can get an introduction to the right department. So really understanding what you're getting in line for, and then if it is something you want to pursue, then setting yourself up for success and involving the partner in that discussion to say, here's where we are, here's where we want to go. How can we help move the needle to get to that place? And I think that's the, like, being very clear about not just what the offering is and where you want to go, but having a roadmap to get there is important. And it's okay if you don't know, ask.
Right. Wonderful. Okay, so on the negotiation stage, you know, what makes a good negotiation? What do you see that people do well that you're like, oh yeah, they really pulled the strings here?
Yeah, so when negotiating, I guess it comes down to whether you're negotiating equity in your company or negotiating, it could be a board seat. There's a lot of different ways that you could be negotiating, but I would always understand what are the dynamics from the investor standpoint. So, and what are you willing to give up versus not, and also be realistic about it. Some founders are, you know, they come in not wanting to give up a certain equity, but perhaps the standard is at that specific stage of growth, there is a certain equity percentage that a funder will ask for. And so I think knowing what the terms could be and then validating with advisors who have experience or other entrepreneurs who have been through the same roadmap of saying, okay, we know that we need to negotiate on these terms. What are the implications down the line if we negotiate this now, rather than just signing documents? Always validate. If you have access to a lawyer or pro bono services, do look at contracts. I've talked about equity, but there's also agreements like memorandums of understanding. There's contracts in terms of partnerships. Always read the fine print and understand what you're signing up for. It will do you better to do that earlier on than later. Especially, you don't want to be in a binding relationship with someone. And the reality is, when you enter into a partnership with a venture capitalist or a corporate, oftentimes they will own a specific part of your organization, which means they do have a say. And it can be very difficult for founders to step back and say, okay, this is not my company only. Mm-hmm. But I think that's part of the growth, right? Unless you can actually bootstrap yourself and fund yourself and have 100% ownership, which would be great. It's just not the reality for a lot of companies. So I think the piece that I would just encourage is understand, you know, what are the terms that we're negotiating? Do your homework where possible, especially if there's legal language. Talk to people who could advise you. And don't be afraid to push back. I would say understand whether there is some flexibility in negotiations, because usually there is, but do so respectfully and be able to, you know, when they counter offer, also be able to back up your offer with numbers.
Right.
And evidence. So to say, you know, I understand this, but we've got, you know, this in the pipeline, or we have whatever the negotiation might be. Just be open, but be respectful, but also know when to say no. It might not be the right fit for you.
Right. Impressive. Okay. So now I've got a yes. I've done my negotiation and we've signed paperwork. So in terms of keeping the relationship, how have you maintained relationships beyond a one-off deal? Maybe it's a partnership for a project, maybe it's a partnership for a specific contract, but then how do you maintain that going concern?
Yeah, so I think depending upon the agreement that you sign, there's probably going to be some follow-up that you need to put in place. Maybe not. Sometimes you sign agreements that are just more so we're collaborating and therefore, you know, we'll put each other's logos on something. That's fine. I would say in those soft kinds of partnerships, do continue to find ways of adding value, but sometimes you have these more soft partnerships agreements. These are usually MOUs that you might sign, where you don't have to be in touch all the time, but do find ways of engaging people meaningfully. I would say for companies that have signed an agreement, perhaps you're an entrepreneur who has gone through a program, and you know, you've graduated from the program, you've moved on to some other accelerator or program. One of the, especially if it's a non-equity agreement you signed, it is great for you to stay in touch with the programs. And one of the easy ways you can do so is by creating a newsletter where you're sharing quarterly updates in the year on highlights. This actually helps as someone who's sat in the seat of constantly. We're looking for ways that we can help amplify stories from the entrepreneurs that we've served. So if we see news about you, if we see potential for an introduction that might be a good opportunity for you, it's helpful to know what is happening live. Ideally, these organizations would have touch points for you to stay in touch with. But when it comes to corporates, that isn't always the case. I think if you are in an investment portfolio, it's easier to stay in touch with portfolio because they often will send regular updates asking for metrics that you've had. So how much revenue have you generated? How many employees do you have? Because they also report to their LPs or they report to their donors, whatever the structure is, about the impact of their portfolio. So know that, you know, when you go through these programs, there are going to be asks of you as an entrepreneur. It's really helpful if you build a system where you can say, I'm finding patterns in what people are asking me, and I'm just going to have this available to share with anyone to save my time in the future. Or I can grab this easily and, you know, package it into the form that this company is sending me. So that is one way that ecosystem enablers like incubators, accelerators, funds, entrepreneurship platforms will keep in touch with their community. But also don't be afraid to ask, you know, for support. So let's say you've interacted with someone once, it's been several years, and you're back in town and you want to visit them. You know, be very people focused, help amplify opportunities for organizations you've worked with. You know, if you see a clear linkage, obviously that's a great way to engage with this partner again. But there's many ways I would say that you can kind of systemize the way that you reach out. But another thing that I've seen some companies do really well is they might have met a mentor or someone at different points of their entrepreneurial journey, and they ask them to come on as an advisor or a personal advisor or as a mentor. And they continue those relationships in a much more personal capacity. Right. Which also means that it's easier to have ties to those institutions when you need to leverage them in the future.
Right. Impressive. Okay, so on the PR side of things, best practices for PR that you really, really love.
Sorry, can you repeat it?
What are the best practices for PR that, you know, gets you the kicks, you know, when startups do it right?
Okay. So from a startup's perspective with PR, one, I think when you're just starting out, anything, you know, you can publish about your progress is good just so that you stay relevant on your channels. So it's good to see startups active, both in terms of founders sharing insights. I will say if you're super early stage in building, it's great to have visibility, share, you know, when you attend conferences, share your insights, do some writing or, you know, either from like the startup account. You can use social media in a way to comment on how it's relevant to an industry or how it's relevant to your company. So, you know, use your social channels in a smart way. And also if you are catering to an audience that's on social channels a lot, then, you know, your content should reflect that. In terms of PR, I will say startups sometimes want to jump ahead of the game. And I would say it's important to have, especially if you're doing press releases and doing media engagement, it's important to kind of wait for these moments. So you either launch something new, you have a strategic partnership, you've won something. So there are ways that you can use PR and media for your input. So I like when startups, in answer to your question, what makes me excited with companies is when I see these announcements in PR, but it's very carefully thought out and they're really using the moment strategically. So you could wait for certain events or certain times of the year or certain days. You know, there's all these international days or months where you could leverage that platform to amplify your message. One way I will say I've really loved certain founders who have been able to not just shape their company's PR, but their own personal branding, right, is writing op-eds. So I've seen entrepreneurs who are solving tough challenges, particularly that involve potentially some policy change or systemic change. They use op-eds, and they also use advocacy as a way to do soft PR. And this was more so in the States, but I saw some of the entrepreneurs leverage these platforms because they needed to reach a wide audience to get the attention demand. In some cases, it's a legitimacy thing. So if you're being published in certain outlets, it can be important. But I will say, you can produce your own content, but it's even better if other people are doing PR on you. So the more you can pitch yourself for podcasts, contributing to articles, speaking engagements, these types of things in the early days, the better. But at some point, you do need to be careful about what platforms are really beneficial, especially if you're starting to get a lot of requests. It's not a bad thing to say no as well.
So some people think that being in the news all the time can connote negative impression. What do you think?
About your company, or in general as an individual?
As an individual, always doing the PR, always being in the news about, it seems like they are concentrated on marketing and not actually delivering on the business operation.
Yeah, so this is common when you see a lot of people pitching from stage to stage. They have great stories, they're applying for everything, they're winning things, but at the end of the day, if they're not delivering, and it will show eventually. I've seen entrepreneurs get hundreds of thousands of dollars, but at the end of the day, if their numbers are not reflective for the investors' of progress, eventually people will start talking. So it might be beneficial for you at some point, but eventually it will backfire if there's no traction for what you're doing. Either from like a trust and legitimacy standpoint for you as an individual or the company. So I will say there are benefits to being in the news or sharing, but there's also a balance that should be struck between, particularly for those who are responsible for being CEO and being a voice and fundraising and the voice of partnerships. There is value to that, and I think having a clear strategy around how you package yourself as the CEO or in your role and as the company is important. But again, there is a line between too much. But I also think it depends on what you're trying to do, right? If you're trying to sell a product or service and you're speaking all the time to, and you're using consumer marketing and that's your audience, obviously there's different approaches. But I will say, you still have to deliver at the end of the day. Right. You don't want to be that company that doesn't send their product or doesn't finish, what you started out doing. Right. And also be open. You don't always have to be perfect in the way that you speak. So if you failed, admit it. We're all human. Yeah. We make mistakes. And so I think if you've made a mistake and you've seen that, don't be afraid to admit it and then find ways to recourse so that you don't make that mistake in the future.
Wonderful. Elon Musk says a founder should be the field marshal in terms of the voice, the face of the brand. Weigh in on that. What do you think?
In terms of the face of I think it depends on the company. Okay. So, so an entrepreneur or a CEO ideally should be representing their brand very strategically, but I think it depends on really the sector you're trying to target and what that looks like. If it's something a little bit, like I've been around a lot of security and defense in the last couple of weeks as people talk about innovation and AI. So obviously there are going to be industries where, the CEO will be the voice in certain platforms and stages. But yes, I will say it's important to some extent to have your personal brand as a CEO, but eventually there will come a point where, it becomes a very tricky, as the company grows, there needs to be a much more aligned message from the CEO's perspective. with the brand itself. And that might mean quieting what you do in terms of your personal brand or your decisions and the platforms you choose to speak at as an individual, because sometimes those people look at you as the company that you represent.
Okay, impressive. You saw the news about PayPal CEO's job listing on LinkedIn, where they were hiring for developer of the PayPal CEO brand.
Oh, I did not.
Okay. It garnered some discussions online, and it reminded me of a conversation between this gentleman that founded Morning Brew and another individual. He was like, the first person was like, if your brand is your moat, then you might not have a moat for long. And the gentleman from Morning Brew was like, respectfully disagree. As the cost of, I might not get this right, but as the cost of talent increasingly go to zero, then your personal brand might be the only thing that you have certain levels of control over. So I was thinking, Go on, please.
So, sorry, can you repeat the question? It's a bit difficult to hear.
The question is, with AI and, how things are going in the industry today, what do you think about that argument?
Okay, so listen, I mean, I just want to repackage the question to make sure I'm answering the right thing. But essentially, as AI increases, there will be, the cost of talent and these types of things will decrease as you have more tools to leverage at your hands, and as the value of your brand might decline, or your personal branding can endure. On
the one view, the first speaker was like, yes, the personal brand value will diminish to become valueless. But the other speaker was like, the personal brand will be of higher premium with AI innovation. So the moat can still be the personal brand.
Yeah, listen, I think you can leverage AI to support your personal brand in a meaningful way.
Right.
But I also think people who are trying to create their own personal brand might be using AI, and it might not actually lead to something that is so different from anyone else, right? So are you being really creative in bringing your strengths, your story, your skill sets to the table? And I think I would say from a personal brand perspective, you can build, people are building tools all the time, which can lead to them having, having the opportunity to have space for more exposure. But I think at the end of the day, the role of the individual and the way that you are as a person, like personal brands, will continue to be really important. It's just about how you're leveraging AI. Maybe I'm not answering this correctly.
No, I agree. I mean, I believe the gentleman from Morning Brew is right, because the reason why some of these talents that we see that were hired by maybe OpenAI, Zach and Elon Musk recently in the tune of millions and millions of USD is because they have a strong personal brand or reputation for their skill. So my thinking is, for a student who is just graduating now, how do they approach personal brand development? And is it even necessary to develop your personal brand?
So I will say some people might consider their personal brand very different in their personal life versus professional. Although I will say in the professional world, I would definitely say students should build their brand as much as possible. So understand your story, your why, bring the diversities and the strengths that you have to the table, because at the end of the day, even though AI is doing a lot in terms of writing cover letters for you and also on the back end sifting through applications, there is still something special about your value add and your brand. You're bringing to the table. Also, if you are investing in building a personal brand, this can help with you connect with other people who then might be able to refer you, or they might have heard of you through a specific network. So as much as possible when it comes to, so when you're trying to develop as a thought leader, when you're trying to develop as a influencer, or you're trying to develop as, an accomplished business person, definitely find opportunities where you can amplify your name. So whether that's, again, through like speaking opportunities, op-eds, awards that you apply for, events you show up to meet people and introduce yourself. At the end of the day, the personal relationships are still going to be very valuable when it comes to opportunities in the future, whether that be, access to specific networks, securing contracts or employment, but also just the communities you engage with as a human, right? Yeah. So I think personal brands are important. It's also helpful to know what your brand is, and you might not know, and you can test it out, and it can change over time. I'll say from my perspective, sometimes in 2020, I was laid off and I had to pivot, and then I moved to the United States. I thankfully found a good job, but I had to pivot from the way I described myself as someone who was a Middle East expert to suddenly being in a completely different context in Baltimore. And so that was a difficult challenge for me at the time I was 30, and trying to articulate what value I wanted to bring to the entrepreneurship space. What is my value add? How do I connect the dots? And I think your story that you can tell others, but also that you've woven for yourself and trying to be able to connect the dots, even if they're not very clear, is really important and will help you figure out over time how you build that brand for yourself. And your brand can be soft things, like they're reliable, they're dependent, they're really hardworking. Yeah. You can show that through your effort as well.
Absolutely. I've sent you the screenshot. I just found it, but I just realized that I sent it to LinkedIn. Let me send it to you.
Okay. Great. This is what you were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just... It's a shared narrative of a company that operates with customer centricity, exquisite taste, and speed. Brands take time to build, right? So you can craft yourself however you want and enter a room full of new people, and people might take you seriously, but eventually they will see if you are the expert that you claim to be, if you actually deliver the value that you say that you want to have, and if you really know what you're talking about. So I will say, the days of AI are enabling people to put themselves in multiple hats. Like, I could be this, I could be that. And it does help you upskill quickly, but there is still something said to consistency, to experience, and building a brand and a narrative takes time.
Absolutely, yes.
This is why entrepreneurs are refining their story over and over again. You might have your core mission and vision statement, but the way that you're packaging it is very different depending upon the audience.
Impressive. Okay, so let's digress a little bit. So I am a young entrepreneur, or maybe somebody who is just starting out, and I really want to get the attention of this corporate or CEO or, Elon Musk again. There's this quote I read of him recently about his biography. He said the salesmanship is about showmanship. So if I'm looking to attract that kind of attention and nobody knows me, how do I get myself in the door?
In the door. Yeah. Well, one thing is, do you know what you're selling? Do you know yourself? Do you know the products and services you're selling? I think being very clear about how you are going to approach whatever audience, but knowing your story is important. And also being believable, right? So being able to really take on that role of here's why, this has value, and here's why I'm going to, or here's how I'm going to package it to be very clear. So salesmanship is showmanship. You've seen the best sales, or I've seen the best salespeople also be really good storytellers. They know how to connect with their audience. They know how they're very emotive. They can read the room. They know how they bring energy when they need to, but they also know when to be very, they know when they need to take a step back depending upon the situation they're in.
Yeah.
And so I think salesmanship is showmanship. You got it, you're performing, right? You are kind of stepping into that role of, I'm selling myself. I might be a reserved person, but I'm going onto a stage, and this is the energy I need to bring. And I think over time that becomes easier, but it also means sometimes that you have to practice. So practice not only putting yourself in the room that you want to enter. So when you say, how do you get through the door? And so that can be, you pitch to multiple people, you speak with your advisors, you practice how you're going to actually get there in a very clear way with your message once the door is open. But also sometimes it's about experience. So putting yourself in uncomfortable positions where you might not be the best storyteller, or you might not be the best person pitching, or you might not be the best at explaining a specific topic, but you do so. I will say salesmanship too is also knowing that you might not be the person that should be selling. So showmanship might be that you bring you might bring someone else from your team to do the storytelling because they just know how to connect. But with showmanship, I will say there also needs to be that connection with the audience. So knowing how to have a hook, or knowing the right words to be able to connect and sort of create that environment where you can almost anticipate what they might say. And then you have, you've prepared yourself for almost any instance. But I will say less is more with sales and storytelling. So be able to pitch very simply, very clearly, depending upon the audience you're going to, but then, know your stuff to be able to answer questions as you might be able, as you enter the room and people will start to ask.
So for individuals that have sought advice from you on developing their elevator pitch, how do you instruct them to get it right?
So elevator pitches should be super clear. So I am solving X by doing Y. And with that, a very clear statement about what that change is going to bring, right? So you have your problem statement that you know very clearly, you have your solution that you're bringing, and then how your solution is making an impact, and also circling it back with the problem itself, right? So I would say the elevator pitch should be very clear. I learned in journalism classes a long time ago to basically assume that when you're writing or when you're doing media, to be speaking to an elementary school student. Not everyone is going to be the most versed in your, in your community. So if you're a scientist, I've had a lot of physicists try to explain things very simply to me. Some are really good at it because they practice, but you can't assume that everyone you're talking to is going to be familiar with the context or the language, particularly in global environments. Use clear, plain language to be able to explain. If you can explain to your grandmother or to your, or to a kid what you're doing and they try to understand, that's the type of simplicity you want in a quick elevator speech.
Impressive. So it's great to know that you started your career in journalism, because I've seen your content and it seems like you're progressively loving content creation. So intellectual property, media, and data. How do you see these three elements in the future of work?
So intellectual property, media, and data?
Yeah.
So first of all, I will say I started trying to become a journalist, but then I realized I didn't want to do that. Mainly because I don't like chasing stories all the time, and I like having a bit more of a predictable schedule. So I didn't pursue journalism, but I've always had communications oriented or external facing roles. So the future of content creation, intellectual property, media data it's going to be a tough debate over the coming years, because obviously AI is creating the entrance of AI in terms of generating media, IP. So similar to the idea of, artists and creatives trying to slow down the pace at which AI is starting to generate new creations.
Right.
I think this is going to be a space that we need to watch. But there is something said to, as you're a content creator, as you're building media, to be being very clear about I will say the way that AI is shaping what you've done and what really is your value add. We all use AI and we always will, but I think it's really how you use it in the future. And as someone who's interested in and who generates comms and that sort of thing, I will always say that, like, AI is used as a tool that can help you kind of brainstorm and kind of get a clearer message if you need it. But at the end of the day, I think my input has been, there always has to be that human touch to finishing something. A human should really generate the prompt. You should be framing things. AI can help you kind of structure, bounce ideas, but you finish that product. How intellectual property and how we cite things is changing rapidly, from academia, the way that we credit images and these types of things. To be frank, I haven't really dove into this space. I think it's still really important to just label when you use AI. But we're in an age where it's becoming more difficult to tell what is fact and what is fake, right? What is fiction.
Yeah.
Disinformation is a challenge that we've been facing, but will increasingly with as people figure out how to generate a lot of whether it's campaign ads, whether it's media, whether it's deep fakes, these types of things in media. So having systems to counter this disinformation is going to be really important, and an area I would say a lot of media folks should be investing in, to be able to hopefully have tools that can help audit what's happening. And this is also with when it comes to data, to be able to question the validity of how certain data was generated and how it was analyzed. And so I hope we're moving to a world where there's going to be more transparency about the process itself.
Yeah.
But always credit.
What happened? Who is the host? Go on immediately. Oh, Zoom, be careful. It's on.
Okay.
My sincere apologies. I didn't know what happened. I don't know.
It just... Okay. Shall we continue?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. So do you need to record?
Just 1 second. Are we live? So it's on YouTube now. Okay, great. We're cool.
We are?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, great. So I was just going to wrap up with a question about intellectual property, media, and data. It's something I'm thinking a lot more about. I haven't extensively looked at what this looks like in the field of media and marketing, but I know it's something that we really have to be mindful of. So continue to source, but always, I will say, as a creator, continue to use your talents and, you know, use AI as the tool, but don't use it as the end product, because obviously it makes mistakes and these types of things, but also we want to maintain our human agency and our ability to, you know, really create. That's the beauty of it. But that said, sometimes AI can be used to help, you know, free your brain up, so that you can do the really hard things or challenging things.
Impressive. So let's touch base on your investment thesis, you know, companies that you've invested in. What do you look out for? How do you, you know, basically, what do you look out for?
So to be fair with investments, it's been with the company, so with the entities that I've worked with. So every entity has its own investment criteria. And so I think, one, I'm looking for a match with the criteria that I've been with the organization I'm working with, but also there's some core pieces to any type of investment that I would be looking for. One is the entrepreneurial team. Are they, you know, network or advisory in place? If you don't have traction, you can still start building a use case by doing interviews or going out and starting to build a network and being able to talk about your progress. So I want to know that they've at least thought about what their, you know, who their target market is, and they're moving towards that goal. When I was at Johns Hopkins University, we used to ask about customer validation. So in the application phase, how have you validated that what you're trying to bring to the world is actually a need, or you know, there's potential customers for it. So I'm looking at those pieces. Obviously, there's certain elements to, if a market looks what the potential value is. In some cases, particularly with funds that are investing in emerging markets in Global South, we also, when I was at UNICEF, we also looked for founders with strong connections to the communities that were looking to enter, rather than, for example, a company from Europe or the US trying to enter a new market without any local partners. So we look for like that strong contextual context or lived experience or knowledge base in the area for the product or service you're trying to bring to life. At the end of the day, you know, there's great companies, you can tell a good story, but it's about execution. And so, you know, it's also about how a founder presents themselves over time. So right. As a funder, sometimes you have a very long due diligence process because they really want to make sure that they have the right people on board. And I would say entrepreneurs, as frustrating as it can be to be in a long due diligence process with companies or investors, it is something, you know, if you are able to make it through that end phase, hopefully it will be a productive relationship. But that said, also don't be afraid to ask for feedback. Not every entity will give it, but I hope the entities that, if you do get through a certain you know, phase of conversations, they would give you feedback so that you can improve or understand why a decision was made.
Impressive. Okay, so as we begin to transition to Lisa in the US, what are your closing comments to our followers?
Sure. So I would say, as you're thinking through building a venture in this market, we're in an age where the market is volatile. There's a lot of hype around AI. You know, there's still a lot of potential, but there's also a lot of challenges with funding, with partnerships. Companies are being much more conservative in certain industries about how they're partnering with startups or riskier investments. So I would say, study the market, understand where you need to go or what the funding sources are, but also look for ways you can partner with others meaningfully, reduce costs, focus on sales, focus on traction, focus on the things that people care about. Things have changed in the last year. Less funders are focused on ESG, or it's being repackaged as something else. So I will say, even on the impact side, entrepreneurs need to be thinking through how they can speak the language of, there's still something said to the value of what you bring, but sometimes you might have to repackage your content to the right audience. So I think your story is really important, but never forget that a story needs to be factual. So build the facts, right? So you want to have that traction to prove what you're saying.
Impressive. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But we need young people, and we need young people to be building across industries, and really, particularly as AI is going to shape many industries in ways we can and can't imagine. So, use these tools to test, to challenge, and I hope that we're seeing a future where young people are going to play a really important role with tech-enabled solutions and tech-adjacent solutions. But don't rely on AI and technology. Fundamentally, make sure that you're still investing in problem solving and critical thinking.
Oh, wow. I wish I could ask you one more question.
You can, but I don't know if we need to go.
Yeah, our speaker is still clearing off, technology things. So you mentioned critical thinking. I'm curious to understand how you continue to train yourself to think critically, in this age where it can be easy to ignore that aspect.
For sure. So one thing I do from a critical thinking perspective is I intentionally try to put myself on a regular basis in rooms of people that are experts in different things or that will challenge me. So, right, you exchange ideas. And so it leads to questions, and then you have productive conversations that are thinking about where you're practicing critical thinking. I will also say, in your industry, try to set time where you're not just relying on AI tools and that sort of thing. Try to build out, you do the first prompt, you speak out. For example, when I'm doing thought leadership or that sort of thing, I try to speak out loud my perspectives, and then AI will just write what I just said, and then it will structure it, but I'm still the one who's kind of shaping tools rather than relying on them. So, build it into your day is my advice, is making sure that you're not relying on AI for generating ideas. Spend time ensuring that you are still being proactive about critical thinking, particularly around issues, whether it's the way you engage at your company or the way you engage in society. If you see something and you're scrolling through social media and you're curious about something, maybe stop and think about it, write it out. I use writing as a good way to also continue to practice critical thinking and get my thoughts out to see the patterns of dissecting what's happening in society and in my own life. So I hope people will continue to make that a practice, and also find community that values the same type of exercises.
Impressive. Thank you so very much. In our next interview and conversation, I will begin by asking you about your writing practice, because I like to write myself. But let's transition to Lisa. Thank you very much.
Great. Last thought is just find good podcasts where you also have a lot of people who are dissecting issues. That helps too.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot, Madison. Hi, Lisa. Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm very well. Happy New Year. Happy everything good.
Yes, it's good to get to connect.
Yes, it's exciting to see you again.
Absolutely, it's been a while, my friend.
Yeah, it has been. And a lot has happened on our side. Have you been following our work?
I have been. It seems like you've been very busy.
Yeah, we made an ambitious proposition, so we need to certify the promise. That's what I'm trying to make happen.
Well, that's what you're good at following up on.
Thank you so kind.
You're very
You know, for some people that might not know, Lisa was instrumental in getting Ready for Work off the ground. In those days of the pandemic when people were hiding in the house and worrying about not being able to go to the beach, she made time to join us to write essential scripts that eventually helped us to do the pilots. And I'm so thankful every day for what you did, you know, in those phases of the work. Hopefully we get to keep collaborating. Yeah.
Absolutely. It was a great experience, and I'm glad to get to have been part of it. And it was, you know, a great opportunity to keep me moving during the pandemic, because we were all just hanging out with not enough to do. So finding something meaningful to focus on was really helpful.
Right. Impressive. So for individuals that may not have checked your profile and read some of the work that you've put out, the biographies that are online of you, what would you have to tell them to lead them into the conversation, you know, for them to enjoy what you have to present to them today?
Absolutely. Well, I would say, you know, the biggest thing is I have a very circuitous path. It is not a path that the average recruiter looking at a resume says, oh, that makes a lot of sense, unless they do. And so it makes sense from the perspective of the work that I do, but it has been wandering. So I began my career as a teacher. I was a sixth grade teacher here in the US, so that's 12-year-olds. And it really unlocked a love of facilitation and training and operations for me. And I like to say that I'm sort of an unusual business operations person because I don't have a bunch of certifications. Instead, I had to prove that I could get 45 12-year-olds to do what I wanted them to do at the same time. And that takes a lot of
recording in progress.
So my background is varied, and I really draw a lot in my business operations work on being able to think through what it would take to get that many students moving forward, because really adults are the same as kids. We're just a little bit more complicated. So thinking through a process and thinking through how would we train someone to walk through that process has prepared me really well for the kind of work that I do today. And today I own an operations support agency. We are a growth partner for businesses that want to scale rapidly in their project management, process documentation, and employee training.
Very impressive. So let's go back to when I first met you, which was Arizona State University. So before then even, let's talk through your career journey. If I was a fly on the wall when you were in high school, would I have been able to say, yeah, I know she will be here at this time in her life?
You know, it's funny. Probably. So high school, I was very into arts, music, theater, but I was a very committed student. In college, I was voted most likely to succeed. Most people in the US sort of have that experience in high school, but I went to a very small university. And so, yes, I think people would have said it makes sense that I was doing something at a higher level. But in terms of what, I think most people would expect that I would be in education, and I certainly would have expected that. That was very much my passion, still is in many ways. And I had parents who were both in the education field, extended family in education. So it's a little bit unusual that I own a business that supports typically other businesses and nonprofits. But otherwise, yes, I think you probably would have known.
Right. Very impressive. Okay, so high school is done. What informed the choice of your college experience?
Oh gosh, my college experience. So I went to a small university, very similar to Ashesi in Ghana. very small classes, professors that lived on campus that were very committed to the work that they were doing. My family actually had gone to the same university through the generations for quite some time. And I actually never planned to go there, but my parents sort of said, like, just go check it out. You'll see, see what you think. Not a big deal if you decide not to go there. The biggest determinant was scholarships. So I was a student who never would have been able to attend university without scholarships. So that was the biggest determinant. But the second was really finding somewhere that I felt like I fit and that had great service learning opportunities. That was a big priority for me. I didn't and still really don't look at the college experience as an opportunity to, get a specific degree. I think you do need to be sure that your university offers the degrees you might want. But I looked at it much more from the perspective of where will I fit and where will I get the kind of education that will benefit me in the future. So that was sort of how I chose.
Very impressive. Non-conventional.
Yes, very.
Were you the same person you were in high school and college?
I think to some extent, I think, like most people, I grew a good deal in college. I still was very focused on music and the arts. That was something that was very meaningful for me. But I recognized very quickly that, my future was much more in the academic space. I wasn't going to become some singer on Broadway, and I didn't really want that. So I pivoted much more into the academic space, but I still was leader of student groups and engaged in a number of clubs and activities, and then really got focused on education and on thinking through different models of how we might support students in moving through their educational journey.
Wonderful. Okay, so career choices. How did it begin for you?
Go ahead.
Yeah, how did it begin for you?
Yeah, it really, so I like to tell people that I felt like the best way to make a difference in the world was very narrow. You probably needed to lead a nonprofit or be a pastor or be a teacher, a therapist, something like that that's very concrete and very clearly builds goodness in the world. And so I thought, well, I'll be a teacher. That's, what my parents do. That's what I'd like to do. And I graduated college in the U.S. at a time that we had just had new policy go through. So we had the No Child Left Behind Act that passed. And that meant that I could not teach with a non-education degree. And I had a psychology degree. And so I could have taught high school psychology, but I really did not want to teach high schoolers. And so I decided to take a little bit of a break. I applied for a Rotary scholarship. I went to Johannesburg, South Africa for a year and studied at University of the Witwatersrand. And in that time studied human rights in education and did a review of the South African human rights curriculum. South Africa is one of a very few number of countries worldwide that has a comprehensive kindergarten through 12th grade human rights curriculum that's embedded in their curriculum. Every student has to take it in public school. And I compared that curriculum to what exists in the United States and sort of made an assessment of whether or not the US could have the same kind of a program. At the end of that, I came back to the US. I knew I wanted to teach. And so I went into an alternative certification program called Teach for America. And that was sort of how I selected what I was going to do. It's just that gut feeling of like, yep, I'm going to be a teacher. That's what I want to do. And I went and taught. So Teach for America gives you a 6-week training program to be a teacher. And then you are essentially an intern teacher for 2 years. So you get sent to a school. You are teaching full time at a school that has trouble finding enough teachers. And you are supervised and you do your master's work during that time. So I spent 2 years teaching and doing my master's work.
Awesome. Okay. So it's been academia all through ever since.
Pretty much ever since, until actually we met at Arizona State, and that was where I was in higher ed, working in the education space, still building the Baobab Scholars program and app, and recognized really quickly, wow, I really like a lot of these business concepts. I like the business operations concepts. I loved agile methodology. I got really into all of the frameworks that larger organizations use in their business operations, and began to really dive into that. And after I worked at Arizona State, actually went to work at a learning management system startup. And at that point said, woo, this is really where I want to be. Like, I love doing this kind of work. And I guess the rest is history, because now that's what I do every day.
Impressive. Okay, wonderful. That establishes some bedrock for our topic of business operations, and I should say youth entrepreneurship. So, for organizations that have used your service, what is the most primal value that makes them make them keep coming back to you? Because obviously you have unique qualification for this, but for individuals that might want to understand, what makes them keep coming back to you?
A great question. So a lot of times when a business is growing, and you know this firsthand, Tom-Chris, when organizations are growing, money can be tight, right? It can be very difficult to decide to engage in any kind of business services contract, because you have to conserve every penny and make sure everything really stretches. And that's no different for-profit organizations on the African continent, on the North American continent. I think that trend is the same no matter what. And so the thing that we really work to provide value on is not just training people in a tool or a process, but in really understanding a full framework and providing training opportunities to their team. So I'll give a couple of examples. We work a lot in project management tools, and I'm sure listeners are very familiar with those kinds of tools. So some common ones that we use are Asana, ClickUp, Monday.com, Rike. There are many. And all of those tools offer different features. And so a lot of times when organizations are assessing, hey, I really need to get my project management figured out. We are dropping balls. Our team is forgetting things. We're not getting good check-ins. I'm unclear of what my team members are doing. That's when they'll start looking at a software tool. And it's really easy to say, great, I'll put this software tool in and then it'll just be magic and it'll work perfectly. And I'm sure, Tom-Chris, you've had a similar experience where, you've thought like, oh, this software will take care of this thing. Mm-hmm. And that's not always the case, right? So sometimes the software works really great and is magic, but most of the time it's just a tool. And so just like, when you go to fix something, you might have a hammer. A hammer doesn't do all of the things you need done. Yeah. And if someone's never used a hammer before, it's not going to be very effective. Yeah. And the way that I use a hammer is very different than the way other people use a hammer. I remember my grandfather, who was a carpenter, demonstrating to me for the first time how to use a hammer. And he used it totally differently than I did, and much more effectively. And so a lot of what we do is helping organizations select the right tools and then helping them empower their teams with ongoing training and support so that that tool actually lasts and works. And so that everyone's using the tool in the same way, so that you don't have some people like me using the hammer when I was a little kid and, just doing a terrible little tapping job of it. And then you have others who are like my grandfather who could, really get the full strength of that hammer. So we really focus on how do we make sure that teams have the behavior that they need to make their process work, and how do they get that ongoing training and support. And that's really the value in what we do that's different than a lot of different agencies.
Very impressive. By the way, for someone who wants to communicate like you, is it training? Is it skill? What is it that they need to do? Because like your words are coming out like it's water dripping from the tap, and it's so soothing to the ear.
Thank you. Well, I'll say my parents worked hard on that. They thought that I might go to Broadway and be under lights, and they just didn't realize that I would be on webinars my whole life. I have had a lot of theater training. And so when you do theater training, you do a lot of improvisation courses, and you learn how to respond in multiple scenarios. And so this really is a very comfortable space for me. It's funny because people will say, how do you perform or speak in front of large groups? I actually this weekend sang with the local symphony. My choir sang with the local symphony, and there were about 1,000 people in attendance. And my mother-in-law said, "Oh my gosh, weren't you terrified?" And I said, "Well, no, you just get used to it at some point." So it's rare that I get stage fright anymore. So I would say if people want to do the same thing, it really is repetition. Right? You just start early. It's like going to the gym. You build a muscle by showing up every day and doing a little bit more each day. And there are lots of amazing improv supports online and in lots of communities where you could find people who will practice with you. Toastmasters is also a wonderful resource that exists in most communities globally.
Right. Amazing. Okay, back to the topic. I couldn't resist to ask that question.
Say that again, Tom-Chris. It cut out on my end.
I couldn't resist to ask that question. So back to the topic of today.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, in terms of business operations, we really use a training focus, and we really think through what's actually keeping people from using a tool. And a lot of what we do with organizations is do a survey with their team to say, like, white on the phone is really terrible, and so I'm not going to use it. And then that leads us to make a different recommendation to a team than, hey, you should be punishing your team members for not doing this, and instead to say, well, let's find a tool that has a better phone app. That's easy. So I think when you really focus in on what are the actual barriers to individual users in these organizations, that's where some of the magic comes.
Impressive. So how does business operation really power organizations' growth?
Absolutely. So most people, most organizations start thinking about an operations hire when they are 10 employees or more. So I like to use an analogy for business operations like blood and your blood vessels. If you don't have blood and blood vessels that are flowing throughout every part of your body can't function, right? Mm-hmm. Operations isn't the muscles. That might be your sales team. It's not the hands, right? It's not necessarily the brain. It's the thing that makes everything work, and it makes everything smooth. So when you're thinking about how it supports businesses to grow, it's really a sense of removing friction and making sure that as we do individual processes, we're taking away anything that's going to make it more difficult. So I'll use a current example. I have an amazing client. I'll give them a little shout out, Renegade Media. It's Abby Wren and Wade Holland. They are influencers and artists and do incredible media work. And we're working with their team to figure out how we can speed up their sales with a brand. And a brand says, hey, we'd really like to have you support this brand. there are a number of steps that no one ever sees on the front end. So there are a few emails back and forth. Hey, this is who we are. You know, we're really interested. Would you like to jump on a call? Okay, we had a great call. Here's a proposal for what we're doing. Wonderful. Okay, we're in. We want this package. Great. Okay, here's a contract. Wonderful. What dates do you want these things done? So there's a lot of back and forth. And in that back and forth, depending on what's going on, you can really lose a lot of time.
Mm-hmm.
So overwhelmed for the week. Let's say Wade has had 16 calls that week. He's going to be slower to get back to the person who's reaching out. So just by doing things like saying, okay, it's harder for you to get back sometimes. Let's get a template, just a standard template that sits in your Gmail that you're going to send back every time. So you don't have to think about it. You don't have to retype it. You don't have to put any brain power into it. Or customizing a proposal every single time you send something out. Well, you know, not everything can be standard every time. It's not like buying a widget, but there are similar services every time. So let's get a pretty standard deck that we can make 1 or 2 edits to. By removing some of those delays, it's speeding up the business overall. And so the people who need to be spending their time doing other things really can. And so it's that hidden work that's happening to remove friction and to move things along faster. Great. Oh, hope I didn't lose you.
Oh, it was
a connectivity issue.
Yeah, it was cutting out briefly, but I'm here.
Wonderful.
I'm here stuffing my mouth with muffins and things. But I'm enjoying what you're saying.
You need sustenance.
Yes, I do.
It's a long process for you. Yeah. But yeah, so just, you know, when I think about business operations and how it can accelerate growth, it really is about how you can remove friction and remove the things that slow you down so that you're able to speed up. And that might be in the sales process, that might be in the marketing process, that might be in delivery of whatever you're selling or whatever service you're offering. And it might be in offboarding clients. There are always points where we can remove friction. And in today's world, you can create a lot of automations as well so that the humans aren't even having to do those things.
Wonderful. So how do you get the buy-in from the startup founders to appreciate how essential the role is to work with an expert like yourself?
Are a few different sort of archetypes of startup founders. There are startup founders who we see the most in the news, who are our tech founders, and they're move fast and break things kind of people. They're your Mark Zuckerbergs, they're your Elon Musks. They are often harder to get on board. They're thinking about everything as return on investment, as ROI, make sure that we make as much money as possible. And the reality is you make more money when you can move faster and when all your team has everything up front. So if you think about putting in order your standard operating procedures, how do we do this every time? How do we train people to do it every time? How do we make sure it's always in our project management tool the same way? That feels to a lot of people who want to move super fast like it's slowing down. And the conversation we like to have is fast is slow and slow is fast, right? So you have to slow down, move at a speed that allows us to see any bumps in the road, any problems in the process, and then you can move and go super fast. So a lot of people will say, well, let's just try it like we have it. And the example that I like to use, and maybe this is a little bit better example in the US, a lot of homes in the US have ceiling fans. I know that's not as common on the African continent, but a lot of us have ceiling fans.
Yeah.
And there's a joke about what happens if you throw poop into a ceiling fan. It's not good.
Yeah.
It's a bad outcome.
Yeah.
And that's what happens if you start with a process that's not great and then speed it up. It'll just be a really fast, bad process. But everything will start to break and you'll start to go slower as a result.
Right.
So let's use an example of, you start shipping out your product fast and you're not doing a quality control check before you ship it out.
Right.
You can get out really fast, but then the people who receive it say, well, this isn't working. It's not good. It's broken. It's defective. And so all of a sudden you have a ton of products coming back to you. You have to make refunds. You have to fix these things. And you end up slower at the end than you would have been if you had built it the right way from the beginning. So that's a lot of the conversation that we have is, you need to build it the right way from the beginning. And in all frankness, a lot of founders come to us after they've tried to speed it up without a clear process, and it doesn't work well. And so they're coming in and saying, oh, that didn't work so well. Can we do it the right way this time? And that's where, we really see a lot of value.
Awesome. Okay. So, I want to go to youth entrepreneurship, but I think we still have some touch points on business operations. So looking to the future, what do you see for your agency?
Yeah. Well, so I have sort of, and I think this is similar to your focus, Tom-Chris. You've very much focused on youth in what you're doing and empowering youth throughout the process. We have very much focused on empowering moms and caregivers. So as is common in most parts of the world, moms are still the people who are the most responsible for families. And that can mean that a traditional 9-to-5 work environment is challenging, right? To plan everything, to prepare meals, to make sure that everyone's getting picked up from school, to make sure that everything's prepared and paid and ready. And in the US, we saw that we lost about 2 million women out of the workforce during COVID. And we've actually lost an additional 500,000 this year alone in the US. And these aren't folks who don't want to be working. They're people for whom the current work scenario is not working. And so we have really worked hard to create a flexible environment for people who are caregivers who need flexible work. So on my team, there are people who, have an infant and log in the middle of the night because, baby's up and needed a feeding and they have some time where they're awake and want to get some work done. Or who only log in during the school day because their kids are at school. And so we've really focused on that. We have a fantastic team. We're growing really fast, which is a lot of fun. And what I really see in the future is being able to scale and grow that team and affect a lot more businesses and also put together more do-it-yourself tools. So right now we are solely a service organization. We sell our services, but we are working on productizing our services to be able to say, look, if you can't afford to work with us, we totally understand. That's where a lot of businesses and nonprofits are. So here's what we do. Here's how we do what we do. And you can buy a guide that will walk you through and get access to a community via Slack where, you can ask questions, you can ask and connect with other people who are in a similar stage of business to you or in similar industries to be able to share best practices. And we really want to be a leader and a thought leader around what does it look like to build a workplace that works for everyone, that doesn't just work for the person who owns the company, doesn't just work for, the shareholders if it's a publicly traded company, but it works for everyone and everyone feels valued.
Awesome. So when you're looking at productizing, these tools that you want to make available to the founders and individuals that need them, is it another Monday? Is it another Slack? Or what might it look like in your view?
Yeah, it'll be a combination of tools. So we don't want to create our own software tool that I am not a developer. I don't have interest in being a product company. But what we will be doing is creating sort of a guide that will walk people through how do you select the right tools? How do you customize the right tools? So it will be sort of a combination initially of a PDF and some videos and a Slack community. And then over time, I imagine that will probably turn into more of a course or a email subscription where you get sent, here's what you do on day 1, here's what you do on day 2. And then allowing people to choose the tools that work well for them. And that way we can evolve as tools evolve. Because, if I'm talking to you in 5 years from now, we probably won't still be talking about the same tools. We'll be talking about different ones because that's just how quickly the environment changes. I also see us focusing a lot more on AI tools as AI tools become more sophisticated.
So I'm thinking broadly now, would this be a recommendation guide for the founder, or will he have, because I'm looking at the willingness to pay for such material, where would the value be? Is it utility of the tools, how to get the best from the hammer, or this is a hammer that you need?
Yeah, it's much more how to get the best out of the hammer. So you could think of it, if we're going to really extend this metaphor, can think of it as the carpenter's guide to a hammer, right? So we're giving you all of the secrets that we've learned over time and allowing that to be the thing that helps you make the right selection of the tool and helps you to use the tool well and set your organization up so that it becomes just a natural part of what you do instead of feeling like one additional thing you have to do.
Okay. Interesting. So how do you then compete with AI agents as they become, more useful for companies that might want to deploy such instruments in actualizing the same goal? Because I can imagine, say, data room operation. If I have a good system, my AI agent could possibly, I don't know, I haven't really used it in that regard, but I can imagine as time goes on, it might be able to organize folders, systemize process in that regard. So have you thought about how that impacts it, or if you need to, you say you don't want to be a software company, but what do you think in that regard?
But what needs to be included? Absolutely. And I think anybody who's in a service industry who's not thinking about AI is probably telling you they're not thinking about AI. They actually are. I have two views here, and one is a little bit of an unpopular or disagreeable view. So I'll start with that. My disagreeable view is that there is a lot of bluster around AI right now, and I've had lots of founders say, "Well, I can have AI write my SOPs," and they're right, they can. What AI can't do is use judgment to say, this is how you're going to get Cheryl in accounting to use that SOP.
Yeah.
Other than just saying, hey, you better do it, which doesn't work that well. It turns out punishment is not the best way to get employees to do things.
Yeah.
That was a knowing laugh.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's, that's the piece that I think AI will not be able to do. What it will be able to do is help to make some of those things go faster. And so we will be always incorporating AI into what we do. We're already thinking about, do we create our own agent? Do we create our own LLM that can give you the guidance that LGN Collab would give you? And we already are testing some of those. We have an SOP GPT that we use with clients that we say, okay, when you start to get ready, put this into this format and it will create the SOP in the format you already have. And then you just have to get it in your library and it'll help you to move faster. So I really view AI as a speeding up, but not as a as a creation and speed agent, but not as an implementation partner. And that's really where our value lies. You know, I heard Alex Hormozy shared, you know, if everyone could implement with fidelity, then we would all have six-pack abs. Because there's all the information on the internet about how to get six-pack abs. If you could do it on your own, you would. But there is an element of human behavior that is different. And so what we're thinking about is how do we add that information into the use of AI so that we can say, okay, AI can do the very clear, replicable, non-judgment required tasks. And then how can we use agents to sort of string those things together? And then what are the pieces that are human that you're going to need a thought partner on? And that's where we come in. And can we put more and more of that into an LLM, et cetera, to defray the cost of like actually getting to sit and talk with a person about the challenge?
Yeah.
And then how do we also add in some community support? So, you know, we don't all want to talk to AI 100% of the time. We're already seeing a lot of backlash around that because people are saying, I'm on screens all the time. So how can we add in also a community element to help people problem solve? Because that's really what we find founders are looking for.
At additional fee, of course. So
yes, of course.
Yeah, I've sent you a link. I think if I were to consult for you, I would say clone yourself and create a Lisa AI that would
just
serve.
like Tony Robbins.
Absolutely, yeah. That would be
absolutely.
That would be a 5 to 7 years view of this project because it's definitely the do it for me approach. I think is becoming mainstream now in the sense that, you know, we have cars that drive for you. We have everything. It seems to be automated and autopilot and things like that. So I feel like there will be a clear economic value for getting such instruments, especially when it represents your body of knowledge in a way that anybody can activate it, and it becomes even more scalable too.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of folks who are in service industries that are doing things like this, where they're taking all of the trainings they've ever written, all of the recommendation guides they've ever made for clients, conversations like this one. You know, my AI tool can pull the transcript and throw it into the training, where they can then pull together what would Lisa's recommendations probably be, right?
Yeah.
And that's going to get you 90% of the way, right?
Yeah.
There are going to be times, of course, where, you know, the Lisa AI and the Lisa, the actual person, might give different answers.
Absolutely, yeah.
But for the most part, I think it can get people a long way. And the beauty there and the value there is that you as an individual can scale your impact, right? And many organizations that can't afford a top dollar consulting engagement can buy in. And so it allows smaller organizations to engage. And, you know, that's really where my heart is and where I always have worked. I've worked with youth entrepreneurs and Main Street organizations and startup founders that, like I said before, you know, their pennies have to stretch a long way. So let's, you know, use AI to level that playing field a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Speaking of youth entrepreneurship, was your introduction to Africa as a result of your visit to South Africa, or the engagement with South Africa, or through Arizona State University's MasterCard program?
So it was my initial time in South Africa, and I'll say I chose South Africa because I had grown up being fascinated with Nelson Mandela.
Right.
So the way that I found Nelson Mandela was, the way that most kids in the United States might. Every year when we had to do a report on Black history, we would choose a number of folks. And I chose Nikki Giovanni one year, and I chose Marian Anderson one year. But Nelson Mandela was the person that I went back to over and over again. And I grew up in the time that Mandela was released from prison. I remember seeing the newscasts. And I grew up for some of my time in Birmingham, Alabama, which has a very similar racial history to Johannesburg. And so I was just fascinated with it. So when I got to apply for a Rotary Scholarship, I applied to go to South Africa. At that point, I had never been to the African continent. I went a couple of months later on a service learning trip, my actual first time. Well, I flew through OR Tambo into South Africa, but we drove then to Mozambique, and I spent a month in Mozambique. Then I lived for a year in South Africa, and then when I worked at Arizona State, I got to visit Ghana, Kenya, South Africa, and work with scholars from all over the continent.
We should give you an African name, maybe a Ghanaian name or Nigerian name, because your heart is on the continent.
I'm in. Let's go. Why not? It helps that I was born on a Sunday. So
All
that's
right.
one way we could go.
Awesome. Very impressive. So where do you see Student Entrepreneurship Week? I mean, student entrepreneurship. Oh, I'm so stuck on the Entrepreneurship Week.
I'm sure it's the most important thing in your brain right now.
Yeah. Folks have said student entrepreneurship, there we go, has a role to play in helping to address youth unemployment, particularly in a country like Ghana. But then, as you know, most times the expectation is not the same as the actual reality of student entrepreneurs being able to access all the tools and services and support they need to grow. So you've worked in this space for a very, very long time, and you're basically a thought leader on the subject. So what do you think?
Yeah, student entrepreneurship has a lot of different facets. And so I'll speak to a few of them. And they are all equally important in my opinion. So, people will say, well, they're not going to found a real business and they're not going to move forward in a real business. They're going to have multiple iterations before that. Number one, I don't think that's always true.
Yeah.
Number two, I don't think that matters. So there is value in the experience. So when we're looking at youth entrepreneurship, there's the example of someone who is just going to, sell food at a stoplight, right? That is valid entrepreneurship where they are making money and they're able to bring in resources for their family and create a profit. And after a while, it may be that they expand to multiple locations and people who are working for them and different models and different products. Or it might be that that's just a short-term practice. And either way is very important. And I think there are two reasons that it's important. Number one is all of life is getting in repetitions. So you can tell that I'm someone who spends some time in the gym because I use this a lot as a metaphor. But, if I want to increase my bench press, the way to do that is to show up every day and bench press a little bit more than I did the day before. Even if it's 1 pound, just a little bit more. And I can't get better without doing that thing. And I will over time recognize a number of elements of my practice that I don't initially. So when I started working out, it just felt hard. Just felt really hard. And my coach would say, notice the way that your legs are doing this thing. And I think, I can't feel my legs any different than I feel my arm. Like, what are you talking about? And over time, I would develop that understanding. So the same is true of any practice, and entrepreneurship is absolutely a practice. It is not a science. There are scientific elements to it, but it is a practice and an art as much as anything else. And so I think it is critical that youth get the chance to have that practice. And whether it goes on to be something that lasts for 50 years or not is not the point.
Right.
The other element that I think is critical is that youth identify challenges that others do not see. And we've gotten better at it as adults, right? Like we're now realizing like, oh, they see real problems that could be monetized to solve. But they see things from a different vantage point, whether that's the kinds of products they like and would like to see in the market, or the kinds of services they know might sell. There has been a huge trend in the US of kids making slime and selling it at school, right? So it's slime. It's like a fun thing to play with, and it's a sensory activity. If you had asked me, what will students buy at a school? Never in a million years would I have said slime. Mm-hmm. But those students had an experience and a reality that said, yeah, that's going to be awesome. Like, I'm going to make a lot of money. I've seen kids fund their college experience that way. So they are seeing things that others do not see. And Tom-Chris, you're a great example of this. Like, you saw the need for Stars for All Nations that others did not see because of your age and station at that moment. It had nothing to do with, there being a sophisticated need. It was that you were in that space and you could see that it was needed.
Yeah.
And so it's critical to me that we support student entrepreneurship because of the need for the practice. And second, because youth are going to bring to market really critical needs that others do not.
Awesome. Okay. You made reference to a statement that I wrote down. All of life is getting in repetition. Did I get that right?
Absolutely.
Wow. That's amazing. That's really, really amazing. So for individuals that I enjoy you telling stories, the stories that you told made this session seem like it was just getting started, but I look at the time and it's 3:51. Which is amazing. Stories have been the arc of great conversations. If someone wants to learn how to tell stories as good as you do, how do they get it right?
Oh gosh, you listen to a lot of stories. I was so fortunate to grow up in a family where my dad told stories all the time, and I loved it. We have this silly story that everybody asked for when we were kids called the 8-foot ants. I don't know where this came to him, but when you're kids, you're constantly saying like, Dad, tell me a story. And he went through all the stories of his childhood. And, one time when we lived in this place and we were in this house, but for some reason, we really liked the 8-foot ant story, which was entirely fictional, I assume, where he was abducted by a UFO that was manned by 8-foot tall ants.
All right.
Which is about 3 meters for those in the metric system. And, we loved it. And so just listening to stories and engaging in stories. I'm from the southern part of the US. We are known as storytellers. That's a big piece of our culture. And I think a big piece of why I had a lot of kinship with African cultures that are more storytelling. Listen to stories, read stories. If that is something you want to do, like I said, it's getting in the reps. So you have to listen, you have to consume, and then you have to practice yourself.
Yeah.
So find somebody who will listen to you talk forever. And I think my person is probably my mom. So apologies to my mom for making me for making me listen to me for hours on end.
Awesome. Wow. Very impressive. Okay, so As we begin to gradually wind down, what do you say to individuals who would tremendously benefit from your service? How do they approach you? How do they get to access this opportunity that you offer? Where do they find you?
Yeah, absolutely. So the place that I am the most active is on LinkedIn, and I've actually already seen some folks connecting via LinkedIn. I am very much of the mindset that you share everything. There is nothing that we gatekeep. So we're going to share all the knowledge that we have. And so LinkedIn is a great place to get started and get connected. We have a newsletter, so you can find that on our website, which is lgncollab.com. And we would love for you to sign up for our newsletter, see a little bit more about what we offer, and, have more conversations that way. Our newsletter is a place where we share a little bit more in depth about what we're doing and how we do it. And then I am now doing a coffee series with my COO, Stephanie. So we're doing that on LinkedIn. So once a week, you can find a conversation that we're having around operations. Our first two have been, how do you tell the difference between a bad employee and a bad process? And spoiler alert for that one is that it's almost always a bad process. And then the second is, how do you tell the difference between a bad employee and a bad manager? And again, spoiler alert, it's almost always the process, but we are talking through the questions that we get most often from founders. So those are the best ways to connect. LinkedIn has been an amazing resource for me, and I would absolutely recommend it to listeners. If you were not active on LinkedIn, I would encourage you to jump in and connect it. It's a great way to be able to have direct connection to a lot of people that you wouldn't otherwise. So I'm of a certain age, and I remember when Twitter was brand new and you could direct message, the Queen of England, and she might respond. It was crazy. And LinkedIn is still in those early days. It's not quite that open anymore, but it's still a lot more open than Twitter, Instagram, etc. So I'd encourage people to get connected there.
Impressive. Okay, so we still have a few more minutes. Is there anything you are working on that you need people to know about?
Oh, well, I think I mentioned the DIY guides, which are the biggest piece. That has been a real labor of love. It's interesting to think through how you do things and recognize that there are pieces of what you know that are second nature to the point that you don't even know how to write them down. And having another person, for me, Stephanie, my COO, that I can run ideas past and she can improve them is really helpful. There was a concept that we talked a lot about at Arizona State, hat tip here to Bethany Weigel, where we use the term nimbus, and this was a term we made up. The word is real. It means sort of the shiny part around a cloud. When the sun's behind the cloud, that's the nimbus. And nimbus is a naming piece of clouds. So you'll hear cumulonimbus and nimbus stratus. It's a way to talk about clouds. The way that we used it was in the same idea of Harry Potter. So Harry had the Nimbus 3000 broom that he would ride on. And we said nimbusing is taking something from awesome to awesomer.
Wow.
Also not a word. But the concept is having another person, having another brain and another set of eyes almost always improves what you're working on, because they can nimbus it. They can take it from where it is, which is already pretty awesome, and make it awesomer. And so that's been a lot of what we're working on this year, and expanding it to say, well, what has Steph done, and what has Jordan done, and what has Jess done, to be able to build upon that even more and make it even more powerful. So that's been a big piece of what we're doing. And I think another thing that I would really encourage listeners to think through is feedback is nimbusing. It's not telling you did something wrong. I mean, there are a lot of times where, God bless, Stephanie asked me the other day, she said, what did you mean by this? I don't want to offend you, but I have no idea what you meant. And she said it so diplomatically, and I laughed, and I said, what? Goodness only knows. Let me look back on this and let me try to make it fit into words that make sense. You are not always as clear as you think you are. You are not always as ready as you think you are. And so having someone to give you feedback and to ask you questions clarifies what you're doing. So, I would really encourage listeners to be thinking about how they can do that nimbusing with their own work and for others.
How can they do it, by the way?
I think it's just giving a second set of ideas. So, when you are working as an employee, for example, employers do want you to do what they've asked you to do, of course. I mean, that's obvious. But anytime you can come and say, I've been paying attention to this, and I think we could do it faster, better, less expensively, et cetera, if we did this thing, and let me walk you through my thought. That's where an employee goes from being valuable to being incredibly valuable. So, think about how you can lend a second set of eyes in a respectful, supportive way to make practices better.
Impressive. Okay, so I see that I have to let some people in, but I wish I could squeeze in one more question. Anyway.
Well, it's been a pleasure to get to talk to you. I miss hearing your voice.
Me as well. Thank you so much. The thoughts you shared, the stories that you told, the expressions of your business purpose and the goals, the work you're doing for, getting those awesome women into work again, doing what they love and building this enterprise that you're on. I think your purpose is quite clear. There is clear utility for it in companies and corporations. So I look forward to being of any use at all if you need when you begin to clone Lisa AI.
Wonderful. You'll be the first person to reach out to.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Tom-Chris. Have a great day.
You as well. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Amma. We're back to Ghana.
Hello. Sorry, let me turn on my video.
No worries.
Back to Ghana indeed.
Still in the car?
Still in the car, yep. But I'm parked. So.
Okay. Please don't drive. Don't drive and talk on Zoom.
No. I parked. We're safe. We're good.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I was really hoping that you get to join, and I'm so glad that God made a way for us to talk.
Agreed. I was excited about this too. I'm rooting for you. I know that it'll be well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You've changed recently. There's so much difference around you the past 1 year. I saw your picture online and I couldn't recognize that it was you.
Yes, man must evolve. We must grow.
Right.
So, we're evolved. This has been a year of evolution, of redefining. So, it was all part of that.
Impressive.
In that spirit. Yeah.
Impressive. Okay, for individuals that, might not have seen your work or gotten to read your profile, what would you tell them that will help them understand the topic we're about to discuss?
Well, okay. So I sit at the intersection of a lot of different things. I have been working in international development for the last 16 years. for international development for the last 12 years, in education for the last 16 years. And it's been just like a phenomenal experience for me to shape ideas, shape thoughts, strategy really around how we build for the future, and how we think about sustainability, how we think about access for those who are marginalized, how we think about the people who are on the fringes. And so something that has been really near and dear to me on this journey is this idea of entrepreneurship, and this idea that, the most powerful movement that will make, as a nation, as an organization, whatever, is having people empowered within an organization to be innovators, people who understand the value of starting and finishing ideas, putting into practice new ways of doing. I think this is going to be the future for us as Africans, certainly for any organization. And so I'm excited because I started a podcast and started an organization, a consultancy some years ago, Inside Out, that is all about entrepreneurship. How do we get organizations and people within organizations to think innovatively and to build like entrepreneurs, right? Build like people who are hungry and looking for profit, but within an organization. So entrepreneurship, how you build like an entrepreneur within.
Awesome.
And so that's kind of, the background for me and what I'm going to discuss.
Okay, let's go back to your high school days. I like going back to that stage because for the most part, that's where we begin to choose our direction and we begin to find some foundation. So how was the experience like for you? If I was one of your buddies then, would I still have some consonance of who you were then with who you are now?
Probably, I think so. High school, I went to a science and tech school. I was in a science and tech program. So I've always been a bit of a geek, kind of always the person really interested in learning and understanding how the world works. I've always been a big advocate for people who, are underrepresented or unrepresented. My dad always tells a story of how I wrote a letter to the then president of the U.S. Actually, I think this was middle school, to be fair, but the then president of the U.S., Bill Clinton, about teacher salaries. Because at the time where I was going to school, a lot of teachers were leaving to go and work in, better paying districts. And at the time, I didn't understand, property taxes and how teacher salaries were developed. I just went straight to the federal government. But I mean, that to me is emblematic of my character of just like caring about, society. And I think that my friends and the people who knew me then would agree. I think they would tell you that I talk a lot. I still talk a lot. So, I mean, I think that that's probably true, that I'm probably a very eclectic, just like love colors. I think for me, how we present in this world is a reflection of our beliefs and our values. And I love the idea of like wearing a lot of colors, of embracing, the fullness of being African, from the colors in the sky, the sunset, with our fabrics, with the elaborate designs and patterns. So I would say that's probably still true.
Awesome.
Even today. So yeah.
Wonderful. So what about university?
Yeah, I was really universities where many of us, to be fair, get our wings when it comes to like advocacy, protesting. I was always, in the wings, concocting new plans and schemes to, get more resources for my community and the communities that matter to me. Service was really important to me. Having fun. I loved my college experience because I love me a good time. Okay. So just like finding ways to gather in community and just have a good time and enjoy each other's company and, engage each other in debates and things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah.
So did that inform your career choice because you came back? By the way, how did coming back come into the equation?
Yeah, so it's really interesting for me. I was born and raised in the U.S. My parents are Ghanaians, and everything that I knew or understood about Ghana in my early life was, was around how my parents explain it to me. The first time I came, I was, I think, like 10 or so in the 90s. And I came again in early 2000s when, you know, we were doing redenomination. So I was always raised with this idea that, like, you know, Ghana is home and that's where you need to be. But I never actually thought that I would spend any of my youth in Ghana. Like, I thought, okay, one day when I'm done and old and gray, you know, like many of our parents say, I will, you know, go back to Ghana. But it is in moving back that I really came to reckon with my identity. Like, am I really Ghanaian? Like, you know, how Ghanaian am I, honestly? And how much of my identity, having been formed and shaped by my American upbringing, you know, makes me American, you know? And I moved to Ghana originally because I was graduating from my graduate program. I thought I was going to get into domestic education policy, but then while in grad school, I became enthralled with the African, you know, some of my African studies and some of the things that some of my African peers are working on. And I just thought, this is, you know, better now than ever to find something to do. And luckily I found a startup that was working on, education related activities. And, you know, it was in doing that I said, yeah, time to make the leap. And I came. Unfortunately, when I got here, the startup kind of fell apart like 3 months after I arrived.
Oh, wow.
So, yes. So, I mean, but, you know, God is good because he actually helped me to get the next opportunity that I got, which was working for a nonprofit focused on studying social interventions in, you know, the developing world amongst the global majority. And I really fell in love with the work. I fell in love with engaging my people and honestly negotiating things and ideas that made sense in theory, like in academia, but on the ground and in application were not as straightforward. And so, yeah, that's kind of the journey I took to coming to Ghana.
And then obviously you ended up at the US government. Talk to us about that. How did that integration? Okay, so you had the experience already or the passion already when you were in the States. So it sort of was an easy transition into what you always wanted to do, if I should say.
Really, I never imagined myself working for the government. The thing about working for any government in any country is obviously it's very restrictive. Like, once you work for the government, it means that you kind of give your all to it because you represent that country at that point.
Yeah.
Anything you do or say becomes a diplomatic sort of crisis, if you will. And I never imagined myself working for the government, but I was definitely grateful for the opportunity because the work that I was getting to do was so different and unique. You know, I was coming in as a supervisor, and honestly, it's a testimony. Like, God really showed up for me because what happened was that I was working at IPA and I had kind of hit a ceiling in my work and I wanted to do something different. I wanted to go beyond Ghana. I wanted to see the rest of Africa, wanted to understand what was there. I wanted more agency in my work. So the ability to lead and to build within the work that I did. And I was really trying to figure out how I could do that while also paying my student loan bill. So I needed to make a salary that would at least cover my college and grad school debt.
Right.
Well, at that point, my grad school debt, because I didn't really graduate college with much debt. And so, you know, I was praying about it, and a couple of friends sent me the position that I got, and I was like, I don't think I qualify for this because I'm coming from an education background. This is like science tech. I studied science tech in high school, but have since not done much of anything substantive there. But I applied and somehow made it to interview. And by somehow I know it was Holy Spirit because honestly, you know, just like looking at the JD, looking at my CV, like I could be qualified, but I don't know. It felt like a stretch.
Right.
But when I got to the interview and I was responding to the questions and I was understanding the role more, because, you know, people put out JDs, but it's often not like really what they want.
Right.
It's when you do the interview that you start to understand what they're looking for. And I was like, oh no, I can do this. Like, and I love the problem solving because really the question that the job was asking was, how do we better incorporate research, digital technology, innovation and adaptive management and, unique types of partnerships into the work we do. Essentially, how do we make our work better looking at these paradigms? And I thought, yes, I can do that. I'm coming from the research space. I understand adaptive management, and I certainly understand partnership and collaboration. So it was in the interview that I was like, oh, wow, I get this, and I really hope I get it. And by the grace of God, honestly, the testimony there was that the job was actually created for someone else. Wow. And the person was already in the organization. And because of the, like the way I performed in the interview and honestly having people advocate on my behalf, people who didn't even know me that I came to find out later, advocate on my behalf afterwards, I was able to get the job, and I'm actually really grateful for that experience, having been the supervisor, because I got to really see how research, how innovation, who we work with and how we work with them affects the quality of programming, right, and the efficacy, like the ability to implement, well and potentially scale. It wasn't at all what I imagined I'd be doing. I mean, when I was in high school, I thought I would be a lawyer. I went to college thinking I was going to be a lawyer. It wasn't until my junior year that I found out what was happening was actually that I was a teacher's assistant for my law class, the labor law class. And my professor sat me down and was like, let's just talk about your future. And I told him my plans to go to law school and that I was preparing, to take the LSATs and things. And he's like, I don't really think you want to go to law school. And at first I was like, are you telling me that I can't be a lawyer? Which obviously he wasn't, because I'm his PA. He selected me for his law class. So it's not that he didn't think I could do law, but it was actually, and how he explained it was that I don't think you'd enjoy the law that you'd end up doing. And I don't think that you'd be actually making the impact that you think you want to make. In fact, you should get your master's in public administration. And at that point, I had never heard of this. I had no idea what this was. And so it was during this period that I had done a fast. I was doing a 3-day fast in September. It was my first time ever leading my own personal fast. I had done fast with church, but never myself. And do you know that I ended up, he told me about this. I sort of started Googling it. And then randomly at the school, there was a woman coming to speak who had gotten her MPA from Cornell, actually, or MPP from Harvard. She got it from somewhere, but she was a Cornell alum. And she was coming to speak, and she had she was working on education issues, which my professor knew I was very passionate about. So I ended up going, and I ended up interning with her that very summer. Like, the way that fast and the outcome of that, just boom, boom, boom. Right. I was like, wow, divine orchestration. I mean, so anyway, I have many of these testimonies about my career and my life, but, all that to say, I certainly did not imagine myself in U.S. government. I didn't even imagine myself as an MPA person. The height of my imagination was law. And honestly, when you pray and when you surround yourself with mentors and people who are willing to pour into you, your imagination really does expand.
Tell me more stories, because I can imagine a young girl listening to you now and getting inspired by these career stories that you're telling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know where even to start with more stories, but I can share one of the things that I'm very passionate about and that I'll be doing over the course of the next 3 months in November, December, and January are vision boards, because actually the November before I joined USAID or had even applied to USAID, I was in a place where I was just like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where I'm going. I feel stuck. I feel, you get a kind of something inside you that says, no, I have to move forward and I just don't know where to go. Right. And so I don't know how I came upon this idea of vision boarding. Let me put my phone on the charger. Okay. But somebody told me about it and I was like, you know what? I am going to do a vision board for the first time in my life. I'm going to do a vision board, and I'm going to take the thoughts, ideas out of my head, put them in a space where I can see them and hold myself accountable, and where other people can see them and hold me accountable. And so I ended up doing this vision board. I did it with my niece, and it was, a vision board that just kind of said, in essence, I want to get healthy. I want to make more money. I want to draw closer to God and to have a greater impact in education and on people across Africa. this was like, it was my 5-year vision board. And obviously vision boarding, you can do it every year. It's up to you really how you do it. But for me, I was like, I'm doing this exercise, imagining who I would be, what I would look like in the next 5 years. And this was in 2016. This was in 2015, November 2015. Yeah. So obviously the next 5 years would have been 2020, which we all know what happened in 2020, but God is good.
Yeah.
As is the theme of this whole entire video, as you can see, because I have put all of this on the vision board with no idea how I was going to get there. But the events that followed, so 2016, I got my job at USAID, a job that I was neither qualified for, in my mind at least, neither qualified for nor prepared for, but for which going in, I knocked out the interview from the Afro Bowl, where we, I set up this space where Africans and Afro-diasporans could exchange, could really build relationship and to negotiate these terms that have been set on our behalf, saying that kind of like this divide and conquer, but actually recognizing that, hey, we've evolved as people, as Africans, African-Americans, Caribbeans, into new identities. Black Americans have beautiful, rich, deep cultural identity. Caribbeans, also Africans in their different countries, different ethnic groups also have these things. Let's honor that. Let's celebrate that. Let's not see our difference as a problem, but let's just honor, yeah, we're different, but we have very similar goals in terms of the things that we're fighting and the ideas that we need to negotiate in this world. And so 2017, I started that. Again, at this point, I'm not really looking at my vision board every day. It's there, but I'm not even noticing that I'm slowly but surely reaching these aims. So 2017, I started this organization. We're hosting events in different parts in the US, in Ghana, conversations. The first event I did was like an art maze where we discussed how art could be a means of economic development for African-American people, diasporan people. So I'm getting heavy into the arts. And with my USAID work, I'm also now going beyond Ghana. I'm working across West Africa. So I'm going to Burkina. I'm seeing what's happening in so many parts of the region. And I'm like, wow, the more things change, the more things stay the same. There's so much that we have in common, but there's so much that divides us. We need to really be working together. In 2018, I have this idea to host a festival that asks one question. Well, that asks two questions. What is ours as Africans and Afro-Asians? Like, what do we own? What is our intellectual property? And what can we directly economically benefit from that we own, right? And I called the festival Wax Print Festival because wax print is one of those really controversial things where wax print represents Africa. Africans everywhere in the world, anyone in the world knows when you see wax print, you're looking at an African artifact. And yet wax print was not created by Africans. It is not, the IP is not owned by Africans. And so here we are in this subversive reality where the thing that represents us is not ours. And how can we develop as nations, as people, if we don't own our means for economic freedom? So I built a festival around this concept, starting with the idea of wax print because it was to me a very visible marker of that controversy. And, there was music, there were the arts, and also my vision board obviously was marriage and children. So I put that out there. But I put that out there to say in 2019, when I was working on the festival, I had the idea in 2018. In 2019, we hosted the festival in June. I actually did the festival with my now husband. We did it together. And I had known my husband actually since I moved to Ghana, since 2012. I had known him, but I had not actually worked with him. We just went to the same church. We were casual friends, and then actual friends. And then through the festival, we started dating. And 3 years later, we ended up, getting married. But I met my husband, in this 5-year period as well. Having visioned it and having seen myself as a wife, and as a mother. And then 2020 happened, and the whole world shut down. And obviously, I couldn't do my festival again. And honestly, I was a little bit disvimmed because the festival went really well, but what I had imagined it didn't quite reach that. And it's obviously in retrospect that I recognize that obviously your first thing, your MVP, is not going to be your best thing. And that I probably should have and could have kept moving forward. And that's definitely something my husband was really advocating, like, hey, like, let's move past this. But another sort of unfortunate thing, I think, of like being the kind of person who is used to doing things well often, like, you know, in school, I was like always ahead of my peers, like, you know, top of class. I went to really good schools. So when I don't do something well, I dissociate. Like, I was just like, okay, this is not for me. If I'm not doing well the first time, it's not for me. Obviously, it's now that I recognize that that was completely not true and not fair. But, you know, it was a very interesting 2020 as a result, because here I couldn't even do a second part. And then I was like, should I even be doing it? Maybe this is a sign. But in 2020, I also looked back at my vision board and I thought, wow, every single thing that I put on this vision board for myself from 2020 to 2025, I've been able to do.
Impressive.
And so I thought, wow. Sorry, go ahead.
That was impressive.
Yeah, I mean, this is to me the value of one, having a vision, which is, well, entrepreneurship is the first of the 6 steps that I advocate for in entrepreneurship. The power of first and foremost having a vision, not just having a dream, right? Like, oh, one day I'll be this, but having a vision that is a plan that has a visual or a dream that has architecture. You can feel it, you can smell it, you can see it. Like, it's real to you. It's almost divine in the way that you can, it's tangible in a way.
Yeah.
You know, like the vision of the promised land, right? Like, they weren't there, but Moses had a very clear, tangible experience of the promised land. And so for me, I think visioning is so important, and I have seen it play out. I did another vision board 2020 that obviously expired 2025, knocked that out of the park. So here we are, 2025.
Right.
And I'm like,
you're back again.
What is back again? What are we doing? Actually, to be fair, I did my newest vision board this year. It was actually, I did it in November last year for this year, to start for this year. So here we are, fresh slate. And imagine how crazy it is for you to have done a fresh vision board. Like, we had done a fast at church. I was feeling invigorated about 2025. January 19th was the end of the fast. Very excited for the year. I'm like, God is about to do some amazing things. And then January 20th, I find out that my entire agency is being folded up and like, I will not have a job.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. Very crazy. But also very Jesus coded, right? Like, this year I've had so much peace in spite of everything that's happened, because I recognize that pattern in my life of, the break to make, that kind of like, okay, you got to let go of some things. You got to fail at some things. Things have to fall apart a little bit so that you, one, can dream bigger, can see bigger, can get out of your own imagination and adopt something that I have. And two, not make idols of the spaces that I've put you in,
Wow, that's powerful.
That I've given you, of the gifts that you have. So yeah,
that's powerful. Okay, go on. What's coming in 2025?
So here we are in 2025. This is my third vision board, and I'm excited but scared by some of the things that I put on there. About stepping in a space of leadership, of really owning. I feel when you're young, like in your 20s. You spend a lot of the time angry, disappointed, blame the adults, which you should. I mean, at the end of the day, they are the ones building out your reality. But my 30s are almost over, and as I'm stepping into my 40s, I'm like, okay, now I am the people, right? Like, I am the adults building for the next generation. Everything that I hate or hated or complaining about in my youth, I am now in a much better place, a more networked place, a much better place financially, more experienced, more practical in my optimism to influence what that future is for the next generation. And so I really want to take ownership of that and say, like, the next 5 years, I don't want to just complain. If something doesn't make sense, I get to the root of it. I identify what resources I can put towards it, because it's not every problem that I can solve, but there is a resource I can lend, whether it's my time, whether it's my talent, my experience, whether it's my money. Something of mine can leave me toward a solution.
Right.
It doesn't need my whole brain power. It doesn't need my whole bank account. It doesn't need my whole talent pool. But something can leave me, once it's something I recognize is like important and valuable and will shape the next generation, I should part with something to ensure that at least I've done my part. So I feel like that's what I'm building out for this next vision of myself is like how I take ownership of the future, how I take ownership of a future that I may not necessarily live to see its full embodiment, but for which I want to say, like, I came, I did what I could, and I left. And best of luck to the next gen.
That's really impressive. I think you are, it's very obvious that you are in a state where you are happy, you are at peace, and you are literally glowing, which is impressive because I see you are now well settled in your relationship, which is wonderful. So congrats on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go to entrepreneurship. Speak to that topic. It seems you are very passionate about it.
I am passionate about it. I'm passionate about it because for a number of reasons. When I first moved to Ghana, where I was working, I had a colleague who told me that one thing that you're going to realize very quickly is that Ghanaians are lazy. And my immediate thought was like, a whole entire nation of lazy people feels bizarre. Yeah. First of all, because if you recognize the history of like America, for example, they would not have imported Black bodies or African bodies if they were lazy. So just to start with even that, then to even go before slavery and colonialism and all these things, we would not have been able to build countries, empires, if we were lazy. So, I mean, just the idea that a people could just be decided that people are just lazy was wild to me. But I thought, you know what? You've been here longer. You've seen a lot. We'll see. And I pushed back, but he was like, it's one of those where it's like, okay, Amma, you'll see. You're here, so you'll figure it out. Having been here now for, when did I get here? 2012. So I guess 13 years. Having been here for how long I've been here, I can categorically say that I was right. That Ghanaians are not lazy. Like that's not at all what it is. What I will say, however, is that we have a very perverse incentive system in Ghana. A system that does not necessarily reward you for being, opinionated, for having new ideas, for being entrepreneurial within someone's organization, for thinking outside the box. Nobody gives you a purple chocolate chip cookie. Nobody, there's not an award scheme for this. You either get more work, the burden of more work, or you get insults where it's like, too known or, whatever. And so I think of it, and I guess it's like a kind of in me that's like, I just see a space where there are people who work very hard, in the space that I was in at USAID, you had people who had day jobs and night jobs. Every person I work with had a side hustle. This is not lazy. This is not laziness, right? For somebody to show up for a 9 to 8 and still have time for an 8 to 9 is beyond me. Right. But, the idea that we're lazy out. But I just feel there's a certain way that we need to incentivize that hard work. We need to make it attractive for people to really bring their best, bring their highest, bring their most into their spaces so that they see the honor of doing that. And so that it doesn't create a space of neglect or where people feel that there's scarcity, where that people feel like if I give my all to this, how can I build my own thing? Or how can I do this for myself? Because what if this falls apart, right? Like there is a very real way in which things here can be transient. You cannot put your stakes in anything because there's not a social safety net, right? Like there's so many things missing from the social atmosphere. Like, so people, do their best. They're not going to give their all to this, what you would say, something that's not their father's job, because this job could also fail me. You're underpaying me. You're overworking me. So why should I give you my all anyway, right? Like there are many perverse incentives. And so entrepreneurship for me says, okay, you're in an organization. Of course, you may not stake all you have in an organization, but what you bring to the organization is your legacy forever.
Absolutely.
It is your brand. It is how you are represented in the world. It is your glory. So if you're in an organization and the organization falls apart tomorrow, if you were excellent in all that you did, if you brought your best, even if someone tries to replicate it, they can never ever be you. They can never ever do what you did. They can never bring what you brought.
Yeah.
They cannot be you.
Yeah.
And you can carry that into any place, anywhere, and reproduce it because you have that blueprint.
Yeah.
And so I would like to see a world in which, or Ghana, just to start, in which, you know, Ghanaians, young Ghanaians, old Ghanaians, all Ghanaians take pride in their personal legacy when they work under someone's leadership, whether that's at church, whether that's in school, in office, whatever it is. Take personal pride in what you're bringing so that wherever you go, that legacy follows you. And honestly, this came to me because of a Bible study that we had. I remember when I came, you know, my church was doing a 1-year Bible study, 1 year Bible study on Joseph, which is X number of chapters in Exodus. It's such a small part of the sort of whole story. But the fact that you had a year's worth, the Bible is so amazing that way. And one of the big lesson I took about from that was, one of the things my pastor said was, Joseph was everywhere he went, he was the answer. No matter what the question was, he was the answer. He had an answer. And that was divine, as in like he sought the Lord and the Lord gave him the capacity to help with interpreting dreams. But it was also from his own, you know,
excellence,
talents and gifts. Yeah. Because for him, being second in command and governing the stores during the famine, that was his ingenuity. Like, that's obviously God, you know, endowed him, but that's him operating in excellence, you know, because what it takes to be a number 2 is not easy. And especially an immigrant. You are an immigrant. Imagine if Ghana's vice president was an Indian or Lebanese. Like, that's just wild. Right. And so for someone to put an immigrant in the second highest position in the country over the resources of the country. So you're essentially like finance minister, and, you know, you're governing the resources of the country. That's going to take more than just spiritual gift. That's going to take more than just dream interpretation. You have to have skills, and he honed his skills and he operated in that. And so for me, if we all, at a minimum, thought, whenever I go somewhere, I want to be whatever the question is, whatever the pain of the organization, church, whatever it is, I need to be an answer. If we had that mindset, I mean, we would be unstoppable as a people, as a nation. We would just be unstoppable. And so entrepreneurship for me is the way to kind of codify that Joseph spirit of being an answer in the workplace. And as I said, it starts with visioning. It starts with having, you know, in the case of Joseph, he had actual divine vision, but it starts with having a visual of your future self that is bigger than you can attain on your own. So it must, as a necessity, be fantastical, almost inaccessible, and it must, you know, be something that drives you, or propels you, or just like really challenges you every day to be better. You know, that's the first thing. The second thing with entrepreneurship is planning. You know, when Joseph having command over the stores, he had to have a plan for what he was going to do with the grain in the high time and what he was going to do in the low time. Right. He had to have a plan for how he was going to disperse and all. And so for me, having a plan is just so critical. You can't just say, oh, I have a vision. I see myself in this space and like it's tangible and I'm thinking about it every day and I'm, you know, pursuing it. But you have to sit down and say, you know, what are the resources that I can, you know, plug into? What studies should I be doing? What mentors should I be getting? What network should I be building? What conversations should I be having? What do I need to cut out of my space so that I can have the discipline to move in this direction, the consistency to move in that direction? You know, what tools am I surrounding myself with? Something as simple as a planner or a diary, which I swear by diaries and planners. Something as simple as a planner, you know, managing your calendar, managing your time. All of these are so important. So you have your vision, you have the things that support your plan, And then you also have to have an innovation as a part of the way that you work. So how are you always challenging your thinking? Are you always hanging around the same people? Do you read? Do you listen to podcasts? Do you attend events that have, I might challenge your core beliefs? Do you take on projects? No one has paid you. No one has asked this of you, but do you take on projects to challenge your mind? To sharpen yourself? Do you do the work that is needed to really move beyond what is asked of you? And then as outside of innovation, it is your community communication, how you collaborate. We talk about networking, and in this season, especially this year, losing my job, I've really become keenly aware of the value of my network, the people that I know who have been so helpful in this period for me, connecting me with people, engaging me with people. And they say, everyone wants a village, but no one wants to be a villager. You have to give to get. And so what are you willing to sow into community so that you can reap from community? And again, your time, your talent, your money. Nothing is free. So either you're giving someone your time, you're giving someone your skills, or you're investing financially in the work of other people or of community, membership dues, whatever that looks like. But you're doing that. Tithes, how invested are you in your church? Do you just show up on Sunday, take from the pastor, take the word from the music from the worship leaders, and never pour in aside from, I pay my tithes and offering? Okay. But do you, have you hosted any activities at your church? Have you gone to the youth leadership and say, what if we did this training that I'm good at? These kind of things, those are all for me about collaboration and community, thinking about how you pour in, and how you give beyond yourself. And then, of course, we have reflection. And that's really being able to recharge, to sit down and say, okay, I'm taking this time for prayer. I'm taking this time for meditation. I'm taking this time to think about this week. What was different about this week? What was new? What patterns am I seeing in my life, in the words that I'm reading, and the people I engage with? Like, what is going on around me? And how am I evolving? Taking time to sit in silence with yourself, to look back, is so powerful. And all of this is almost like a continual loop, because this will feed into your vision, which feeds into your plans, which will change, which will feed into your network, which will adapt, which you feed into how you innovate, so on and so forth. So yeah, that's kind of entrepreneurship for me. And, I think a lot about how these things are interdependent, and how, for the most part, we're all doing them in different ways, but are we conscious about how we do them? That meta, that, am I watching myself do the things? Am I aware of how I'm doing the things in service to this company, this organization, this church, whatever? Because maybe one day you'll have your own company, your own church, your own community organization, and you would hope that there will be a group of people with the entrepreneurship spirit to do those very things in your own thing. So if you are not willing to build that in to someone else, you probably don't even deserve that for yourself. But once you're willing to do that, and willing to invest these things into how you show up in the world, into your personal legacy, your brand, how you are known, you will see just like radical changes and radical differences in where you end up. So, yeah.
Fantastic. I'll recommend that you go into ministry. If you still have a gap here in your career, ministry might be a good option for you.
A calling.
Yeah. Has it come to your mind at all?
Yeah, I've always known that I like teaching is a really big part of what I do. And in ministry, so I was in children's ministry up until 2 years ago.
Okay.
I switched churches or switched branches. But I have, always been in the teaching space, always around, children, and really trying to imbibe in them. For me with ministry, I love this idea of like people who are on fire for Christ, who are connected with their identity as Africans, an elevated identity, an identity that being African is valuable, is beautiful, and are connected with excellence. Like this idea that like I show up in this world and I show up excellently. Like the God that I serve and the Christ that died for me didn't die for me to be mediocre in this world. And
yes.
I want to show up, as my full self and with pride as an African person operating, in a spiritual context. So I think that's the way that I've looked at children's ministry, and I do miss it. I mean, hopefully I'll get back into it. But yeah, I think ministry is, it's
impressive. Important. Okay, so what's coming up next from your desk?
What is coming up next? I don't know. I'm in a space where like so many things are possible right now, and which is exciting.
Right.
And more recently, so we've been talking at our church about just like the future and thinking about as things are taking shape, where we want to find ourselves. And one place that I'm really excited about is the agricultural space. I'm working with a company that is setting up a baobab farm, which is really exciting. And I'm thinking about like the power of the narrative around baobab. Baobab is one of those things that is very, very uniquely African. Like you cannot get baobab anywhere else. It's not like, moringa you can get in India. You can get certain things from a lot of places, but baobab is like a uniquely African export. And yet I feel that we have to get behind it, And so I feel baobab could be for us, what, I don't know, like ashwagandha was for India or matcha is for Japan, right? Like it can be that thing that defines a nation and also goes global in driving wellness, in driving, how people express and move through this world. Because baobab has, the fruit has medicinal value, it has nutritional value, the leaves have value, the bark has value. I mean, the whole tree is wonderful. And then in a world where everyone is cutting down trees to make room for like data centers and like luxury housing, having just like swaths of land with baobab, which is excellent for carbon sequestration, is just phenomenal, right? To sequester the air, carbon in the air, and to know that you're contributing in that way. So I guess I'm entering my farmer era in a way.
That's unexpected.
About Accra, where are the trees? And also the work of our hands is beautiful, is wonderful, and also, I wish more. What do we own and what is ours? Like all of these things, I think, come together with baobab. So yeah, that's probably one of the things that I'm working on that I'm really excited about, that kind of defines a lot of what I've done in the past.
So talk to young girls who are developing careers in whatever context. There's so much pressure in our world today, and for some people it can be unnerving. So for those kinds of individuals that are looking into the future with some uncertainty or fear or even pressure, what do you have to tell them?
First of all, know that there's nothing new under the sun. Ecclesiastes shows us that what has been will be, and what will be has been. So really, there's no need to fear, because the good news is that the worst things that we're seeing today, we've seen them before. And we've survived them. People have thrived in them and in spite of them. And you can be one of those people. Like, it's not beyond you. So I think first is to just talk ourselves off of the ledge of catastrophizing in this moment. I know, and it does feel like one big fire, right? Like everything is, you've got the American presidency, which is unlike anything we've experienced before. You have things happening in the Middle East. It feels like we're on the brink of some kind of world clash. Their jobs are falling out of the window. Industries are being shifted. AI, oh my God, AI, there's nothing under the sun. And the good news is you can be among those who weather the storm. And I think having the mental fortitude to know that there's nothing on this earth that can overtake you, that there's no evil on this earth that is so new and so wildly different, right? Like, AI is today what the internet was yesterday, is what the assembly line was the day before, is what the wheel was the day before, you know, and on and on and on it goes. And so I think, first of all, taking comfort in the fact that there's no novelty here. Second of all, if you aren't plugged into creator or source energy, I have to say you have to plug in. I think it's one thing to be really smart, right? To intellectualize, to know and to know and to know the things of this earth. And, you know, as we're sitting here talking about catastrophes, there is a world where AI obviously will know more than we can ever know, and will understand more than we can ever understand of this earth. But there's just so much power in having spiritual knowledge as well. Having access and being plugged into what's happening around us that we cannot see and that we don't understand, and having access to power that extends beyond our temporal reality. Like, we can only know and understand what we see, feel, and hear right now. But the beauty of spirit and, you know, spirit realm is that it exists in a plane that is not bound by time, not bound by geography, not bound by language, nothing. And so if you can plug into that, you know, if you can get plugged into the Holy Spirit, if you can get plugged into the power of Christ, if you can get plugged into God and know, okay, I don't know what's going on right now, but I'm praying, and I know God will reveal the things I need to know and understand. He will reveal to me the people. He will reveal to me the places. That should be your greatest rest. Like, you can rest in the fact that, as limiting as this physical world is, the spirit world is limitless. And once you have access to the Creator, the one who created both spirit and physical, you are also limitless. There's not a single thing that can happen on this earth today that will shake or break you, because you know that you have access to something greater. And I think that's very, very powerful. So if you're not plugged in, you got to get plugged in. And then the last thing is community. Now more than ever, who you know, who you're around will determine whether you're hopeful or hopeless. I was just discussing with a friend of mine. I just came from lunch right before this. And I was telling her, like, oh, you know, it's so interesting that when everything was happening at USAID, there were groups of people who were just completely disheveled, and groups of people who were very much like, you know, God's got us, we'll figure it out, so on and so forth. And if you were surrounded by the people who are disheveled, it was so easy to go down this like rabbit hole of catastrophe, this rabbit hole of nothing's going to work out, you know, because those conversations were so dark. I was privy to some of them, and I'm just like, ooh, I can't even, you know, I had to get off of social media. Even before this year, I've been off of social media for a year now, but since like last November or so. But I had to get off of social media, and I'm only really on LinkedIn and Facebook because of church, because the noise around hopelessness, around being distraught, it was too much. It was messing with my psyche. I said no. And it's not that I want to create a utopia for myself where I don't see bad things, but I want to create a space where I understand the power of God. I see the power of God. And in spite of everything that's going on, which I obviously need to know what's going on, I'm seeing hope. I'm surrounded by people who see hope, who see value, who see optimism, who see a future that is worth living for, that's worth, you know, building toward, that's worth fighting for, you know. And so who you surround yourself with, the, you know, the kind of things that they're saying, talking about, discussing. Sorry. For me, it's really important that you think about who you're surrounded with. So those are the three things. One, just like, don't catastrophize. It's happened before, it'll happen again. Two, plug into source energy, you know, plug into Christ, plug into Holy Spirit, get one-on-one with the spirit realm. And then three, check your community. Make sure you're surrounded by people who, you know, are affirmative, who are hopeful, who see a future that's worth building.
Very impressive. Amma, you are a voice of hope that many young women and, you know, young people need to hear. Whatever it is that you decide to do, I hope that your podcast becomes part of it. You know, this spiritual inspiration that you bring. These are words of life. And of course, life calls out the best in people. And, you know, as you water these grounds, these hearts, I'm very confident that they will germinate and become fruitful grounds. So keep doing what you're doing. I mean, it's obvious that you've started a new journey in your career, in your personal life, I should say. And I have zero doubt that it's going to be a beautiful journey. I'm sure you're working on something really deep. So it's glowing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So you're welcome. As we gradually transition to Akosua, would you have any other final thoughts to share?
No, thank you so much for this opportunity. And, I wish you the best of luck with everything. I'm excited to continue listening and watching and continue participating with you moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you so very much. Cheers. Bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Okay, we are still in Ghana. Hello, Akosua.
Hello.
Hi. Thank you for being early.
Welcome. Good to see you too.
Likewise. So, yeah, welcome back, I should say. Do you remember the first time we met?
I think I do slightly.
It was 2015, my first ever career fair. And
yes, that was at British Council, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You came in so elegant with your driver and the red car, I remember. And you gave me your business card because you couldn't stay. It was my first ever big event.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, for individuals that don't have this background history that I have of your work, what do they need to know about you, and what do they need to understand to appreciate the thoughts that you would like to share with us today?
My name is Akosua, and I'm a Ghanaian. I've schooled and lived here. I think in the course of my career, I've seen some more like interconnected aspects of it. I started with education in academia, and I moved into philanthropy, and then to finance, then back to academia. So currently I'm the vice president of a private university in Ghana here. And my focus has always been to support young people. I've always believed, my mantra has always been that where we did not get the advice, we should be able to use our experiences to be able to support other young people. So that's basically what I've been doing for this while, and I'm glad to be here.
Awesome. We are glad to have you here as well. Okay, so we are talking about work readiness and fashion entrepreneurship, fashion education. So, if I'm correct, are you referring to the Ghana, let me remember the name of your institution?
GSEW25 Institute.
Right. I met her recently at the World Bank event.
Yes.
Impressive. Work readiness. It seems like people keep saying that your vertical, your space where you work, where people use their hands, might be safe from AI, but is it safe from robots? Yeah. Do you think? What do you think?
I don't think it's safe at all. For every new thing or innovative, for every innovation, you've got to plug in. You cannot just fold your arms and assume that it would affect or it won't affect me, because it can affect you directly or indirectly. So you've got to plug in and see the advantage and how it's going to benefit you as an individual, as an organization, right, and then of course as a team, and then be able to take advantage of it. Yeah.
Impressive. Okay, so talking about work readiness, what do you teach your students on how to become ready for work?
I think the trend has changed. To be very honest, Tom-Chris, I'm not too grown, but I can say that my generation, in as much as we were not even taught, it was more like home sense worked more than school sense. So although school will not teach you how to present yourself, how to speak, and how to sit in public, how to get ready for a job interview, etc., we kind of had some home sense and home training in terms of what to do. The advantage now is that there are a lot of resources, but you still find people still lacking in these areas. Assuming that, for instance, if I'm not going to for an interview in a bank, or I'm not going to an interview for law school or for medical school, why should I leave the part? Or why should I speak the language? But no matter what you do, whether it's skills, whether graphic design, fashion, animation for the job, whether it is for an interview or whether it's for the real job itself.
Right. Awesome.
Recently, just about a week ago, I was in a conference. I was in a conference with business of Ghanaian fashion. And I said my thing. And my boys, people are, especially the young people, are for the work. That is where the challenge is now.
So, your recommendations on how that sagacious challenge can be addressed? What do you think?
Of course.
So, what recommendations do you have? What do you have in your toolbox?
I think first and foremost, there's something that we always see that I believe still pertains now, that preparation always must meet an opportunity. If the opportunity is there and you're not prepared, the opportunity can be as wide as the ocean, but you won't be able to fit in. And for any individual, I think that usually they'll say, oh, learn soft skills, learn how to communicate. I believe that you've got to be able to prepare as much as possible. Read wide, be able to open your mind up to different things. And in whichever career you find yourself, read about people that have done it and succeeded. Read about people that have done it and failed, to be able to get the lessons learned out of it. And I always tell my students and other creators that it is not enough for a creative to say that I'm just a designer, so I can wear anything for an interview. One, you've got to prepare yourself physically, mentally. You've got to also prepare yourself by being able to have, in our creative sense, our CV is our portfolio.
Right.
You cannot be a creative and not have a portfolio.
Yeah.
So what are you going to show? Your house address and where you worked. If people come for interview all the time and you ask them, do you have a portfolio? And then they just tell you, oh, I brought my CV. The CV, yes, would read because you've already brought it and that is what you apply. But as a creative, you should have your portfolio. That's your working Bible.
Yeah. Whether
you were part of a team or you did it alone or you did it on consultancy base or as a side hustle, you should be able to. There are numerous websites that you can take advantage of and put your portfolio there so that you just direct the recruiter to go and look at works that you have done or works that you've partnered with other institutions to do. Yes.
Very impressive. Okay, so let's talk about some of the mindset shifts that you also, obviously, being prepared is a mindset shift, but which other mindset shift helps people to thrive in the workplace today?
I think one of the key things is being able to be an octopus. I always say this, that meaning that you've got to have different hands for different things. People always get to the workplace and say, I was recruited for this, so this is what I'm going to do, without learning all the aspects of the business. Because as I stated earlier on, an opportunity would always be ready for a prepared mind. So no matter, focus should be, how do I learn what goes on in finance, what goes on in marketing, what goes on at the front desk, what goes on in the classrooms? Because at the end of the day, you're not just going to be an island, you're going to work with a team. And by understanding the individual, to be able to see the broader spectrum of the business. But you have most young people saying, media, I'm a finance person, I don't know anything marketing. But finance goes with marketing, because if you understand that the marketing team would go and bring the people, and then you, the finance, would have to put the numbers together. You are not just waiting for the numbers to come, because you want the business to succeed. And that is one thing that I believe and hope that young people should. Whenever you get to the business, you've got to be able to throw your tentacles as wide and as far as you can. Don't just stick to your department and just stick on your desk. Ask questions, be able to go to other departments, know what they do, and see how that also dovetails into your work.
In terms of dovetailing, let's dovetail it into a case study, because sometimes, especially today, it's easy for it to sound like a recommendation and not practical experience of lived life or results, So let's do some case studies of your own personal journey. You've had a flourishing career.
Sure.
So individuals who are listening to you will realize that it's not a lecture note in the classroom, but a real life experience that they can really glean from. Yeah. So do you have like 2-3 case studies from your career journey?
Oh sure. When I started my career, I was actually a part-time lecturer as a university college. My mindset was, I'm not here to teach. As very young as I was, the focus for me was, how do I better this organization? What do I do differently from what is expected? So as far back as 2006, I actually had industry people coming into my classroom. I used to teach managing diversity, conflict management, business management, and HR. I had professionals coming into the classroom for the students to be able to relate to them, how to be able to link industry to what is being taught in the classroom. And by the time I was leaving there, I had actually rose through the ranks as head of a department. And everything was coming fast. Typical in our typical African setting, if you're a young lady, everyone would assume, you're sleeping your way up the ladder. But trust me, hard work pays. It really does. Because at that point, everything that I focused on was, how am I able to assist these students to be able to be work ready? So I was bringing in case studies in the classrooms. I was taking them on internship trips and other trips to other businesses. And I was giving them real life case studies for them to work on. And for me, I feel that really helped my career as a young person to really understand the general business and how businesses also operate. And I was listening to the speaker before I did, and I was just smiling because one of the case studies said one of the things that I believe today I want every young person hearing from us to take note is adversities do happen. You can be very smart, you can be very good, you can be very functional, but things happen. But as an individual, you've got to be able to turn yourself around and be able to find other purposes. And this can only happen if you yourself have immersed yourself in different things. When I joined Beach, I knew that was going to be like where I was going to retire. It was a place that I was flourishing. I was happy. I had a good team. Excellent team, structured, working, and everything was going well. Then all of a sudden, 1st August, we woke up and the bank had been taken over by government. Just as the previous person said, it was very traumatizing. Yeah. Especially for me, who was leading a team of over 500. I had all the tellers, the customer service in the banks, in the other SBUs, the financial services officers, all under my network. So I asked myself, how do I navigate this? Personally, I was going through my own issue, but then other people were also relying on you. And what do we do? Where do we start? But I kept on telling them that, look, once you are here and whatever that you learned, don't be afraid to move into other waters. Because at the end of the day, this has happened. It's happened. There is nothing you can do about it. But look for other interests. And then don't tell yourself, oh, maybe I wanted to be a banker. So if there's no bank, if I don't get any bank for 4 years, I'll be unemployed. No, you can go back to the classroom. You can go back to your food distribution. You can go back. And I'm so happy now. I look on Instagram, on social media, and I see most of them doing their own thing. Some went into fashion, others went into supply of goods, other things, because adversity happens. Things happen. But you've got to be able to find a way around it and not let it sink you, because it's going to happen. But if you allow yourself for it to sink you, by the time you realize you're already down, depressed, but you've got to shake yourself up and tell yourself, look, it has happened. What next do I do? What's the plan? What's plan B? What plan C? What's the plan D? To the last option that you have. And that will be my second case study. And I think the third one would still be at Beach. Getting, I think at a point in time, we needed to downsize the staff. So both direct and indirect downsizing. And it taught me a very big lesson, because in my department in downsizing, there were people that I brought on board. I met them either at events or places, and then I felt they were good and brought them on board. But when I was asked to downsize, it didn't matter who came with me, who I brought, who I came to meet. All that mattered to me was productivity. Who in the team, if I have a team of 20 and I'm supposed to downsize to 8, who on the team would I be able to count on without excuses and be able to get the work done? So you had people saying, oh, she was close to this one. Oh, this is not good. At the end of the day, it's got nothing to do with emotions. It's got to do with how the work would go on. So in using this case study, I will still be able to advise young people and people listening to us that when you are in a team, your focus should not be, I am just doing this to please myself. It should be how productive and am I adding on to the team and to the productivity of the organization? Because touch wood, if your boss is to ask, choose between 2 or 3 people, the question is, will your boss choose you? Putting emotions and everything aside, productivity-wise, would your boss choose you? So I think these 3 case studies and scenarios, they've shaped my thinking and a lot, and they've shaped the way I do things, even currently. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so let's do a checklist. We'll come back to the case studies. Let's do a checklist for workforce readiness. Now, first is, number 1 is minimal viability for the chosen career. Okay. You've spoken to that already with the portfolio and things for creatives.
Yeah.
Okay, number 2 is maybe list or target. So using our tool guide, list or target of opportunities.
Exactly.
Yeah. For us, it will be job tracker and career guide. Okay. So number 3, network. Network.
Very important.
Yeah. Network. Okay. So number 4, we can say digital presence or personal brand for creatives. Okay. And then number 5 is opportunity readiness. We say opportunity readiness index. Opportunity readiness. We can also add number 6, which is continuity plan. What happens when they get the thing? So we may, well, let's add number 7. Number 7, pipeline for growth, or skills gap. How to fill the skills gaps. Okay, so minimal viability, we've spoken to that. List of, so now if I'm a creative, I'm at number 2, target. Okay. Now, using your case study of, or continuing from the case study that you were giving us, because at that point when 500 staff under you were all, they were all laid off, I'm guessing you had to sit down and make a list of, okay, where do I go? Who do I contact? Where do I target?
Exactly.
So how did it work?
I think the key thing is also building a network.
Right.
As the previous speaker said, building a valuable network.
Okay.
So sat down, took my phone, looked through my phone. Who do I have? And be able to link it up that this person is in this industry and this is what I want to do in this industry. So be able to then share to the various people in the network that this is where I am and this is what I intend to do. The most important thing for me is not just telling them, find something for me to do, or is there something in the organization that I can do, but actually researching to know what my skills can match up in that organization, and then being able to apply for it. Yeah.
But you did have an unfair advantage because obviously you've been in the industry for a while. You have brand equity. You have, so many accumulated goodwill, so much accumulated goodwill.
Yeah.
For somebody who doesn't have such equity, how can they navigate around target and network?
I think now it's even become easier. People need to be able to build a strong social media presence.
Right.
ours was phone numbers, phone contacts, email. But now you have a whole wide array of tools you can use. LinkedIn, social, Facebook, Instagram, wherever that you find yourself. But being able to put your best foot forward, be it a creative or be it anywhere that you find yourself. Because I believe that if you bring me a CV and I go to your social media and I'm able to see the trend of what you do, what you've done, even in starting, putting yourself together, it shows a prepared person. It shows a person who is ready for an opportunity.
Yeah.
Instead of just saying, because, I mean, apart from everything else, some people, even as they are starting their career, they already have a step up because they have parents who know other parents, who know other people. Yeah. It can even be their network of a school they attended, the alumni network they've joined, etc. But if you are even starting up in your career, I still believe that social media has come and is good for us. It's not a place where you just go and watch movies and laugh, but be able to use those tools to build yourself a presence.
Right.
And then it becomes easier to show forth when they need be. Yeah.
So for a fashion creative, how can they build a good personal brand on social media or any media at all, whether it's offline media?
I tell you what, I'll give one example of a student who was starting here. I remember we had a speaker, Odelia. She's called Odelia. I think she does women, something in finance for women, as well as she's been in the media space for a while. So we did this industry seminar that she came around. And after speaking, she spoke to them about how to use media to sell your things, etc. One student who was new, who had just started with her works, decided that let me take your contact and visit you in the office. One would have said, as a fashion designer or as a creator, you're going to the office to do what? Interview for what? But she actually went, told her, I want to get you some garments and then be able to take your measurements. And I tell you what, the day Odelia wore it, she made a Facebook post, Instagram post, LinkedIn post about it. Wow. And this lady, all out of nowhere, started getting orders.
And that's personal branding.
Exactly. So someone would say, oh, she came to speak. You've got to be able to see opportunity everywhere. You can actually decide that I'm actually linking even philanthropy to my work. So some in-house students, I would go with my machine and patch their school uniforms up. They would give you some props because, of course, it's work done. So there are so many opportunities that are found. So many. Right. We shouldn't just stick to, I don't know anybody, my parents are not rich, I didn't go to a good school, but use what you have to get what you want. And in using what you have, there are so many opportunities that abound for young creatives.
Okay, fifth is opportunity readiness. So you have that personal brand, you have a network, you have some contact of prospective roles, you have minimal viability for such roles, but opportunity readiness. How does it work for creatives, fashion creatives?
For creatives, being opportunity ready is putting your CV, your portfolio, making sure that even as a fashion student, putting them together. You have works that you do as a fashion student. You put in your portfolio, your color board, your mood board, your textile board, your computer-aided design, front view, back view, side view, and you put them package them well. And it's like your walking Bible. At everywhere that you go, you have both the soft copy and the hard copy. that you can be able to share. You go for events. As a young creative, you should look out for events and attend these events. There are so many events when it comes to creatives. Look out for the ones that interest the angle that you want to take in the creative space and attend those events. Network with like-minded people, mentors, and people that have already succeeded in the business as well.
So let's do the case study again.
Okay.
An individual who has seen your work meets you at this event. What would be a good reflection of opportunity readiness for such individual? If you are rating their opportunity readiness index, what will make you give them 90%?
I think for creative, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. I mean, for creatives, you can say this is nice or this is not nice. It doesn't go straight forward like that, because what somebody might like, another person would not like. But one of the key things is understanding your targets, being able to know who am I targeting, because then it becomes easier to get yourself prepared for it.
So let's say, sorry to cut you. Let's say that you're recruiting for a personal assistant and you've gone for an event and this young creative is there and knows that you're recruiting. So what will make them opportunity ready? You are there, you have available role, and they've met you.
I think the key to it is their portfolio.
Okay.
The key to it is having something to show, because it's visual. Our work is visual.
Right.
So having something to show on your phone, I can QR code it, I can scan it, I can just ask you to send through the email. But at that instant, having a portfolio.
Right. So not just coming to meet you, telling stories.
No, that is not enough. That is not. I mean, now for AI, people can. You look at people's CVs and you see, led the team to develop strategies. Hey, the things you can see. But I mean, once you have the portfolio and his works that you have done, then it gives a visual impression of what you can do.
Awesome. Okay. Opportunity ready. You've given them 90%. You are pleased by them. You've onboarded them. So now we skipped one, which is the interview performance. But let's say they've passed and now they are number 6, continuity plan. Obviously, you know, one journey starts and then you start building for that journey. So when you began this new phase of your career, what was the continuity measures that you put into place to ensure that you didn't remain at the rank where you were, but instead you grew quickly to become a VP, if I got the correct title for you?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I think the focus has always been, rightly as I said in the beginning, to be able to be a man or a woman of many parts. Because you've got to be able to understand the business in a whole, and that in doing your own work well, be able to know parts and pieces of what goes on in other parts of the department. Okay. Because I tell you what, people eat together, people walk home together, people come to work together, and these are not people that might necessarily be in your department. As you're eating, you ask questions, and the questions should just not be out of work questions. What do you do? What happens in your department? And how do we align with your department? For me, that was my continuity plan. I got in 2020, that was during the COVID time, as a part-time lecturer, basically, and then within some few months, became the student affairs head, then moved on to become the registrar, and then currently to the VP position. And I think it came because the plan is not I want to be a VP. No, that was never the plan. But the plan is how am I able to contribute more than the department that have been entrusted to me to ensure the entire success of business.
So what about the skills gap closure activities that you did? Because obviously to be a part-time lecturer, there was a different mindset that took you to become the registrar and a whole other dimension to becoming the VP now.
Yeah. I think we just have to use young people and all of us, we have to use our time wisely.
Right.
And see things to build our career. When Beige, I think when I left Zenith, I was just looking for something, and I saw in the papers at that time, Ashesi University was actually rolling out a program with MasterCard, and they were looking for mentors.
Right.
And so I said, oh, this would be like a good opportunity to just while away the time. So I applied and went for the interview. And I remember the panel speaking about it's in the village. So when you go, you can't go with your bottled water, you can't go with your accent, you can't go with expensive jewelry because it will put them off. Because the job was actually a MasterCard young initiative where they were going to train young people in agric business in all the regions in Ghana. And I remember taking that role sometimes when we go where the water they will give to you, you look at the cup, but you cannot throw it away. But it also showed me the humble side of life. And then that experience was actually what got me the job at Beige. Although I did this for free, it was actually an NGO, like something I was doing to while away, but it became something that was fitting my skills gap. So when Beige, I applied for Beige and I went for the interview. The questions were, have you done something in rural Ghana before? Have you done, we want to move into rural areas. What have you done? At that point, I had vivid experiences to share with the panel. Yeah. And although that opportunity that I took was not even related to my career projection, it worked. So there are several opportunities that are there. Volunteer your time with young people in your church. If your church is looking for a speaker, volunteer your time, your energy. If they are looking for mentors, if they are looking for educational consultants, volunteer that time. Because in as much as you think that is just whiling away time, it becomes very useful for you, even in the workplace as well.
Awesome. Okay. So your aim, if I'm correct, is to help revolutionize the fashion education industry in Ghana.
Yeah.
Tell us how the work is going.
It's going amazing. I tell you what, I wish everybody gets into the creative system some way, somehow. When you move from a science or a business tertiary institution into the creatives, everything is actually new because you are also dealing with cultural perception about that field. We are in 2025. People still believe that anyone who does anything creative was very poor academically in school. And it's a cultural thing with us because, you know, when we were growing up, when you go to school and you are not doing well, your parents used to tell you, if you don't pass your exams, you go and learn how to sew. If you don't pass your exams, you will see a painter and your parents will tell you, you see that painter, he was never serious in school. So that cultural perception is still there, but we are talking about multi-billion-dollar industry that even if you don't understand math, you can't be able to do fashion. How do you do pattern drafting? How do you grade sizes? Somebody is a size 6 and another person is a size 18 or 20. We need to understand math. So that cultural thing with perception makes it very difficult to be in the space, because people are coming in already thrown down that you're not good enough. So it means that you've got to be able to psychologically bring them up to a level for them to see how good they are and be able to experiment with different things that will work before they are ready for the market. Yeah.
Awesome. So in terms of the growth of the industry, what have you seen so far? Because, some people think that, not really some people think, the fashion industry is part of the creative industry, which provides the highest number of jobs for youth under the age of 25, if I'm correct, according to UNESCO.
Yeah, so, correct.
Yeah. So what have you seen in terms of the growth of the industry and how, creatives can capitalize on this new taste, to put their artworks on the global stage?
Yeah, I think we've made progress. Ghana as a country, we've made progress in terms of opportunities for creatives and fashion designers, as well as we've also seen the works that other people have put across globally. You talk about Christy Brown, you talk about Ophelia Crossland, Boydo, Kofi Akutia, Anazimba, a whole lot. So once people see the success story, they're able to plug in very easily. We've seen Ghanaian brands, clothing celebrities in the US, in the UK, and they talking about it. And of course, now African prints are also gaining prominence. Yeah. Where now you can actually wear African prints Monday to Sunday and nobody would ask you, are you going to church? That it used to be. In as much as the growth is very good and we're seeing good highlights of it, we've got to be able to also see the business side of the fashion. It is not just, oh, it's nice, you're looking nice, but how are we able to translate this into economic empowerment, economic growth, and also sustainability? So I was very glad last 2 weeks when I joined fashion, we call it Fashion Nexus at Kempinski on the business of fashion, where not only fashion designers were there, but you had government, you had the ministry, UNESCO was there, British Council was there, finance organizations were there, to be able to have a proper stakeholder conversation. Doing curriculum is not enough, but it has to fit into what industry wants and what industry needs. And that is where we are now. You have several manufacturing companies that bring in foreign nationals to come and work because our locals want to be trained to do just special orders, but not want to be trained in manufacturing. That would dovetail into it. But I believe several policies like the 24-hour economy, TVET, schools bringing up, I believe that has also accounted for the growth of the industry that we are seeing today. But there's still room for improvement.
Yeah. Talking about improvement, let's talk about internationalization, which is part of what you were, alluding to in terms of it has to look nice, the business of fashion. So one of the things I look out for is pattern. And one key pattern that everybody, most people have recognized this, the recent news about the Kente, being a recognized and coded instrument originating from Ghana. So meaning is like an indirect trumpet to fashion designers that, okay, the world is ready now. You just have to get up and seize it. So for young fashion designers that are getting ready for international markets, how do your institution guide them, train them to become ready for the global market?
I think one of the key things is to be able to train with the mindset that I'm not going to produce for people who look like me. That is key, because to go global means that there are global standards of measurement. For instance, you can't say a Ghanaian who is 18 is different from an Asian who is 18 or an American. So understanding the global standards of doing things, of not the my way or our way, because you are taking it global. And also understanding intellectual property. I think the reason why a lot of our local designers are struggling or struggle to go international is we don't want to be original. You go to Pinterest or to Instagram and copy someone's design and you become a local champion. But those designs cannot travel to anywhere because it is somebody's intellectual property. But we need to be able to move into critical thinking and concept development to understand how to come up with your own original designs. That is the only way you can be able to have send it and make it your own.
Right.
That these are my own designs. These are concepts that I put together myself. And key to it is also being able to look out for mentors in the industry. There are a lot of people that have gone international. You take Christy Brown, she's selling everywhere in the world. These are people that you've got to, when you see they are on panels speaking in different events, you go and listen to how they were able to make it. On Thursday, when I was speaking on the panel discussion, surprisingly, this same question was asked. And I made the comment that you cannot, for instance, have a system where when it is 6 o'clock in Ghana, your staff all close and go and sleep, that we will close at 6. If you are opening yourself up for international orders, your 6 o'clock night is somebody's 6 a.m. morning. So you've got to also put in systems that would ensure that your business is running and open for global markets. So that if someone is ordering, they need not order when you are sleeping. And then when you wake up, that's when you switch all your phones and everything on, because that's when work starts. But being able to be internationally ready and putting in the staff, and when the need be outsourced. It's not everything as a startup you can be able to purchase or you can be able to have. And there's the need for you to partner or the need for you to outsource some of the things to people that already have the systems and the structure put together so that your work can go on smoothly. Yeah.
Impressive. Wow. Okay. So in terms of intellectual property, I'm sure this will be on case by case, but generic advice, how do people who want to, or how have you advised those who want to register their IP to go about it, fashion designers?
Now good for us. When you go to the Registrar General, they actually have a seat there that they would take you through what needs to be done, and but key to it is being able to have your design rights. If the designs are not yours, then it means you cannot even be able to have IP on it, but be able to have a team, concept develop, and then come up with your own designs and get the rights for those designs. Then you know that you are starting to have some conversations in there. It's a bit tougher when it comes to creators and fashion. I mean, it's not like food that you can have your own recipe that nobody has. Because sometimes something that you are dreaming of, that this is innovative, this is new, somebody has already done it at some point or in another place. But being able to gather different inspirations and coming up with something that becomes your own trademark or patent, that is the first way to go.
Impressive. Okay, so we've covered quite a lot.
Yeah.
I wanted to go back to your career journey. If you are looking at, the woman that you are today, did you anticipate that someday you will be at this position? Not really.
I don't think I did. Although I had, when I started my career, I had my first boss always telling me that you go far, the way you do your things. But I didn't really see. I had always wanted, surprisingly, to have my own business at a very young age, and I didn't see myself working for someone for some reason. But I did see it. But I think along the line, it came along pretty well.
Awesome. Steve Jobs says you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect it looking backwards.
Exactly.
So I know we've touched on the failure, disappointment side of things, but for creatives, failure is not far away or not a strange occurrence. And there are so many things that could dent your ego when you go through some of those moments. Are there some, checklists that you use to say, okay, I'm a fan of checklists. Yeah. What two bucks do you use to bounce back, when you have gone through those moments where your ego is dented, your outlook seems to be questioned because of the experience that you went through?
I think key to this is being religious.
Okay.
I believe that whatever anybody believes in, they have to hold it dear. I am a Christian, and I believe at every point in time, I need to go back to my closet to more or less pour my heart out, because the person that you would even speak to would not even understand you, and sometimes it gets very frustrating. But going into my inner closet, and of course having very, very good small number of network and family also makes it worth it. But there are times that you ask yourself a lot of questions. What am I in this for? What's the way out? What's happening? But being able to hold dear to what you believe in, and in my case, being holding on to God and fellowshipping more with fellow believers. Yeah.
Okay, so the other side of the coin is, it's easy to, that's why you need a trusted accountability partners. But I was going to ask, sometimes people don't want to become topic because, you know, sometimes you share your experience with people or individuals that you thought you can confide in, and then you become like topic.
A topic for conversation.
Yeah.
I believe that every individual must have at least one trusted person that you can become vulnerable to. Especially for I would say people like us, that people see us, they see us thinking we've climbed to a certain level or to a certain stage. So you might not either have problems, or when you have the money can solve all the problems. But getting a trusted person who becomes a partner that you can actually become vulnerable to. Because I always say that when you get to the workplace, you are the boss. But when you go home or you go to your trusted partner, you should become as vulnerable as you can be to be able to get the needed help. Instead of being always the boss, the hardcore, and then at the end of the day, breaking down inside or not seeing your way out. Yeah.
Impressive. Okay, so for creatives who work all the time, fashion designers, you know, from conceptualization to production to marketing to, you know, the other business side of the operation. Yeah. Sometimes, you know, some say they don't get time for any other thing apart from their craft. Is there any way to balance, you know, I know some people have said there's no more balance in the industry. Work-life balance is a myth. And if you ask somebody like Elon Musk, who is sleeping on the floor of his office, you know, trying to get the product off the ground, he will tell you he doesn't have any capacity for, you know, compartmentalization of traditional home living. So for someone who loves what they do with all their heart and is pressured with the desire to create number one design in the market, what do you advise them about making that room for refilling? Because obviously you can't pour from an empty cistern.
Yeah. I think for any creative, usually when I speak with a lot of creatives and they say, oh, I don't have any life balance and it's my work. When you are even a creative and it's your work, where do you take inspiration from? Because as a creative, one of the key things is to be able to be inspired by something, to work on something. And it's very important to refuel. Very important, because you are creating something that seeks to address emotional needs of people. And you need yourself to be that person that also has some level of peace and serenity around you. And I always say, make time. I was listening to a preacher recently on social media, and he said those who don't want to make time, when you die, your body will make time. They will bring your body here, and we will make time to do your service for you. You've got to make time, and not follow the myth that, oh, anybody who rejuvenates, you are lazy, or you are not serious, or you don't know what you're doing. I don't believe in that. I believe that even our Lord Jesus, our God, when he created the earth, the Bible says that he rested. So you've got to rest. You've got to find a way and go back into intuition and get that peace and aura around you to be more effective. Because if you don't and you burn out, at the end of the day, you have your team thinking that you are shouting too much or you're doing too much, and you will not even be able to build an effective team together. So take enough rest when they need be. When you feel you're getting tired, take some rest. Don't think that rest is for the weak or for the lost soul. No, rest is for the strong person who needs to also rejuvenate and pour from a vessel that has enough water in it.
Impressive. I was listening to, I kept remembering when I was preparing for this edition of the Guinness World Record. I remember when 50 Cent was recording his first album. He was awake for a couple of days. So in the interview, they asked him, 50, when did you sleep? Or when do you sleep? He was like, sleep is for those people who are broke. I have an opportunity to make a dream come true. I don't sleep. So tying it up, but obviously there are times when we need to step away and refuel. That's what you're saying.
Yes, very important.
Yeah. Tying it up, please give some takeaway to or closure of this conversation to those who have been listening to you and been taking this note like I did. What do you tell them as your closing remarks?
I think everybody was born a creative, and you've got to define the inner part of it and use it in whichever direction that you take, whether it's fashion, graphic design, a pastor, a manufacturer, a producer, a market woman, a student. Channel that creativity into doing something positive for yourself, positive for your environment, positive for the country that we live in, and of course, positive for everyone. And I would leave with my favorite quotes. You were born an original. Do not die a photocopy.
Right.
And use that originality to do something with your existence on this earth. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, Akosua.
Welcome. Thank you so much, Tom-Chris. And I tell you what, we've taken inspiration from you, and we will also, it might not be a Guinness World Record, but we are using this as an inspiration for us to also do something and challenge ourselves to do something great. So thank you, and as always, you're always in thoughts and in prayers.
That's an honor. That's an honor. Thank you so very much for saying that. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right. So, Bogosi, we are transitioning to you in South Africa. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Wonderful. How's it going?
It's going good. It's going good. Thank you.
Wonderful.
And yourself? How are you doing?
I feel alive. I'm alive. And I'm alive. I'm well.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's impressive. Wonderful. You look better than your picture. What's going on? You look like a whole different person.
I don't know what that means. But
you need to.
But I'll take it as a compliment.
Yeah, it is a compliment. You need to change that picture because. Oh, hold on.
Okay.
Did you send your brother or somebody else?
Oh my goodness! I think that picture might be about a year or 2 years old.
It's too dated. That picture is too dated. You need to have this version of you. Yeah.
I will.
Wonderful. Okay, so to get into it, for individuals who may not have had access to your portfolio, your profile online to understand your work, how would you want to explain to them who you are, what you do, and the value they can get from you by listening?
I love this question. It's quite broad. How much time do we have?
I think as much as I see it.
Well, I'll start with my background and profession. So at the moment, I run my own consultancy. I do strategic consultancy. I consult for various clients in terms of brand, marketing, advertising, and campaign strategies. But before that, I worked for a number of advertising agencies in South Africa, both local and global, well, when I say global, I mean multinationals, but mostly I've worked in South Africa. I've worked as a strategist, building campaigns, building out strategic priorities for various brands, solving problems, building brands. So that's what I've done in my past life. And then when I started consulting, then I started to add another aspect to my consultancy and work, which is related to sustainability and impact. And I think that was inspired by realizing that, advertising and marketing by nature are sort of like extractive disciplines. It's about acquiring, it's about acquisition, it's about more and more and more and more and more. So there's always pressure to take. But then that felt uncomfortable. And interestingly, in my younger years, when I was starting out in advertising, there was a point where I thought, and most people thought, maybe I don't understand what's going on. Because usually you get a brief, right, with a particular brand challenge. Either you need to launch a product or, do a sales promotion. So in those days, I used to feel like either the brief or our solutions were incomplete. So for me, doing a campaign where you have your TV commercial, you have your billboard, and everything else seemed a bit incomplete or insufficient. And so I've always thought that there was something missing. Although at that time I didn't have the language and the jargon to articulate what this discomfort or inefficiency was, I later then got to understand what I was trying to say. And in essence, what I was trying to say and articulate to my team members about, the work that was incomplete was that it cannot be that as brands, as custodians of brands and as organizations, that the only thing we do is to extract and take and take and take and take and take. And when you look at the context of South Africa, there's lots that needs to be done. So most people naturally say that's the government's job. But I'm of the view that companies or organizations have a role to play. And that role is to leave people, societies, communities, and the environment in a better place than they found it. So it doesn't make sense for an organization to come into a community, but there isn't much change. Some people challenge me on that by saying that, you cannot expect organizations to do that. But I think today in 2025, it's an imperative for businesses and organizations to be more conscious and to be mindful and to ensure that the environments in which they operate are sustainable by having communities that are self-sufficient, making sure that they don't just take. Creating jobs is one thing, but I think companies need to be more intentional. So currently I do both, where I will do what is expected in terms of building brands, putting out, developing strategies for growth, for brand building, building out advertising campaigns. But I also invest in driving this narrative to say, collectively, we need to be more conscious and do better, not just in South Africa, but I suppose globally as well.
Awesome. Fantastic. That's a great narrative.
Thank you.
Yeah. you seem to have had a wonderful career journey. And I like your topic, which is innovation for education and work readiness post-graduation. Your topic and Akosia's topic are quite related.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's look back again to your career journey. If most people have a precise idea of what they want to do with their career from the very get-go, when they started education, but was it like that for yourself?
Love that question. So yes, it was. I think I was just fortunate in that I was able to be clear about what I wanted to do. But that decision actually was out of fear of failure. What I mean by that was, I think pretty much I was just an average student, from primary all the way to high school. I think I was average because, I didn't put in the amount of work that was required. I didn't put in the amount of hours that were required, to perform at a level where, one would make headlines. It was in grade 9 where I knew what I wanted to do. So we were in grade 9 in the English class, where part of the English class, and interestingly, advertising as a career is not as ubiquitous or well-known or spoken about as other careers, like engineering, accounting, being a medical doctor. I find that odd in the sense that advertising is literally everywhere. From the moment you wake up to the moment you go to bed, you're met with more advertising than you are met with, any conversations around accounting or engineering. But it wasn't a profession that is well known. So in grade 9, we were in the English class, and every Wednesday we did a subtopic called advertising. And for that, we did comprehension tests where we were given articles, texts to read, and then answer a few questions around that. So how I usually tell the story is that I was introduced to advertising after I met Michael Schumacher when I was in grade 9. And Michael Schumacher, I liken him to, I always say that before Cristiano Ronaldo, there was Michael Schumacher. And Michael Schumacher was, he was just an icon.
Right.
He represented winning. He was just incredible. So the article that we got was about Michael Schumacher. I even remember the headline of that article. It was called "The Walking Billboard," and so the headline or the title was "The Walking Billboard." It was an image of Michael Schumacher with his suit branded. It was at a time when the F1 was at its highest in terms of brand equity, in terms of awareness, in terms of all of these things. So brands were flocking to F1 and particularly Michael Schumacher and the Ferrari team. So after that test, it was actually the first time I got 95% in anything. So when I got 95%, my mind connected 95% to Michael Schumacher to advertising. So when I connected the dots, in my mind, I was like, I'm pretty good at this advertising thing.
Right.
So I think I wanted to hold on to that feeling and that level of success. So I thought, well, if I do this advertising thing, this 95% might equate to more success in my career. So I did research, then I found out there were a couple of institutions that were offering advertising as a career or as a course. And then from then, I simply knew that I was going to go into advertising until I finished. And then, long story short, I studied advertising. And here we are today.
Impressive. Okay, so beginning the career, are there some ethos that you took from there that could be useful for anyone thinking about their career journey and maybe a student that is still in school? What are some takeaways? Obviously, I'm sure there are some.
I think, there are a couple of things that happened post that, which also brought more learnings. But if I think about the transition from high school into the college that I went to, I think being able to decide what you want is one of those critical things. So I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I didn't have the pressure from my parents to say, you're going to study this, you need to do this, otherwise you're not going to be successful. I think the process and the experience of school guided me to where I felt most comfortable. And I think that's what school should be about, trying to discover yourself, trying to find what you like, which I think is one of the key stifling things that doesn't happen in school, where, we're not given the opportunity to find ourselves. What usually happens is that we are forced to become uniform. Yeah. I suppose that's why we wear uniform in school, so that we all look the same. Right. You're supposed to speak the same. Our answers need to be the same. There's generally one or two variations of an answer. If yours is different, is wrong. So I think from high school into college, I think the importance of deciding. And I think you see how that becomes critical when it comes to adulthood. I think it teaches you about accountability and taking ownership of your decisions. So I think that would be the biggest one. Right. Being able to decide, make decisions, and then take ownership
of the outcome.
Take ownership of the outcome. There's something about making a decision that you're confident in, because how I interpret it, even as an adult, is that when things go wrong, if you've done the due diligence, even if things do go wrong, the fact that you've done your part and you've taken a decision, I think that then equips you with being able to deal with the challenges that come with the decision that you've made. And then once there were the things that I learned about the industry that I was in. So post getting my qualification in a diploma, what I found was that the industry didn't recognize the institution that I had studied at, which was a problem. So in our industry, there's probably like 3 or 4 institutions that are recognized. If you come from those institutions, you're good to go. I went to a college that was not recognized by the industry. So I spent a number of years without a job, actually, until I got the opportunity to study at one of those top 4 recognized institutions. And how that came about was I got a call from a lady. Her name is Lucy. I'll never forget Lucy. Lucy gives me a call, and I'm, going about my day, trying to figure out how I'm going to make money, start working. She offers me a certificate in advertising. And, when I compared my struggle with a diploma, and there was Lucy offering me a certificate in advertising, in my mind, I thought, well, I'm struggling right now with a diploma in advertising. I don't see, how this certificate is going to enhance, what I was trying to achieve. What I learned from that discussion and topic is that even if there are things that you believe wholeheartedly, listening to other people doesn't hurt. What I mean by that was when I declined the offer of the 1-year certificate in advertising, it was a learnership. Lucy then said to me, well, Bohosi, why don't you just come, see what it is all about, and then only then you can make your decision.
Right.
So then I went, I was like, oh, okay, whatever I got to lose. So I go there. Lo and behold, when I got there, what she had told me, she gave me the name of the institution that was offering the 1-year certificate. But what she didn't tell me was who the institution was endorsed by. So the name of the institution given the 1-year certificate was called Imagination Lab. So what Imagination Lab was an institution that bridges the gap between high school and higher learning, where they offered a 1-year certificate to students who came straight from high school, but then they decided to give the opportunity to students who had some level of qualification, because what they found in their study was that students who came straight from high school did not appreciate the certificate. So because I had a diploma, that's how I got the call. Right. So when I get there, I'm like, I see the signage, it says Imagination Lab. And then at the bottom, it mentions one of the top 4 institutions that is recognized in the industry. So the school was called Imagination Lab Initiative by Vega School. And Vega is one of the top schools in South Africa when it comes to advertising.
Wow.
Long story short, I ended up, before I went for the interview, I didn't want to go in, or I didn't want the interview. Once I realized that this qualification was offered by Vega, I never wanted to leave. Long story short, I did the certificate. And then in the same year that I was doing the certificate, the main campus, Vega School, what they have every year is called, they have a thing called brand challenges. Basically, they give students real life experience and practical work in their course. So basically, you study, you learn the theory, and then you put it into practice. How you put it into practice is that you get real life briefs from real institutions, real brands facing real problems. So what had happened was students from Imagination Lab were then invited to become part of the brand challenge. So I was fortunate enough to be part of a group of really amazing people who allowed me to participate and engage. So remember, for me, coming from Imagination Lab, it was just an experience. For the students at Vega, it's a proper formative project where they get marks. It's like a big assignment for the year. But what those students did is they allowed me to participate. So I was involved from the beginning, from research to strategy to creative, all the way to campaign building. So what you do as a group is you first design your agency. You say, we are Tom-Chris agency. These are philosophies, these are values. And then the next stage, you present your research plan to say, this is how we're going to conduct our research. And then from there, once you've done your research, you present your strategy. Once you've presented your strategy, then you present your creative big ideas. And then from those creative big ideas, your campaign will come. So luckily, the guys that I was with, they allowed me to participate and get involved. Long story short, through that process of participation, one of the lecturers recommended that I apply for a bursary. But surprisingly, again, I didn't want to apply for a bursary. In my mind, I was like, do I really need to study again? Because at that time, it felt like I needed to study. I mean, I needed to work, not study. So I declined the offer to the bursary. But again, one of those lessons about listening to other people, even though you've got your own ideas. One of the lecturers was like, you know what, just give it a shot and let's see what happens. So I applied for the bursary. Luckily, there was an advertising agency offering bursaries. Long story short, I applied. I was successful. The name of the agency was Owen Kessel. Amazing, incredible, small boutique agency. I applied, got the bursary, studied, got my degree, and then I started working for a number of agencies up until I started my own strategy consultancy today.
Amazing. Okay, so let's unpack some of the key points that people need to pick from this story. First, obviously, if you hadn't gone to take the lady's offer, then there wouldn't have been any opportunity to participate. So what would you say the key point number one was?
I think listening,
right?
And sometimes, and I think it is fair to say, be careful who you listen to.
Yeah.
But I think you can discern whether people's intentions are pure or not. So I think if people are supporting you,
right.
You don't always have to be the Lone Ranger trying to prove that, you're an Elon Musk wanting to do things.
Yeah.
So I think there's value in listening to other people, taking in information to create a new path or something different. So I think definitely listening, and not just listening, but taking the advice and taking the actions. So listening to say, come, let's see, maybe you might like it, maybe you might not like it, but make a decision that is informed. So I think listening and making sure that you make decisions that are informed, not just by what you know and what you've consumed, but also by doing some sort of research or observations or listening to other people.
Right.
And I think based on this story, I think that requires consistency.
Right.
Because in my story, the listening and making informed choices comes through again when I'm at Vega and the lecturer says, apply for a bursary. My gut, my body, my spirit, everything in me wanted me to decline the offer because, then there's pressure. Once you study, because remember, I had studied a diploma in advertising, I had just done a certificate. I remember my dad once said to me, I think he was trying to convince me to start working or to find a job. One day he was like, in life, there are professional students. I was like, what? Professional students? It's like, there are people, their career and job is just to study. That's when I knew that that's him saying to me, what did you study? Why are you not finding a job? So there was real pressure to show that, they've paid for my fees and I'm doing something that's real, which is advertising, which needs to bear fruit now. But again, I listened to the lecturer and all the other people that were around, who were supporting me. I think, again, you listen to the group that's close to you that wants the best for you. So I think listening
to the voice of reason,
being flexible with your beliefs and what you think is true, and taking the necessary steps. I think what also helps is being clear about what you want, because if the information and the support that's coming is aligned with what you want, I think that makes it a little bit easier when you are clear about what you want. So there's less confusion. So the information that comes to you is not confusing. It actually creates clarity.
Yeah. Be clear about what you want. Be flexible, consistency, listening, discerning, taking initiative. Okay, what else do we have? Obviously, you had to deliver the project. You had to put in your best to ensure that the assignment was outstanding for you to get that placement that led to your own big break, if you may.
100%. That's a key point. I think having been given the opportunity and then showing up, I think that's important.
Yeah, put your best foot forward.
Pardon?
Putting your best foot forward.
Putting your best foot forward. I think that's important. Being given the opportunity, then I think you need to show up.
Yeah.
Because, in a schooling environment, especially with assignments and you're working as a group, there's actually more chances of you slacking or not contributing, because you might think, it's a group project. I don't have to put in much effort. And sometimes you might be discouraged by the fact that you are the only one putting the effort and others are not putting the effort. It's not about that. It's about your individual contribution. Right. What happens with other people that's outside of your control, of course you can influence, and encourage people to participate and play their part. Yeah. But I think you need to be in control of what you can do and pay attention to that. So I think definitely putting your best foot forward, and people can see that, and people can feel that, and people know when you've put in the effort, even if things don't go as they were planned, people can tell that this person, that's why sometimes you find in competitions, somebody who comes in fourth or third, sometimes they end up having the biggest careers later on. Because they can see the potential, versus maybe somebody who might win the competition and think that they've arrived.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Tying to what you just said now. So the fifth one will be, what can we put in the fifth one then? Because this is where your break started, correct?
Yes. I know what we can put into the fifth one. I think, this might be a good one. I think in the fifth one, we can talk about the importance of not letting your current circumstance or situation dictate how your future will look like.
Right.
So what I mean by that is, when I was constantly encouraged to study further, to apply for a bursary, I think I was blinded by what was happening in my current situation.
Right.
So the current situation felt overwhelming for me, which then blinded me from looking ahead and saying, what steps do I need to take in order to achieve my goals? What I was doing was, let's look at my current situation. What does my current situation need? And that means I was trying to make decisions that were fitting or relevant to my current situation, which I don't think is the right approach to take. Going back to the point of listening and taking in information, by listening to other people, then they help me to look forward and make decisions that will change my current situation. Right. So sometimes we feel that our current situations, or sometimes our current situations tend to dictate what we should be doing today so that our future becomes better. Right. So I think it's important to be careful and be discerning and aware when you make decisions, to be aware of whether your decisions and your actions are informed by where you are or where you want to be.
So which one should it be? Where you are or where you want to be?
I think where you want to be.
Okay.
Where you want to be.
Okay.
Because I think by definition, as a basic principle, where you want to be requires some level of change.
Right.
You know, from where you are to where you want to be, there's a change, there's a transition. So I think, therefore, by spirit or by principle, if your thinking process and your actions are based on change, then your lived reality or current situation will inevitably change once you start making choices and decisions that are based on where you want to be.
Awesome. Okay, so now obviously your next version is to transition into your actual career, and that requires a new mindset and a new version of yourself. Tell us that story. So, you know, you've already completed your academics and now you are transitioning into your career, and the career will bring obvious and distinct challenges. How did you maneuver those things?
True. And I think this is where, you know, in the topic we speak about the gap and the transition from education to work readiness. But I think having studied at Vega, you know, that it gave a sense of what the real world looks like. And I think also I was lucky and privileged enough to, during school holidays, you know, when we finished every semester, I would then go into the work environment and do work at the agency that paid for my bursary. So I think that allowed me to gain a better understanding of how the working world actually functions.
Yeah.
So that little bit of experience of going into the agency during holidays, you know, every now and then, excuse me,
yeah,
almost prepared me for the real world. But once you go into the real world, it's a completely new
ball game.
It's a different, it's a different beast. It's a different beast because now there's work, politics, there's etiquette, there's relationships, there's power dynamics. You know, you're the agency, they're the client. The client invariably has more power because they have the budgets. There are all these dynamics of other people wanting to get promotions, you know. So depending on what you are aiming for and what inspires you, you know, you take decisions that reflect that. You know, you start to learn that it's actually quite competitive here. You know, you get to learn that, you know, I want to be better than you, Tom. You want to be better than me. You know, we're working as a team, but at the same time we're competing. And then there's the issue of being able to deliver on what's expected of you inside the company that you work in, and then for your clients. You know, so there's so much pressure. There's so much pressure. There's deadlines. There's meeting expectations of the client. Remember, the client is paying, and anybody who pays, you know, they want to make sure that every cent they spend is worth it. So expectations are high. You know, I think it's maneuvering around those things, but I don't think you can bypass that without actually experiencing the thing. So I think you have to go through the process of making mistakes, of learning, you know, having your own point of view, having your own perspective, For me, I think what I learned was, which was something that I think I naturally have, but it was harnessed at the tertiary institution that I went to at Vega, where it was about making sure that your presence is felt, making sure that you have something to add.
Right.
So it's important to have a point of view. You don't always have to agree with everyone. Sometimes, even if your point of view everybody disagrees with, it's okay. In fact, I think that should be encouraged. And then you start learning the politics of, getting a promotion. That it's not just about the work. It's people relationships as well. Do they actually like you? That plays a role. You find that you might be good at what you do, but if they don't like you, then you'll find it very difficult.
Okay. There are so many things to unpack here. The first one, obviously, is the office politics, the power dynamics, understanding how power dynamics works, and, of course, having ownership of your results. And then, of course, maintaining traction by representing yourself. You talked about going for promotion, So let's go step by step in this sequence. So firstly, if for a student or a young graduate who is entering the workforce now, how can they, maneuver those kinds of office politics that sometimes it becomes distraction?
Yeah, no, that's I think what makes it tricky is when you're starting out, it's like be a young boy or a young girl or young child who goes to a new school and you want to fit in, you want to make friends. So there's that tendency of wanting to fit in, wanting to be liked.
Yeah.
So I think naturally at a human level, just forget work, at a human level, you just want to be part of, part of the team. You just want to be liked, So I would say that is a natural feeling, but you have to be aware and you have to be discerning and you have to be conscious that you need to strike a balance between just wanting to fit in and being yourself. And what I've learned is that being yourself is much more sustainable than trying to fit in. So I think you will have to use your own discretion in terms of knowing when to fit in. And I think part of fitting in is the work part, where you're doing the job, where you're working together, where if they say we've got a brainstorming session, they say, okay, tonight we're going to work late, that's not necessarily being submissive. That's being part of the team. Right. So, you do all of those things. Where you should not be compromising is when it comes to your values, the human values, I think being clear about who you are, what you stand for, what you believe in, what your values are, I think that is what should remain intact. That integrity should not be dismantled or compromised. So to answer your question in summary, would be to say, to navigate the world is think about it in two ways. There's the working context, and then there's the human you context. In the working context, you have to participate. It's okay to want to be part of the team. That's why we go to work. We work as a team. But don't do things that go against your values. I think that's how your integrity will remain intact, and people will trust you, will recommend you. I think, as we've mentioned, put your best foot forward, always deliver on what you promise, And there's no such thing as over communication. You always have to communicate and do not keep quiet, especially when you're starting out. But I think that's a principle that should be carried across even in your senior years. But I think being able to communicate with the rest of the team, letting people know and not letting people wonder or assume what's going on. I think one of the things that possibly let me down in some areas when I was coming up is overthinking and not communicating. For example, if I'm working on a project and the deadline is tomorrow at 11 a.m., and if I'm working right now and I know that I won't be able to meet that deadline, this is a practical example of communicating to say, hey guys, listen, I know the deadline is tomorrow at 11. Based on where I'm at, I don't think I'll be able to make 11. I think maybe I can make 5 p.m. or the following day, tomorrow morning. But this is where I'm at. I'm 70% there. I just want to crystallize the remaining 30%. So I think that helps you along the journey where people understand where you are. Nobody's confused. Nobody's wondering where you are, what you're doing, or how far you are. So I think, in summary, 3 things. Participate, do whatever is necessary from a working perspective, but without compromising yourself, your values, and then just communicate. And I think those are the 3 foundational elements that obviously I suppose putting your best foot forward and doing your best, I think you'll be in good hands.
Awesome. Impressive. Okay. All right. Now we get to the next one, which is, growing in your career. How do you ensure that you're not stagnant? I suppose you've hinted on that, but clearly defining for individuals who might want to understand how to move their career to the next level.
So I think for me, I would say one of the fundamentals is understanding your industry. So for me, I think once I understood how the industry works, it was easier for me to make decisions. What I mean by that is, in advertising, it's very difficult to get, promotions at a high frequency, and I think there are also those politics elements of it, of people, do people like you, are you likable, or, do you conform? Sometimes you have to conform so that people like you, and I've never been one to conform. So, generally, I suppose I rubbed people, the wrong way. So I would say understanding your industry is important, how it works and functions. I'll give you a practical example. This might not be true for other industries or professions, but in my industry, what I understood was that promotions don't come as frequent as one would like. Salary increases don't come as frequently as one would like. But the irony of it is that there's so much work to be done in the industry. You find yourself working on multiple briefs at the same time. You might work on, this is just an example, you might work on Coca-Cola, on Microsoft, on Mercedes-Benz, on Nestle, all at the same time, doing strategies for all of these brands, all at the same time. But then your salary is kept, it's fixed. It is at a particular amount, and you overworked and underpaid. So once I understood those things, that you're more likely to be overworked and underpaid, you might not get a promotion as quickly as you like, you might not get a salary increase as quickly as you like, then I think I was forced to pay attention to the money aspect. Because usually what we get told is you need to be passionate. You need to love the craft. It's about the creativity. And then what it does for most people is that then they end up focusing on the work, the creativity, the creative awards. But they don't have, the bank balances do not reflect the amount of work that they're putting in. So how I then started to move was basically move from one company to the next. When you move from one company to the next, even if the increase is not that much, you're definitely getting more than what you currently are getting paid. So each time you move from one company to the next, you negotiate better. You also start becoming clever, with how you negotiate. There's something that I wish I knew right from the beginning. So usually, when you negotiate for a salary increase or just your salary, usually, and I think most people do this, I could be wrong, but usually you focus on your gross amount, you focus on the number before deductions, before your tax and everything, that's the number you focus on, and therefore, what you don't realize is that if your gross increases, that means the expenses also increases, your tax also increases. And this is something I learned very late, where I realized that I actually had to negotiate on my net income, not gross, because then there it's clear how much is going into my bank account, which is, I think, a better. It's at the better level, or it's at the best level to negotiate at your net income versus your gross. So yeah, I would say, but then again, I think still being able to be proficient, be professional, being efficient, and being able to deliver on the work. It doesn't help if you keep jumping companies, but you've got no track record or you're not delivering on the work. So the product, i.e. yourself, you have to be at your best level. So you need to know what you're doing. You need to know how to do what you get paid to do.
Right.
Then I think that gives you a stronger backbone, to negotiate and talk about what you believe you deserve. So in summary, understand your industry, how it works, your profession. Obviously different companies, operate differently, but there are certain factors where this is like an industry norm. This is how people get promoted. This is how people get salary increases. Once you understand those things, then your decision making is based on those factors. Then you basically learn how to play the game. Where, when, and how to get your increase or to get your promotion. But again, in closing, in terms of this question, never forget yourself, i.e. always make sure that you know what you're doing, and nobody can come back and say, but Tom-Chris doesn't know what he's doing. He's just asking for more money, but he can't even complete a project. So make sure that you as an individual can deliver at a high level.
Well said. Unquestionable expertise is what every early career professional should aim for. And yes, you're right. You're right. Okay, so let's transition to another side of the conversation, which is your current reality. Obviously for someone who might be looking at you from, if I were a student and I'm looking at becoming who you are today, this career journey that we're showing here has is proof positive that it wasn't something that was done in a day. It takes as long as it takes, right? For some, it will be faster. For some, it will, take a longer haul for them to get to this number 6. Now, looking back, what are some of the things that, if you know better, like with your hindsight right now, looking back, what would you say you wish you would have done differently? I guess one was on the negotiation angle, but there might be other ones.
You know what? I've come to believe that it sounds cliche, but the saying that everything happens for a reason.
Right.
So if I go back and change something, I think it will change the trajectory of my journey. And I'll give you an example. When I was in grade 11, I actually failed my grade 11. And when I look back, I'm actually glad that I failed my grade 11. I'll tell you why. But the reason I failed my grade 11... You
say you are glad. You say you are glad that you failed.
I'm very glad. I'm very glad that I failed.
That's interesting. Tell me.
So the reason I failed was that, and it speaks to some of the work that I'm doing now. When I got to grade 11, preparing for my matric or my last year of high school, in grade 11, I was fatigued. And I don't know if many young students feel this, where I felt like I was studying for too long. I felt like I had been going to school for a very long time. And what disheartened me was the fact that even after I finished my matric or my last year of high school, I would still not be eligible or not have enough credibility to start working. So the prospect of I'm finished with high school, but I still need to study 3, 4, 5 more years, depending on what I was studying. In my mind, that did not make any sense. I was like, what are we doing at school that it's still not enough after I finished my matric? So in that year, in my fatigue year, I literally stopped going to school. I never went to school. Actually my parents don't know this. So I hope they don't see it. So I stopped going to school. Literally, I left home with my school uniform. What my parents thought were books in my bag, in my school bag, were actually clothes to change when I leave the house. So then I would change clothes and put my school uniform in my bag and just wander around. So that would be classified as a terrible year because I failed, had to go back. But if I look at the sequence of events that took place, if I had finished in record time and not failed in that year, I wouldn't have been in the year of the students that were called to do the 1-year learnership. And if I wasn't called for that 1-year learnership, which I listened to Lucy when she said, when I declined, and she said, listen, come see and then you'll make a decision.
Right.
Then I wouldn't have gotten the opportunity to go to Vega to do Brand Challenge. I wouldn't have had the opportunity to then be offered a bursary. I wouldn't have had the bursary. I wouldn't have studied at Vega. Remember, Vega is like, it was super expensive. So I don't think my parents would have afforded to take me to Vega. So for me to want to undo that and say, well, I regret in my grade 11 year, I should have done this. None of this would have happened. In fact,
interesting.
I don't even want to imagine or think about, that feels more painful to think about all the missed opportunities I would have had simply because I would have finished school in record time. the students that were called for Imagination Lab and all those things were students in my year. So yeah, it'll be like trying to undo what has already happened. And I think what has happened has been nothing short of an incredible miracle.
Fantastic. Okay. In rounding off, you've had an amazing creative career, and you may have some mentees that want exactly your career. What do you tell them?
I would say don't necessarily follow my lead. I would say you can take the learnings and the principles, but do it your way.
Right.
Because circumstances are different, contexts are different. I think just take the principles and not necessarily trying to mirror what I had gone through. I always say the biggest flex or the biggest advantage is the fact that when you walk into a room, it's just you, even though there might be 200 other people. And I think we take that for granted, which is the odd thing that I find with school, where in school, and this is the irony, in school, we are taught to be like everyone else. We are taught to follow the rules, raise your hand, ask to go to the bathroom, write this test. It's the same test that everyone writes. And we're all trying to have the same answer. And then when you leave high school and you go into tertiary, into the real world, everybody now is like, hey, you should be different. But that gets sucked out of us as we grow. So I would say, don't try to emulate, take learnings, take lessons, be conscious of your environment and do what you need to do in that context, in that time. And I think just being clear about what you want, I think the clarity of what you want, and I think the clarity comes, I don't think it's an intellectual thing. I think it's a spiritual thing. It's a gut feel, where once you're clear on that, the how is easy to figure out. I don't think you actually have to worry about the how. But because you will not have all the answers, this is where now listening to other people comes in handy. I think as humans, we are flawed. We don't know everything. Our view, our perspective, we think we know, we think we can see, but we don't. Which is why I firmly believe in listening to people who have good intentions and genuinely want to help you. So your gut feel, having clarity, and listening to people who genuinely want to help you, I think that will help you navigate your way towards whatever it is that you want or wish for.
Impressive. Okay. Thank you so very much for this wonderful inspiration that you've shared with us, Bogosi. The thoughts you've shared with us.
I think you might be muted.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Bogosi. I appreciate the thoughts that you've shared, the wonderful inspiration that you've shared with us, the value in listening, discerning, taking initiative, consistency, knowing when to be flexible, being clear about what you want, putting your best foot forward at every step of the way, showing up, not letting your current situation dictate your future, and all the other, nuggets that you've added in your submission as well. Thank you so very much. And I hope you continue to share us on, and we'll be sending you goodwill and wishes as we break the record.
Amazing. It's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege to be part of your amazing, impactful work. I wish you all the best. And I think there are more people rallying behind you. So never give up. Thank you.
I won't. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
All right.
Good.
Cheers, cheers. Transitioning quickly to our dear friend, Clara Hawking, and